Adventures in Research. This is the story of a gravel pit, of a hoax that took more than 40 years to discover, and of a man who took 500,000 years to die. This is the story of the Oanthropus, the Dawn Man. This is Paul Shannon bringing you another transcribed story of science produced as a public service in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. And today telling you the story of the Dawn Man, who was thought to walk the earth 500,000 years ago, and whose death dispelled a mystery that began with a lawyer's walk on a farm road in England. In 1908, two figures strolled down a quiet country road near Piltdown Common, Sussex, England. And if we could have listened, their conversation might have gone something like this.
Hang it, Dawson, it just makes sense, that's all. You're an anthropologist. Anyone with an ounce of sense has to agree with Smith's theory. The brain must have led the way in the evolution of man, and the rest of the modifications in the body followed.
Now, easy, my friend. You asked me an opinion on Dr. Smith's theory, and I told you I didn't agree with it. Don't bite my head off, Banks. I admit it's my hobby, studying the old and the ancient. I enjoy it, but I find the day too lovely to ruin it by getting embroiled in any argument.
I'm not arguing, Dawson. I'm just trying to get you to see sense. Why, good heavens, man, it stands to reason that the brain must have come first, and the rest of the changes followed.
Which means that there must have been an ancient man with a human brain, but with ape-like features. I tell you, Banks, when Dr. Elliot Smith can locate such a fossil creature, perhaps I'll believe his theory.
Well, we can't manufacture one for you, you know. But one will be found. Someone somewhere will discover a specimen, and when he does, it will show a skull with a developed brain, but with all other features of the simian strain, and then we shall see.
Honestly, Banks, I don't care to pursue this discussion any further. I enjoy these walks, getting out in the fresh, open country air, drawing it deep into my lungs. But I like it unpolluted with scientific argument that... Hello.
Now, what are you staring at, Dawson?
I see they've repaired this road since I was out last.
No, and about time, too. Worst ruts in the county. I don't know how I stand being driven out here, jolted to jelly with... Are you listening to me, Dawson?
I say, take a look at this.
They've just repaired the road, that's all. Filled up the ruts and holes.
But what have they filled them up with? Let me show you. Here. A peculiar brown flint, isn't it?
But how should I know?
Well, I do. I never saw gravel like this before in this region. Nothing like that around here at all. If I know anything about rock, this must be a very, very old formation.
Well, I don't understand.
Neither do I. But come on, we're turning around. I want to find out who repaired this road and see where they got the gravel.
Here you be, Governor. All that fill came from this gravel pit right here. Yes, sir. Farmer sold it to us. Said 'twas no good for farming, so I struck up a jolly good bargain with him.
I see. Yes, the same peculiar brown flints.
Eh? Nothing peculiar about it, Governor. Right good fill is all. Now, if you need any for your lot or your yards, why, you just say how much you need.
No. I'm not interested in fill, but I am interested in this gravel pit. How long have you been digging in this pit?
Oh, I don't rightly recollect offhand. It may be a month. No, couldn't be a month. Let's see. It started over here on the 10th. No, before that. Because it was right after little Willie got over the crew.
Yes. You haven't found anything of unusual interest, have you?
Unusual interest? Say, you don't mean gold, do you? You think there might be...
Not gold, but something almost as valuable. Would you be good enough to keep a sharp eye peeled for any fossils? I will reward you.
Fossils? Oh, you bet your life, Governor. Now, if you'll just tell me what one of these here fossils looks like...
Fossils, my good man. Fossils. Bones.
Bones? Oh, now that does queer it. You think this used to be a cemetery once, eh? Well, no, I don't think we got no right to be digging in hallowed ground.
These would be very, very old bones. These flints come from the Pleistocene age, you see.
Ooh, you don't say. The Oostocene age?
Pleistocene age, roughly about 500,000 years ago.
Love a duck.
So tell your workers to keep an eye peeled, and if they find any fossils at all, handle them carefully and call me at once.
That I'll do, Governor. Oh, for me? Thank you. You just bet I'll do that. Call you myself if we find any bones at all. I'll tell the boys we're digging in the... what's the name of that age again?
Pleistocene.
Say, won't that open their eyes? I'll bet they won't even know what that means. Well, you didn't waste no time getting over here, Governor.
I came as soon as I got your message. You found something?
That we did, sir. You just bet your boots we did. It was Harry here who hit her first, and when he said, "Hi, what's this?" I said, "Mind you now, the professor wants it, so handle it easily." And Harry says to me, "What would the professor want with this?" Begging your pardon. And I says to Harry...
Yes. Well, what did you do with it? Let me see it, please.
Here she be. I wrapped her right up in my neckerchief. What is it, Governor?
Mm-hmm. My. Well.
What do you make of it, Mr. Dawson?
Incredible.
Aha! Exactly what I thought.
You know what this is? An unusually thick human parietal bone.
Love a duck, a parrot's bone, eh?
Part of a human skull, man. I must get this to Banks right away.
The workers kept digging in the gravel pit, and over the next few years unearthed more and more of this ancient fossil. Cranial fragments, part of a lower jaw with 2 teeth, nasal bones. And the scientific world was excited over the discovery. Sir Arthur Smith Woodward of the British Museum said,
Eoanthropus, the Dawn Man. 500,000 years ago, this man walked the face of England. Note the large brain case, so much larger than any other fossil yet unearthed. Yet the jaw still maintains the anthropoid characteristics. Amazing mixture of evolution. I might say that this Dawn Man, this fossil found in Piltdown, truly represents the changing characteristics of the human brain, all embodied in this one man. Why, the Piltdown Man might well be the missing link.
The scientific world soon became involved in a great argument over this Piltdown Man. Many felt, as Smith Woodward did, here was a great discovery that shed new light on primitive man. Others were a bit dubious.
Yes, but how do you possibly reconcile the brain size of your Dawn Man? His brain case is as large as modern-day man. Are the ideas of gradual development of the cranium wrong?
There are always those of you who refuse to face facts when they are right in front of you. It is obvious the brain development of ancient man came first, and only then came the other changes in body structure.
Yes, but look at the teeth. Why, they're worn down flat, unlike any tooth ever found in a member of the ape family.
Exactly. Worn down exactly like a human tooth. How can you possibly contend, then, that this is an ape's jaw?
Supposing all this to be true, and mind you, I don't think all these bones came from the same animal, but supposing, for the sake of argument, they did. Now, how did this Dawn Man of yours, 500,000 years ago, how did he get here to England?
My dear Clark, it is obvious. He was here. He must have crossed from the continent when this island was part of the mainland, long before the forces of time cut the English Channel through.
I see. Your Dawn Man existed, and any argument against this fossil you blithely sleep away and say, these bones prove themselves and disprove everything else.
The strangely worn teeth in the ape-like jaw, the amazingly large brain case, temporarily silenced almost all arguments. The original finder was honored.
And so I propose that this tremendous discovery, the archaeological find of the century, be named in honor of the man who first discovered the Piltdown Man. In Mr. Dawson's honor, I christen this tremendous scientific discovery Eoanthropus dawsoni, Dawson's Dawn Man.
And so a generation of school children studied the Piltdown Man, and a good many scientists added another root to the family tree. But many scientists were disturbed. However, they could do little but work and investigate quietly, and strange things began to come to light.
These teeth, they are like no teeth I've ever seen. Here, have a look. Although they are embedded in this ape-like jaw, they're not simian teeth. They're worn down like human teeth, but not quite like that either. almost as though someone had taken a file to them and worn them down to give the appearance of the wear on a human tooth. Now, suppose this was an ape jaw, and these were ape teeth, and someone filed them down to give them the appearance of teeth subjected to the wear a human gives his.
Then there was the matter of the drill dust.
By boring holes in the jaw and then the skull, the dust obtained is quite different. Now, it has always been maintained that the jaw and skull are part of the same man. Yet, the drill dust from the jaw forms into curls and chips like dust from a modern bone. The dust from the skull is much, much older.
And the matter of chemical analysis.
We have examined the fluorine content of these small samples. You will note that the percentages definitely establish the skull fragments as quite old, probably Upper Pleistocene. The jawbone and teeth are modern, very recent, in fact.
The investigators kept experimenting, comparing, checking and rechecking. And then, 45 years after Charles Dawson had found the skull, they made an announcement.
There is no doubt about it. The brain case is of a human of the Cro-Magnon age. The jawbone, that of a 50-year-old ape with its teeth filed and the bone stained to resemble the age and appearance of the cranium.
Yes, the Piltdown Man, beyond any question of a doubt, is a hoax. A deliberate fraud planted there by someone. It is a carefully planned, skillfully executed, elaborately conceived hoax.
And so one of the great practical jokes of all time was finally exposed. Someone, perhaps as an attempt at humor or in an endeavor to support some theory, someone had deliberately filed, stained, and buried this Piltdown Man for discovery by Charles Dawson. Who did it? Why? No one knows. But for almost 50 years, the Piltdown Man held sway, and only now is at last removed from the family tree as nothing but a practical joke.
Frankly, it's a relief. Oh, I admit our faces are a bit red. But we always had trouble fitting the Piltdown Man into the scheme of things anyway.
The perpetrator of the hoax, whoever he was, has probably long since passed away, quietly pleased with himself over the hue and cry caused by Dawn Man. Eoanthropus Dawson, the Dawn Man. Really a very fitting name after all. For there really was a Dawn Man, you know. A mysterious figure in the last cover of the darkness before dawn, busy with his spade and shovel in the Piltdown moors, chuckling softly to himself as he hides the homemade treasure of 500,000 years ago and set in motion a fascinating adventure in research. And that's today's Adventures in Research, produced in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. These programs are broadcast to Armed Forces personnel overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week for another transcribed story of science on Adventures in Research. Adventures in Research. Every one of us has had at least one encounter with what some people call fate. Others call it luck, and still others by the more dignified name of coincidence. Call it what you will, it plays the principal role in a story that involves a weaver, a paper maker, a wasp's nest, and a cup of sugar. This is Paul Shannon bringing you another transcribed story of science produced as a public service in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. And today telling you a story that begins in the spring of the year 1840 in a little German town in Saxony. It's about 5 o'clock on a Sunday afternoon. In the living room of the modest home of Friedrich Keller, two people are waiting for his return. They have been waiting for 2 hours.
I am sorry, Herr Wolter. If you could wait just a few minutes more.
It is almost 5 o'clock. Where is he?
I do not understand it. At 2 o'clock, I sent him over to the Schmidts to borrow a cup of sugar.
Such a little errand, and he still is not back?
Only half a mile it is to the Schmidts.
Could it be Friedrich forgot I was expected this afternoon?
It was he who told me you were coming.
Well, I am not surprised. Friedrich is absent-minded.
Yeah, he forgot even his door key this afternoon. Look, there it is on the table.
Well, absent-mindedness is no crime, of course. But it can be annoying, so when Friedrich returns, Frau Keller, tell him that
Please, Herr Wolter. Friedrich will be so angry with himself, there will be no living with him. Perhaps you will stay for dinner?
Thank you, no, Frau Keller. I must be going.
Can I bring you some cake, perhaps?
No, thank you.
I will get you a book. Something to read.
No, I have other things to do besides read a book. If you will...
Let me see. I was going to ask you something.
Yeah?
What was it now? I remember. How is your business?
My business?
Forgive me. Being a woman, I know little of these matters, so I must inform myself by asking businessmen like you.
Naturally. Well, now that you have asked, I will tell you. The paper-making business used to be good, profitable. And if I say so myself, I earned my share, thanks, of course, to my own initiative and enterprise. But, unfortunately, things have deteriorated.
So. I am sorry.
Oh, nothing to be sorry about. One must be philosophical. I say to myself, what good is my initiative? What good is my enterprise? There's a shortage of rags. Without rags, I cannot make paper. It is as simple as that.
I see. It is just as though my husband had no wool to make cloth from.
No, exactly. Without wool, a weaver cannot weave. Without rags, there can be no paper.
So what will you do, Herr Wolter?
Oh, I will get along, and make no mistake about that. I have more than one accomplishment. If the paper business fails, I can always make a living as a machinist.
You are also a machinist?
Certainly.
Forgive my ignorance, but what does a machinist do?
Oh, he runs machines. In my case, I have also designed machines.
How clever of you, Herr Wolter.
Thank you. As a matter of fact, your husband and I have often discussed ideas for new machinery to be used in weaving and paper-making.
You did? That is strange. He never mentioned such ideas to me. Friedrich's ideas, they are good?
Begging your pardon, Frau Keller, it really is getting late. I cannot wait longer. Perhaps on some more suitable occasion I will...
Wait, there's Friedrich now. I can see him through the window.
Well, at last.
Excuse me, Herr Wolter. I go to open the door.
Before Mrs. Keller does open the door, let's pause a bit. Let's find out where Friedrich Keller was all afternoon. It was 3 hours earlier, about 2 p.m., that he had closed his front door and started down the road on the way to the Schmidts to borrow that cup of sugar. He is so absorbed by the radiant spring day that he's surprised when a voice says,
Good day, Herr Keller. Good day, schoolmaster. Wonderful weather, yes?
Splendid.
Taking a little stroll?
Well, yes, sort of.
Well, why not turn around and walk with me? I am only going as far as the Schmidts to borrow a cup of sugar.
To be frank, Herr Keller, I cannot very well. You see, I am not just strolling. I am on my way somewhere.
I understand, schoolmaster. You are going to meet a lady.
Oh, no, not at all.
Well, then why make such a secret of it?
Because
Well, because I am following someone.
Aha, the plot thickens. And whom, pray tell, are you following?
One of my pupils, Hans Becker.
Hans Becker? Why are you following him?
It has been reported to me that Hans Becker is stealing birds' eggs from their nests.
Very reprehensible, schoolmaster. Very reprehensible indeed.
I do not make light of this. Such a practice can lead to more serious crimes.
I agree.
As the schoolmaster, it is my duty to see that our youth follow in the path of righteousness.
That is so.
And as one of our leading citizens, Herr Keller, I consider it your duty to give me all the assistance you can.
Most assuredly. Now, you are sure that Hans Becker is stealing the birds' eggs?
He may be indeed. That is why I am following him.
So, which way did he go?
Across that field and into that clump of trees. Over there.
Schoolmaster, do not let it be said that I was remiss in my civic duty. We will both follow Hans Becker. You lead, I will come.
So Friedrich Keller and the schoolmaster waited in hiding and watched as young Hans Becker climbed to the roof of an abandoned barn.
See? There he is, Herr Keller. Already has found the nest.
Yeah, he is after the eggs.
When he comes down, we will give him the fright of his young life. We will...
Wait, he is stealing the nest also.
He is taking the nest?
Yeah, shh. Here he comes down. Wait just a minute yet.
Now.
Hans Becker!
Just a minute, young man.
Stop where you are.
Why, it's you, sir.
It is. So, you have been stealing birds' eggs, eh?
Birds' eggs? Of course not, sir.
No, not only eggs. He has the nest also.
But this is not a bird's nest. It is a wasp's nest.
A wasp's nest?
Yeah.
Let me see.
Here, look at it.
He is right, schoolmaster. It is a wasp nest.
Well, that is just as bad. He is depriving some poor wasp of a home.
No, I am not. This nest was deserted.
Deserted? I do not believe it.
Yeah, it is true. I have watched it for hours. Never a wasp came near it.
The boy may be telling the truth, schoolmaster.
Perhaps. Perhaps not. Until we find out, I shall keep this wasp's nest.
But, sir, it is mine. I want to study it. I want it back, sir.
Hans, Herr Keller and I will stay here and wait. If, after sufficient time, we see no wasps, you shall have your nest to study. But if we should happen to see just one tiny wasp...
Or even if we should hear the faintest buzzing...
we shall return the nest to where it was when you took it. Is that not fair enough?
Yes, sir.
Good. Now, be off with you.
Did Friedrich Keller and the schoolmaster then return whence they came? They did not. 2 hours later, they were still there, seated on the ground, talking and admiring the wasp's nest.
A thing of beauty. Observe how exactly it is formed. See how sturdy it is. And look at the wood fibers in it.
I noticed that. Where do you suppose they came from?
No, fence rails and old boards, probably. But what I find so amazing is this. For all its sturdiness, the nest is as light as a feather. Feel it.
To me, it feels a good deal like paper.
So it does. Almost the same texture. Schoolmaster, it is a strange thing. The wasp must use the wood he collects to make the pulp for this paper nest. I must tell Heinrich Wolter, the papermaker, about this. He will be interested.
You say the wasp uses the wood pulp to make paper? You are sure, Herr Keller?
I am sure. Wood pulp. Strange. The best Heinrich Wolter can do is use rags. Paper from wood. I must show this nest to Heinrich.
Take it then, by all means.
Heinrich Wolter will... Ach, did I say Heinrich Wolter? Ach.
But what is the matter?
Heinrich, he was to be at my house at 3 o'clock.
What time is it now?
Now, schoolmaster, it is 5. Already I can hear my wife, Catherine. I must go.
And so we return to where we first met Friedrich Keller, at his own front door.
Ah, Friedrich, where have you been? Here is Herr Walter waiting for hours.
Good. I mean, 1,000 pardons, Heinrich. But when you hear what I have to tell you, you will thank me.
Perhaps. What do you have in your hand?
A wasp nest. That is what I have to tell you. The nest has given me the idea of the century. Paper from wood pulp.
Paper? From wood pulp?
Why not?
1,000 reasons. Let me see the nest, Friedrich.
Here. Well?
If it could be done, it would be wonderful. No longer would we have to depend on rags for paper.
Exactly. And you can do it, Heinrich. You will design the machine that will make wood pulp.
I will?
Certainly you will.
Do you know something, Friedrich? You are right. I will.
Wonderful. Wonderful, eh, Catherine?
More wonderful right now would be my sugar from Frau Schmidt. Since 2 o'clock, Friedrich. Where is it?
Oh, now, Catherine, do not look at me like that. Catherine, put that down. Catherine!
Working together, Friedrich Keller and Heinrich Walter produced the first machine for the manufacture of wood pulp, a machine which defibered blocks of wood by pressure against a wet grindstone. By 1846, Walter had improved this machine to the point where quantity production of wood pulp was a reality. It was then that newspaper publishers became interested in wood pulp paper. Listen to the announcement which appeared on the front page of the Boston Journal, January 15th, 1863.
The entire edition of the Journal of Today will be printed on paper made from wood by a new process. This paper will certainly prove that there are materials other than rags which can be used successfully in the manufacture of paper.
Yes, it was the Keller-Walter machine that first gave the world cheap ground wood and newsprint paper as we know them today. It made possible the high-speed rotary printing press and the modern newspaper with its unlimited dissemination of news. And it got its start because Friedrich Keller took a good look at a wasp's nest, something he might never have done if fate hadn't stepped in on an errand for a cup of sugar to give the world a most unusual adventure in research. And that's today's Adventures in Research, produced in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. These programs are broadcast to Armed Forces personnel overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week for another transcribed story of science on Adventures in Research. Adventures in Research. Millions of years of superheat, of stresses and strains that dwarf the atomic age, go into the production of one shiny item that finds its resting place on the third finger left hand of some young lady. Yes, that diamond. Ever wonder where it came from, how it got there, and why a piece of shiny carbon is so valuable? This is the story of the fabulous mineral. This is Paul Shannon bringing you another transcribed story of science produced as a public service in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. And today telling you a story of diamonds, one of men's most precious and sought-after minerals. This story could have its beginning any instant. A rather starry-eyed young man stumbles into a jewelry store and...
Yes, sir. And what can I do for you?
I'm interested in a diamond.
Yes, a diamond right over here. For yourself, sir?
Huh? Oh, no, it's for Jeannie.
I see, sir. Congratulations are in order, I gather. Well, isn't that nice?
Same to you.
Eh?
I mean, well, you see, I don't know nothing about diamonds or anything like that, and well, that is, you see, it's going to be a surprise for Jeannie. We got a date tonight, and after the movies, I'm gonna, well, that is...
Yes?
How much are they?
Well, there's a considerable price range, sir. It would depend on what you had in mind. There are diamonds as low as $50 and as high as, Mr. McLean paid $300,000 for the Hope diamond. However, I would say that on the average, depending on the cutting and mounting, the average engagement ring is about 1/3 carat and runs about $400.
Willikers, $400 for just a little bit of stone like that?
Well, sir...
Excuse me, sir. You got a phone?
Right over there, sir. But if you'll...
I'm gonna call Jeannie.
To get her opinion? An excellent idea, sir.
Opinion nothing. I'm telling her our date's off.
I suppose you're asking yourself the same question our embarrassed friend was. Why is a diamond so expensive compared with most other gems? Well, for a good many reasons. But before we try to get the diamonds out of the diamond mine, let's find out how they came to be in the first place.
One theory suggests that many millions of years ago, deep within the earth, a certain type of basic igneous rock existed. This rock was attacked by chemicals. Solutions poured over it, turned it into a dark bluish-green mineral. Now, any particles of carbon that chanced to get into this mixture were turned into crystals under the tremendous heat and pressure underground. Then, over a period of, say, another million years, this seething, boiling mass worked its way up to the surface of the earth, pushed by volcanic pressures. Then the mass cooled. More millions of years passed. Rains nibbled off the flanks of the mass, formed ancient rivers, and picked up these specks of crystallized carbon. At most places, diamonds are found in these alluvial deposits, far from where they must have been formed.
But strangely enough, the great bulk of the world's diamonds do not come from these ancient riverbeds at all. They come from huge funnels called pipes, filled with a special kind of blue rock. These are the fabulous South African mines, the Kimberley mines, Jagersfontein, 80 miles to the south, the Premier mine, 300 miles eastward. Let us talk to the surface manager of the Premier mine, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Dunbar, how do they know where to find a diamond mine?
Well, they don't for certain. But when they find a volcano site with blue ground around it, they start drilling. Now, most of the time, they find nothing more valuable than you'd discover in your own backyard. But sometimes they discover a vein like this.
Well, when they do, how do they get the diamonds out?
A vertical shaft is sunk near the pipe. Horizontal tunnels are driven into the pipe at different levels. From these, a network of tunnels penetrate the blue ground. This is removed, allowing the debris above to settle into the area. This gradually forms a huge crater as the rock is removed below.
And the blue ground yields the diamond.
Right. The blue ground is spread out to weather and disintegrate. Then it is washed, the heavy material concentrated, and the diamonds removed. The blue ground, well, it's rock actually, may be hoisted up as much as 3,600 feet to the surface. There's a great deal of rock with only a small amount of diamond. In fact, the rock removed weighs 320 million times as much as the diamond. Well, some of these men have worked for us as long as 30 years without ever seeing a diamond.
I suppose that's the big dream, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It was right here at the Premier Mine back in 1905 that Fred Wells and a young friend were making his routine inspection one evening. He was working his way along the 18-foot level.
Yep, young fella. Been in diamonds all my life. Been surface manager at this mine since it was opened.
Golly, Mr. Wells, you ever find any real big diamonds?
Well, we've done right well. Oh, you mean me, personally?
Yeah.
Well, now, big diamonds just don't drop into your hands, young fella. No, sir, they don't do that. But I keep hoping, you know.
Well, what's the biggest diamond anybody ever found?
Oh, there's been quite a few of them. Let's rest here for a minute. Biggest so far is the Excelsior. A native found it at Jagersfontein while loading a truck. 969.5 carats it was. You know how big that is? Why, that weighed near a half pound. Most famous diamond, I guess, was the Kohinoor. It was found a long time ago, and they said that whoever owned it ruled the world. When it turned up in 1304, it was valued at half the daily expense of the entire world. Would you believe it?
Golly. Well, how many big diamonds are there like that?
Oh, not many, young fella. Not many at all. Less than 20 diamonds over 100 carats in the whole world. And when you stop to figure...
Oh, what's the matter, Mr. Wells? What you looking at?
Nothing. I guess the boys are having their little joke again.
A little joke?
Yeah. They heard me talk about maybe finding a big diamond someday, so every once in a while they hide a piece of broken bottle around on a ledge, figuring to have some fun with me. Figure I'll get all head up and make a fool out of myself.
Well, I don't see nothing funny about that.
Well, take a look. See where I'm pointing? Up on that ledge up there. See?
No, not. Oh, yeah. I see it now.
Yes, darn fool didn't even hide it well. Right out in plain sight like that wouldn't fool a rhinoceros.
Well, what you going to do, Mr. Wells?
Well, as long as they want to have fun and pull my leg, I might as well play along with them. I'll just take it in with me and maybe have some sport. Great guns of Nizam.
What's the matter, Mr. Wells?
Why, it ain't no piece of broken glass. It's a diamond. The biggest diamond in the whole blamed world.
In almost plain sight, this large diamond lay. The biggest diamond in the world. 3,106 carats. Nearly 1.5 pounds in weight. Over 3 times larger than the largest diamond ever discovered before. This tremendous find was named the Cullinan Diamond in honor of the president of the company, and it was valued at $73 million. Fred Wells, the man who reached up and plucked the diamond from the rocks, received his reward, $10,000. The diamond was purchased by the Transvaal government and given to King Edward VII as a birthday present. And a peculiar birthday present it was.
Then, Your Highness, you actually saw the great diamond? It must be fabulous.
All that and more. Some gift indeed. It's kept in a vault. When I asked to see my own diamond, I had to pay the insurance to have it brought here from the Bank of England. It cost me £150 just to look at it.
But this diamond, valued at $73 million, was still unfinished. To make from it a thing of beauty requires considerable scientific skill. It must be cut and shaped and polished to bring out its true beauty. In 1908, it was decided to cut the great Cullinan diamond, the most remarkable task of its kind ever attempted. In Amsterdam, experts studied the great raw diamond, traced its markings, and tried to outline its stresses. For one blow with a mallet must break it, not into smithereens, but along certain planes to yield smaller, perfect diamonds. If the blow isn't right, you have shattered $73 million into nothing. So you can imagine with what concern and expectancy the experts gathered in 1908. After 9 months of work and study, on the table before them lay the great, uncut Cullinan diamond.
That's Asher over there, the man who's going to cut the diamond.
Wouldn't have his job for $1 million. If he doesn't strike it true, there isn't a second chance. And poof, there goes your diamond. It is huge, isn't it?
Oh, biggest diamond anywhere. And if he cuts it right, the value of the stones from it will be even greater. Now, he's supposed to...
Are you ready, Mr. Asher?
Yeah, I am ready. Check the vise, please. The diamond, she is held firm.
Good luck, Mr. Asher. I hope... I don't have to say it.
Thank you. We have studied it for months. The blow must be struck here, and the diamond should fall apart into 5 fragments.
Silence now, everybody. Mr. Asher is ready to proceed.
What's he hit it with? That knife?
No. He uses the knife blade like a chisel. See? He's lining it up along that mark he's drawn on the diamond. Then he hits the knife with that rod and...
What happened? What happened?
Well, the knife blade broke. The diamond didn't budge.
You mean he's got to do it all over again?
Shh. Look at the perspiration on his forehead. He's dripping wet. He's going to try it again.
Perfect! Perfect, Mr. Asher. 5 parts. Wonderful. Permit me to congratulate you.
It was nothing at all.
Oh, Mr. Asher, help somebody. He's fainted.
After cleavage, the famous Cullinan diamond was cut and polished into 9 large stones. The largest is a pear-shaped specimen of 516.5 carats and is now set in the Royal Scepter of England. No, you certainly won't find it for sale at your jewelry shop. But what about the diamonds you do see for sale?
Well, today's standard brilliant diamond has 58 facets, all cut to the most exacting proportions and polished on a diamond polishing wheel. We use olive oil and diamond dust as the cutting agent. The brilliance of a diamond depends upon the amount of light reflected from its facets. If you should try to count them and come across an extra pair, well, that means the cutter saw a chance to mirror more light and make a more brilliant stone.
Of course, a large proportion of all diamonds are used industrially, to turn machine parts, to draw wire, to cut glass, to true grinding wheels. Engineers use diamonds to stud their bits and saws when they drill and cut through rock, and dentists like diamonds for drills. Yes, diamonds have 1,001 uses. But most important, perhaps, is the simple fact that the diamond is to be worn. Possibly all the good, sound reasons we have mentioned for the value of diamonds are trivial compared to this one great, imperishable truth of human nature. We like things that shine, and nothing shines like a diamond, except perhaps the light in her eyes when she gets one. And that's today's Adventures in Research, produced in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. These programs are broadcast to Armed Forces personnel overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week for another transcribed story of science on Adventures in Research. Adventures in Research. March 12th, 1888. That day started much as any other. But before it had ended, millions of New Yorkers pronounced it the most memorable day of their lives. This is Paul Shannon bringing you another transcribed story of science, produced as a public service in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. And today telling you the story of March 12th, 1888, in the largest city in the world, a city that was soon to be literally buried alive. Let us look in on that morning of March 12th, 1888, while Mr. and Mrs. Knickerbocker stand at their windows and watch the gentle rain.
Rain, rain, rain.
What's that, Neil?
Martha, I didn't hear you come in.
You were so preoccupied looking out the window.
Watching that consigned rain.
Hush, Neil. Watch your language. Remember, it's Sunday.
Oh, sorry. But there go all of our plans. Here I thought we could get over to Mother's today.
Well, what can't be changed must be accepted. So just stop fretting about the rain. After all, it takes the rain to make the pretty flowers grow.
One day we have to ourselves to plan something, and what happens? I ask you, what happens?
Now, Neil, no sense in getting yourself all worked up over what can't be helped. We can have a lovely Sunday right here at home. We have the stereopticon slides. We haven't looked at those all month. And I would like to see the pictures of Niagara Falls again. Besides, this gives me a good chance to work on my Easter dress. After all, it isn't many weeks away. And you could read your book on the Great War of the Rebellion.
I don't want to look at pictures of Niagara Falls. I don't want to read a book. I want to do what we planned. Go over to Mother's and afterward to Delmonico's for dinner.
Well, we're not going out in this rain, Neil. That's all there is to it. My, oh, my, you're acting like a spoiled baby.
Maybe it'll stop. Seems to be letting up. Now, take a look and see.
Neil, whatever in the... Shut that window, honestly. Now look what you've done. My lace curtains are soaked and blown all topsy-turvy.
Well, I didn't know it was blowing so. Hey, look at it. Yeah, that is quite a wind. Oh, look, that chap lost his bowler. There it goes. There he goes after it. Oh, it went right under the buggy wheel.
Oh, the poor man. My, such a wind. You'd better check the shutters upstairs, Neil.
Oh, that was funny. Poor simpleton, going out on a day like this. Serves him right getting his hat squashed.
And you better go out and make sure the shed door is fastened. A wind like this, no telling what might happen.
Now, Martha, don't go getting uneasy. Honestly, least little bitty storm, you women get all upset. It's nothing at all, just a little rain and a bit of a wind. March winds, you know. You women carry on, you think we're in for a hurricane.
Well, the wind is getting stronger, I can tell that. And I don't want the shutters banging.
Honestly, Martha, it's just a little breeze. It'll blow over. Look, right here in the paper. See what the weatherman says? Where's that fool weather report? Oh, yes, here we are. Showers in early afternoon with moderate winds, clearing by late afternoon or evening. Now, see?
I don't care what it says in the paper. I can hear with my own ears, can't I?
That's right. That's right. Ignore science. The weatherman is paid to tell what the weather's going to be, but no. You can tell him what it'll be. When he says moderate winds, he means just that. Moderate. Nothing to get to... Now, what's that infernal racket?
Oh, the upstairs shutter is torn loose.
It had begun as an ordinary spring rain. Raw, cold rain, but still spring-like. Then as the wind increased in fury to a speed of 40 miles an hour, the mercury began to drop. Late evening found a few fuzzy flakes of snow in the air, tossed helter-skelter by the wind.
But it can't possibly snow. Why, it'll melt as soon as it hits the pavement, Martha. What do you say I call a cab and we go to Delmonico's anyway?
I tell you, Neil, it's snowing outside.
Martha, what do you know about weather? It's just a flurry. Won't last more than an hour.
Neil, what time is it?
The hall clock struck 2.
What are you doing over there by the window?
Watching it snow, Martha. Watching it snow.
When the milkman arrived before dawn, he stepped through the piling drifts, now almost up to his knees. The snow continued to fall. The wind continued unabated. By 9 o'clock, when Mr. and Mrs. Knickerbocker were at breakfast...
Well, it can't be too bad out. Maybe it just drifted a lot around our place. After all, the paper boy got here.
But look at it. Why, it must be up to your waist by now. What does the weatherman say in the paper?
Clearing and colder, preceded by light snow.
Monday morning, the snow continued. The blizzard raged. Wind, swirling flakes, predatory gusts. The telegraph wires became coated with tons of ice. And then, under the strain, they snapped.
Look out! There goes another telegraph wire.
Windows were covered with snow, while the wind tore the awnings of stores and dwellings to ribbons. Snow drifted across the sidewalks and streets, obliterating the car tracks. Deeper and deeper it piled, and traffic slowed and began to grind to a halt. First, the loaded wagons.
It's no use, Jenny. We just can't go no further.
And then the horse cars. And finally, only the elevated railroads kept traffic moving. And when one engineer, blinded by the snow, crashed into another train, the elevated, too, stopped running. There was no traffic in the largest city in the world. The streets were deserted, except for derelict carriages, abandoned coaches, hacks and cabs, trucks and wagons left in the streets. On the sidewalks, an Indian file procession of pedestrians in strange costumes, hastily contrived to meet the snow and wind and falling temperature. Some wore blankets around their heads. Some bundled their feet into carpets. They walked silently, fighting the howling wind and freezing snow. They scarcely observed the unroofed houses, the toppled steeples. Here and there, animals had crawled into makeshift shelters, only to be smothered by the mammoth white whirlwind. Children were blown through the air to be buried in 12-foot snowdrifts. Swarms of sparrows beat desperately against houses, only to drop exhausted and be whisked away by the wind. Telegraph wires were down, telephone lines ripped asunder. This was Monday. The snow continued unabated. The wind raged. The blizzard grew worse. New York was cut off from the rest of the world. Trains lumbered to a standstill. None left the city, and few came in. Navigation in and about New York Harbor fared no better. Boats broke from their moorings, were whipped out to sea and lost for all time. Others were washed up on shore. Others farther out in the harbor flew distress signals, but there was no help for them. Tuesday, March 14th. The blizzard still raged. There was no way out of the city, no way into it. Some hardy men began shoveling the drifts.
Look, Jim. Another poor fella trapped under here. Come here. Give me a hand. Oh, the poor duffer. Too late for him.
The drifts continued piling up. There was little food, less coal, practically no milk. Famine had clutched the greatest city in the world.
Daddy will be home soon. Maybe he'll bring some milk with him. Don't cry. Daddy will be home soon.
Wednesday dawned. The snow finally stopped. People began to burrow out of their homes. And Thursday, one of the most glorious sights the city had ever seen. An old friend returned to the grandest welcome New Yorkers had ever given it.
The sun! The sun's coming out! Well, it's snowing.
And New York began digging itself out. And as the trains began to run and the carts to move, the city found the worst was over. And people began to tell stories of their experiences in the most eventful storm of their lives.
To think that I walked across the East River. Now, won't that be something to tell my grandchildren? Walked on a bridge of ice from Manhattan to Brooklyn. Hey, I heard a fella say he walked across the treetops in snowshoes to get home Tuesday.
Well, my father-in-law tried to get across Brooklyn Bridge on foot and collapsed.
No.
Yes, sir. Lucky for him, a policeman got to him. And you know what? They had to rake the icicles from his mustache so the old gentleman could get his breath.
My sister's little boy fell out of the third-story window, landed kerplunk in a snowdrift, and wasn't even hurt. What do you say to that?
And as the city began to dig its way out, it also showed its sense of humor. High atop one of the highest drifts in front of Madison Square Garden, someone had placed a sign that read,
Huh? Keep off the grass?
By the following Sunday, only piles of snow and slush and memories remained of the great blizzard of 1888. It had raged for 36 hours, paralyzed not only New York, but Washington, Baltimore, Pittsburgh, and Philadelphia. It had taken 400 lives and countless millions in property damage. And ever since, the people who had lived through the blizzard of 88 told and retold the strange, dramatic, comic, tragic story of the Goliath of all storms. Until December 26, 1947, when sweeping in from the Atlantic came another storm. 99 million tons of snow smothered New York City and the North Atlantic states. But even though this storm was more severe than the blizzard of 88, only 27 deaths were attributed to it. Modern machines, new inventions, systematic precaution, improved means of travel and communication, and of keeping these precious arteries clear, staved off possible famine, freezing, and disaster. Yes, while the blizzard of 1947 was more severe than the one of 88, it was not nearly as great a disaster, thanks to the men and methods of science that have made man's battle with the forces of nature a never-ending adventure in research. And that's today's Adventures in Research, produced in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. These programs are broadcast to Armed Forces personnel overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week for another transcribed story of science on Adventures in Research. Adventures in Research. Recognize this sound? That's right. It's an electric light switch, the magic touchstone that puts the sun at your fingertips, that banishes the darkness and dispels the gloom. This is the story of the incandescent lamp and the man who put the hairpin in the bottle. This is Paul Shannon bringing you another transcribed story of science, produced as a public service in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. And today telling you the story of the incandescent lamp. Let's begin our story more than 150 years ago, in 1802, when Sir Humphrey Davy of Penzance in England made a significant discovery.
I connected strips of carbon and various metals to the electric battery and found them to be heated white-hot to incandescence, thereby producing a considerable degree of bright light.
But Davy also discovered something else. As he heated his wires and rods, they glowed hot and bright, but they quickly wasted away, burned into nothingness in the air.
If a lasting light is to be produced by flow of the electric fluid, the glowing material must be enclosed in an airtight container, and the air removed, else the material be instantly consumed.
History records that the first man to seriously attempt this was named De La Rue in 1820. History also records that the first patent on such a lamp was granted to Frederick de Molin in 1841, but no real progress was made until 1860, and an Englishman named Sir Joseph Wilson Swan.
A pump, sir?
Exactly, a pump. You know, pump.
Well, I don't believe I know just what...
P-U-M-P, pump. Air pump. Pump the air out of a jar.
A jar, sir?
Look, I understand Mr. Smitherton has a new type of air pump. I want to remove the air from a jar, understand? For my incandescent lamp experiments. It's a simple matter to make the carbon glow, but it oxidizes, burns up. Now what I want to do is to create a better vacuum.
Vacuum, exactly.
So to get a vacuum, I need an air pump. Pump the air out of a jar.
Perhaps you'd better wait till Mr. Smitherton returns from lunch, Mr. Swan. I haven't the faintest notion what you're talking about.
Not until 1865 did a man named Springle invent a vacuum pump that would do the job Swan wanted. But even then...
Blast it. There it goes again, burned up. It's no good, Harvey, no good. The vacuum pump seems efficient enough, but there still is gas. It must come out from the carbon when it's heated.
Perhaps the idea of a vacuum isn't the answer.
It's the only way. To make the carbon glow white hot, we have to keep it away from the air. Perhaps if we heated the carbon first and rid it of some of the gas.
You mean before we put it in the bulb? That may be it.
While Joseph Swan experimented in England, a Professor Moses G. Farmer of Newport, Rhode Island, was working along different lines. He was tackling the problem of subdividing the current, and in 1875 advised connecting lamps in parallel instead of the series circuit used on streetlights and still found with many Christmas tree bulbs. Then in 1878, Swan devised an all-glass, hermetically sealed bulb, and the stage was set for the genie of the lamp. He was a young man in Menlo Park, New Jersey, who had put the final touches to a phonograph and now put his mind to the incandescent lamp. His name?
Mr. Edison.
Yes, Frank.
Dozing, Mr. Edison?
No. Sort of thinking. You know, Frank, a good many of my friends have been urging me to conduct some experiments on the incandescent light.
Oh, yes, sir, but as I recall, you mentioned that there were so many already working in that field that...
Well, maybe there is room for one more. So let's get to work. Round up all you can find that's been written about it, and about gaslighting, too. If we're going to get into this, we'd better see what's already been done.
Yes, sir, General.
General?
You sound like an officer planning a campaign.
Maybe I am, Frank. Maybe I am. When I want to discover something, I begin by reading up everything that's been published along that line in the past. Find out what has been accomplished at great labor and expense. I gather the data of many thousands of experiments as a starting point, and then...
And then?
I make thousands more experiments of my own.
So Edison began his research. He studied what Farmer and others had done in connecting their lights in parallel, what Swan had done with the hermetically sealed glass bulb, what Hiram Maxim in America and George Lane Fox in England had done. He studied their successes and their failures. Then he gathered his helpers, his mathematician, his model maker, his machinist, his glass blower, and the rest, and explained.
The technical problem is simply this. Incandescence is the result of an electric current moving through a resistance. Ideally, this must be done in a vacuum. Naturally, if there is air, the material will burn. Now, first, we must select the material.
What about platinum, Mr. Edison? Have the experiments...
True, platinum melts least readily of all the workable metals.
A platinum wire in a vacuum ought to give off a good glow before it melts.
Well, let's get on with it then. Try platinum.
But platinum didn't work too well. To get satisfactory brightness, the platinum had to operate very close to its melting point, so close that the slightest fluctuation in current would burn it out. And another thing, Edison chose to operate his lamps in series. They had low resistance. The current through them was high, and Edison couldn't keep it from fluctuating and burning out his lamps.
So, gentlemen, we turn to carbon.
Trouble with carbon is it has to be thick to work with it. Well, that means low resistance. And as we well know, low resistance means high current.
And thick, heavy copper wires to carry the current. That costs money.
Oh, hang it, man. Can't you think of anything but the price?
Well, someone has to. We might sit here and invent the perfect light, and then not have the money to turn it on.
All right. Let's return to the problem. Now, why not increase the resistance, lower the current, and up the voltage?
If you do that, each lamp has to be designed for the full voltage.
Introduce high voltage into a house? No, it's too dangerous. You can't do that.
I think we should set on 110 volts.
110 volts? Well, you can't
And something durable for a filament. Carbon or something like it. That's the new problem, gentlemen. What to try. And frankly, we'll try anything.
The search was on. They tried tar, straw, cardboard, grass, wood, over 1,600 different experiments on vegetable fibers, earths, minerals. And finally, from Edison's wife's sewing basket, they tried a loop of cotton thread, a thread that was to be handled more delicately and watched more anxiously than if it were made of finest gold.
Easy now, Charlie, easy.
How long has the thread been in the furnace?
5 hours, Frank.
That should be long enough.
Now, don't break it, whatever you do.
I'll try my best, sir. It's so doggone delicate.
Is the glass bulb ready?
All set, sir. Are you ready, Charlie?
Hold your breath, everybody. I'll take it and...
Charlie!
Sorry, Mr. Edison. It broke.
But at long last, the thread didn't break. It was fitted into the sealed glass bulb, and all the air was pumped out. The date? October 19th, 1879.
All right, Frank. Apply the current.
Why, look. She glows. Beautiful. Such a soft, wonderful glow.
Quiet, Charlie. How long do you think it'll last?
Oh, it can't last too much longer. Bound to burn out.
No, not too much longer. How much resistance does it have, Frank?
275 ohms.
Much greater than what we've tried before. Voltage is okay, I see.
It looks like a horseshoe. That's supposed to be lucky, isn't it? And it's still burning.
The little group of men huddled around the table, watching the thread in the glass bulb. Occasionally, they looked at the clock. How long would it stay lit? 1 hour, then 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. No one spoke. No one mentioned sleep. Only one man thought of food. Francis Upton.
It's still burning. Excuse me, Mr. Edison.
Where are you going, Frank?
Well, now, I don't want to go home, but my wife said if I missed one more supper, she wouldn't be there when I got back. But it won't take me more than 10 minutes. Just don't let it go out till I get back.
38 hours, 39 hours, and then 40 hours. And the little cotton thread gave up the ghost. And the light went out.
40 hours, Mr. Edison. 40 blessed hours.
That's fine. I think we've got it. If it can burn 40 hours, I can make it last 100.
The New York Herald carried a story of Edison's achievement. It became a sensation. People clamored to see this marvel. And on New Year's Eve, 1879, they got their chance. Excitement gripped the village of Menlo Park, New Jersey. Nearly 3,000 persons milled restlessly around the streets, eager to see this wonder for themselves. Some had driven as far as 20 miles in carriages, in wagons. The railroad had run special trains to accommodate the crowds. And then, as twilight came, a hush fell on the crowd. And then, a finger pushed a switch. 80 electric lamps sprang into life. Light shone on the snow-covered branches and the crowds below. The electric light was here, and certainly the wonder, the marvel of it. couldn't have been better expressed than by a certain farmer who stood in Menlo Park that New Year's Eve and watched the world transformed and said,
Well, sir, now it's a pretty fair sight, but doggone if I can see how they get that red-hot hairpin in the bottle.
The world was destined to never be the same after that hairpin in the bottle. Today, 75 years later, that first lamp has grown to the manufacture in America of nearly 2 billion lamps a year, and its tiny power requirements to a giant industry that in this country in 1953 produced 442 billion kilowatt hours of electrical energy for 50 million customers. But this is not the end. Each 10 years sees the doubling of America's use of electricity. Every year sees millions more electric lamps bathing the world in light. A far cry indeed from a crude cotton thread in a bottle and Thomas A. Edison's adventure in research. And that's today's Adventures in Research, produced in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. Today's program was a special salute to Light's Diamond Jubilee, the 75th anniversary of the first practical incandescent lamp. These programs are broadcast to Armed Forces personnel overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week for another transcribed story of science on Adventures in Research. Adventures in Research. The year 1778. The American Revolution is on. The expertly trained, thoroughly disciplined, superbly equipped army of British redcoats against the half-clad, undernourished, ill-fed, unsupplied, and at times divided colonial farmers. Yet the colonists won, because they had something else. The Pennsylvania rifle. This is Paul Shannon bringing you another transcribed story of science, produced as a public service, in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. And today telling you the story of the Pennsylvania rifle, America's first great invention. Technically, the rifle was not an American invention, for rifles and rifling had been known for many years. Men recognized the scientific truth of the fact that a missile can be hurled farther and straighter if it has a rotary motion at right angles to its line of flight, or in simpler language, it spirals into the air. As far back as 1500, a Viennese marksman named Gustav Kollner had ideas about the grooves or rifling in the barrel of a gun.
But, Herr Kollner, I do not understand. For years we have cleaned and shined the inside of the gun. We have kept it smooth as glass and shiny as stars. And now you say you want we should cut...
Grooves, Jaffy. That is all, grooves. Little ruts inside the barrel. That will make the ball fit better and save the gases from the explosion. Nice, straight grooves. The lead ball will be squashed into the grooves and fill up the barrel completely and take the full effect of the explosion. Now, mind what I say. Put grooves inside the barrel.
But the poor metal worker got his orders confused.
Let me see. Did he say straight grooves, or did he say twisted grooves?
Twist them he did, and the gun worked. The new Kölner gun, with its spiral grooves, shot far and straight. But even by the time of our story, the American Revolution, the practice was not generally adopted by European gun manufacturers. So let us begin our story on the green, fertile fields near the town of Lancaster, Pennsylvania, frontier country in those days, where the first law of the land was the law of survival.
Good morning, Lehman.
Huh? Oh, yeah, morning. Yeah. Now, how's the hunting?
Not good. I want you to take a look at my gun. Old friend here seems out of kilter a mite.
Yeah, put her down. I'll have a look. Enough work for a dozen gunsmiths here. But with everybody out hunting, with game getting scarcer, every man jack seems to be roaming further and further.
Well, it ain't our fault, Lehman. Anyway, what's that got to do with you? What difference does it make where we hunt?
Plenty. Trouble with you scalawags is you're all lazy. If you got a ways to walk, a gun feels heavier and heavier. You're always complaining of weight.
Well, a man's got to carry powder and shot, too.
Like I say, the gun has to be as light as possible. You know what it means when the ball gets so light? That means we got to make the bore smaller and smaller. And to save on ammunition, you have to make the gun accurate. Every shot has to be a hit.
So?
So every gunsmith in the valley's been working and working, and thinking, too. Decreasing the bore, lengthening the barrel, making the spiral in the rifle more and more effective, all for a couple extra rabbit or deer. Now you see why I say we could use a couple of dozen more gunsmiths.
Maybe not always for rabbit or deer, Lehman.
What do you mean by that?
All I know is Lefebvre came back from Philadelphia yesterday. He says that if things get any worse, the Continental Congress is going
Not so loud, you idiot. You don't know who's a Tory.
Well, maybe we'll find out sooner than we think.
Lancaster gunsmiths had indeed accomplished marvels with the Pioneer musket. Up to 100 yards, they were as accurate as our ordinary rifles of today. They were an amazing improvement over the musket which the British redcoats carried. And a certain Virginia colonel named George Washington knew of the prowess of the Lancaster rifles. He knew the frontiersmen. He had seen them at their hunting. He had fired their rifles. And when war came, he sent to the frontier towns to recruit them. And that news also reached the British under General Gage.
Well, so, what else does the Fool Gazette say?
The paper goes on to say that one of the frontier counties in Pennsylvania had too many recruits, more than his instructions permitted him to engage. So therefore he, with a piece of chalk, drew on a board the portrait of a nose of the common size...
Nose?
Yes, General Gage. Nose.
Go on.
A nose of the common size, which he placed at the distance of 150 yards, declaring that those who should come nearest the mark should be enlisted. 60 hit the object.
60? 60 hitting a target at 150 yards? Impossible.
Quite, sir.
Go on. Is that all?
Yes, sir. Practically all there is to the article.
Well, finish it. 60 hit the object, it claims. Then what does it say?
Well, it says, sir, General Gage, take care of your nose.
It says what?
Well, that's what it says in the Gazette, sir.
150 yards? Impossible. Against our muskets we shall see.
General, theirs is a peculiar kind of musket, which they call a rifle.
No matter what they carry, a musket can shoot them down.
General, it has come to my attention that General Washington is going to review some of his troops on Cambridge Common. Perhaps it might be advisable to see some of these sharpshooters of his first-hand, eh?
Well, it can do no harm. Go over, Hobson. Circulate. And find out what this Yankee Doodle and his hasty puddings are doing.
British spies were not the only ones gathered on Cambridge Common that day. Many of the farmers from the surrounding countryside came to town to see these lanky riflemen from the West. Riflemen with their long fringed hunting shirts and leather leggings, and with the strangest gun ever seen in all Cambridge.
great day in the morning. Look at that musket. The longest barrel I ever seen in all my born days.
Small boys pointed out the long, slender barrels, and some of the Yankee farmers laughed. But that wasn't all. There was to be an exhibition of their shooting. A sergeant, far out in the common, drove into the ground a line of poles 7 inches in diameter. He then paced away from the poles 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40.
50 yards he's paced off, and he ain't stopped.
The sergeant kept pacing, and finally had counted off 100 yards.
No gun in the world can hit a 7-inch pole at 100 yards. I don't care if the barrel's 100 feet long.
But the sergeant kept pacing. 150, 200 yards.
Now this is too much. Look at that feller. Hey, you! Come back for the parade!
250 yards away from the 7-inch poles, the sergeant called the men together, and the strange, tall young men from the west slouched out to where he stood.
Now the feller made a mistake. Not a gun in the world that can carry that distance. 250 yards?
There was no command. The young rifleman casually sighted the poles. The poles were hit, every one of them. The long rifles from Pennsylvania had not only carried 250 yards, they had hit the targets. And what did the British spies report? We don't know, but we do know that within a week, the British command announced
70 pounds sterling reward for the capture of a Pennsylvania rifleman, complete with his weapon.
Before long, one of the riflemen was captured, a tall, lean Virginian named Merchant. The British wasted no time.
Yes, get him aboard ship. They want him sent to England so they can show the people what antagonists we're up against. Everybody thinks this war is a skirmish. They'll think again when they see this fellow and his, what you call it, that rifle. Do a world of good. Stimulate recruits. Goodness knows we can use some recruits over here.
But the sight of the talented, captured rifleman had quite another effect.
Crew, did you see him shoot? 250 yards away, and he picked it right off. Well, I said all along, I never was in favor of our going over there and shooting the colonists anyhow. Let him alone, I says.
I was thinking of enlisting, but no, sir, not against any rifle like that.
What was this Pennsylvania rifle? It differed from the ordinary musket in many ways. One way was in loading. The rifleman's job was a difficult one. He carefully measured the powder, pouring it into his palm from the powder horn. He placed a round, greased patch of cloth over the muzzle. The bullet was placed over this and pushed into the muzzle by the thumb. It was then pushed down by a hickory ramrod. Once the bullet rested on the powder, it was hit with the ramrod until the patch fitted tightly into the rifling grooves. As difficult and complicated as this might seem, a skilled rifleman could load his gun in 30 seconds. But this was more than twice as long as it took the British redcoat to load his musket.
I don't understand it, Lieutenant. Incomprehensible. How could you lose so many men? After all, these American riflemen aren't superhuman, you know. If you can't shoot them down, there's always the bayonet, a taste of cold steel.
I beg your pardon, General. We can't get close enough to them with a bayonet. They hide in back of trees, behind rocks. And with those leather breeches and coat, there's no sighting them until they start firing. Then by the time we give the command to charge, fix bayonets and charge, sir, the fighters have vanished.
But it takes him a full half-minute to reload his piece.
By the time we get the bayonets fixed, they've reloaded and they're hiding behind another rock, ready to have a go at us again. Frankly, sir, I thought we were fighting colonials, but it would appear that they're savages.
Yes, Lieutenant. Savages, perhaps, but with a most remarkable rifle.
The British learned to regard these leather-garbed warriors with such despair that General Washington issued an order about it.
The general earnestly encourages the use of hunting shirts with long breeches made of the same cloth. It is a dress justly supposed to carry no small terror to the enemy, who think every such person a complete marksman.
Yes, it was very largely this rifle in the hands of the lean, leather-shirted marksman that brought victory to America. There were other reasons, of course, but of prime importance was this first great contribution by America to scientific invention, the rifle. For it was the Pennsylvania rifle which had won the frontier in the first place, and now held it for its own, thanks to a group of frontiersmen who pooled their knowledge, tinkered and fussed, and came up with an historic adventure in research. And that's today's Adventures in Research, produced in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. These programs are broadcast to Armed Forces personnel overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week for another transcribed story of science on Adventures in Research. Adventures in Research. A fence works two ways. You can use it to keep something out or to hold something in. This is the story of a fence around America that helped open the plains and colonize the prairies. Paul Shannon bringing you another transcribed story of science produced as a public service in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. And today telling you a story called The Fence Around America. The 19th century was a time for moving west, a time for picking up and going along, tracing the trails across the wilderness to a new and mighty promised land. And the pioneers moved westward until there was nothing but the ocean to stop them. Neither hunger, nor fear, nor wild beasts, nor Indians halted that westward progress.
Get along there. Get moving. Come on, get.
Say there, stranger. Nice herd of cattle you got there. Where are you bound for?
Chicago.
Chicago? Don't you think it's a fur piece to drive a herd of cattle?
Oh, it sure is, but well, they say they're paying for leather out there. Come on, get moving there. Get along.
The cattle went west along with the people. By 1865, cattlemen no longer thought of cattle for leather, but for beef. And out west, the cattle roamed by the million head. And back east, meat markets couldn't keep up with the demand. The cattle towns extended wherever the railroads ran, and beyond.
Abilene, Texas? Never heard of it.
Well, maybe not, son, but you're going to. The whole concerned country will be hearing about Abilene. We're going to put her on the map as the cow town of the USA. Just a wilderness now, but in a couple of years there'll be hotels and houses and dance halls and stores and people and cattle.
In Abilene, Texas? How come you know so much about it and talk so big?
Son, when I say Abilene is going to be the cow center of the USA, I know what I'm talking about. I just bought the town.
By 1871, 700,000 head of cattle were driven to Abilene, and the cattle kingdom spread.
Say, there's nice grazing land up north a stretch. Up in the Great Plains, cattle what's grazing up there fetch a better price.
Yes, the cattle kingdom spread. And soon the Great Plains from Canada to Mexico became the free domain of the cowboy. But meanwhile, in America, other changes were in prospect.
I tell you, when we beat those Johnny Rebs, I'm going to get me some land out west. Now, they got this here homestead law. A fella like me can get a piece of land 1/4 of a mile to the side. Think of it, boys. My own homestead.
So another kind of pioneer began moving west to build homes and till the land. On all the trails, the trains of wagons became literally endless because the government offered a square of land in the public domain to anyone who would cultivate it. By the 1870s, the homesteaders had reached farther and farther and were then at the threshold of the cattle kingdom.
Yes, sir, Jeff. Here a man's got room to breathe. Why, as far as the eye can see, there's land. Homesteads like mine and yours. Good soil where we can get something to grow. Not like back home where there was more rocks than there was soil.
Well, where I was, we didn't have many rocks, Tom. But trees? Why, to get a patch to plant anything, you had to cut down one tree after another. Man, I built enough fences out of the trees we cut down to...
You built fences? What do you think me and Pa did with all them stones we dug up? Why, we built enough stone fences back east to go clear around Vermont.
Yeah? Well, anyways, we ain't got no need for fences here. Everybody's friendly.
Sure. Neighbors like you and me. All of us homesteaders with our common pasture.
And our own brand on our own cows. We sure don't need no...
Wait, Jeff. Look.
Oh, great land of Goshen. What in tarnation?
Cattle again. Get out of here, you varmints.
Well, them cattlemen don't care where they let their herds get to. Come, get out of here. Hand me my shotgun, Tom.
Get out of here.
Get
off my land. Hey, you. You belong to them cows?
Maybe I do, and maybe I don't. Better put down that shotgun, friend. Unless you got a craving for swapping land.
Now, look here. This is our land. You get them cattle and yourself off. Pronto.
Your land? Listen, friend. We've been using this for range before you ever got your feet wet out here.
Well, it's our land now, and you skedaddle and take them critter with you.
And just who says it's your land?
The U.S. government says so.
Well, now, you better get saddled and get to Washington and have 'em blow your nose for you. And you better stay back east when you get there. Out of my way.
Blast them fellas anyhow. They think they got some sort of privilege to use the whole blamed state.
How can we grow anything when they come swarming through here, trampling our crops?
I tell you, Jeff, the only thing to do is to call us a meeting of all the homesteaders and see what we can do to stop them. Because if we can't, we better pack up and head back east right now and leave all this land of ours to the cattle. And it's the duty of the cattlemen to control their cows and keep them off private lands. The U.S. government has given us land on the condition we cultivate it, right?
Right.
And how can we do that when they let their cattle romp loose and trample everything to dust?
Yeah, their cows got mixed in with my own stock, and they all took off.
You see? I move we make these cattlemen fence their cows in.
While the cattlemen said,
The Great Plains are ours by right of primary occupation. We got here first, and we ain't going to be pushed around. Why, them Johnny-come-latelys, how'd they get here? But following our trails, the trails we laid out to the railheads and the grazing grounds. Now, the open range is ours by primary privilege, and if these homesteaders don't like it, let 'em build a fence and keep our cows out of their old land.
yes, a fence works both ways. But should the homesteaders fence the cattle out, or the cattlemen fence them in?
Son, you better fence them cows in.
If you don't like our cattle, fence your land and keep 'em out.
Why, you...
I could lick you.
That was the impasse. Did the Great Plains belong to the cattlemen who got there first, or to the homesteaders who had been given the land? It was a problem that was to be solved not by fisticuffs, nor government, nor oratory. Actually, it was an argument that was solved by science, by a simple invention perfected almost simultaneously by three men from the village of DeKalb, Illinois. In the early 1870s, DeKalb, Illinois was a village amid farmland. And here were two rather prosperous farmers and a hardware dealer, all of them with a flair for mechanics. So it was only natural that all three of them, Joseph Glidden, Isaac Elwood, and Jacob Haish, would visit the county fair and be especially interested in the newest mechanical devices that were on display.
Well, now, what do you make of that, Joe?
Yeah, just a plain ordinary fence, except for them do-funnies there, huh? Not a bad idea at all, Jake.
Yeah, looks like some fellas taken smooth wire and built his fence and then added these little wooden strips. Ooh, boy, sharp, too, Joe.
Yes, that's a right smart fence. Yeah, them sharp spikes ought to sort of disturb any cow that goes bumping into it.
Yeah, it's worth thinking about. Well, I guess we better round up the women folk and be getting round.
That was 1873, and all three men returned home from the county fair, deep in thought over the fence with the wooden sticks. Before many months had passed, all three of them had applied for patents for a special kind of wire fence. Instead of pointed sticks, this fence had knotty wire barbs. And DeKalb, Illinois was ready to put itself on the map. The three inventors kept turning out a steady supply of their barbed wire for fences, and they soon attracted the attention of the wire manufacturers themselves.
It's funny. Another order for wire from DeKalb, Illinois.
Funny? What's so funny about it? Do you find it humorous that someone orders our product when we make the finest wire in the
No, I didn't mean funny like that. I mean, it's odd that, well, we get so many orders from DeKalb, Illinois. Sort of an odd name for a town. And you know, I went and looked it up. It's only a little place. So I keep wondering what in tarnation they do with all the wire we sell them.
You say we have quite a few orders? Might be worth checking into. Bring me the invoices and the addresses of where all these shipments are going.
The wire makers soon found out what was being done with the wire. And by 1876, barbed wire was being made of Bessemer steel with rapid automatic machinery for twisting the wire and attaching the barbs, and for galvanizing it as well. And as to its success...
Listen, you. You better get rid of that fence or I'm going to tear it down with my bare hands. You understand me?
Listen, cowboy. This property is mine because I'm homesteading it. So you keep your spavined old critters off it. And if you know what's good for 'em, keep 'em clear of that fence.
All right, friend. I guess you asked for it. Now I'm going to rip it down. Oh, what the Sam Hill is this? Oh.
Snagged his britches on the barbed wire fence, he did. Look at him skedaddle. That'll learn him.
With inexpensive barbed wire to protect them, the homesteaders stuck it out. They reached farther and farther into the Great Plains, and even the cattlemen found it profitable to fence in their stock, for the wild herds grew tame and produced better meat. And the open range, with all its wild running stock and its outlawry, finally yielded to peaceful and productive farms and ranches. Yes, 3 men from DeKalb, Illinois, helped to build a fence around America that protected its very heart when they put the barb in barbed wire and set in motion an unusual adventure in research. And that's today's Adventures in Research, produced in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. These programs are broadcast to Armed Forces personnel overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week for another transcribed story of science on Adventures in Research. Adventures in Research. You've probably noticed that things sound different to us when we have our eyes closed. What sounds like a forest fire might be only the crackling of cellophane, or what sounds like an avalanche might be only kettle drums. But there's no mistaking this sound. That's right, the cash register. And this is the story behind this remarkable invention. This is Paul Shannon bringing you another transcribed story of science produced as a public service in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. And today telling you the story of the cash register. Our story begins in Dayton, Ohio in 1878, where we might have strolled into a little cafe.
Hey there, Jake. Yeah, how's it going?
Oh, fine, Fred, fine. I can't complain. Well, not too much, anyway.
Well, I should hope not. You're doing a right good business here, Jake. Coffee's good, too. Hot.
Nice of you to stop in, Fred.
Well, as soon as I heard you opened the place, I said, well, least I can do is stop by, pay my respects to my friend Jake Ritty. Said to myself, Jake Ritty's got himself a cafe. I'll just stop in and see.
Mighty nice of you, Fred. Now, if you'll excuse me,
Yes, sir. Right nice place you got here. Doing a good business, too. Regular little gold mine, I'd say. Reckon you'll be making a mint here if business keeps up the way it's starting.
Well, thank you, Fred, but really, if you'll excuse me now, I'd better get back to the counter.
Now, hold your horses, Jake. You got plenty of hired help. Don't forget, you're the owner. You don't have to work your head off.
You think so, do you, Fred? Well, you got a lot to learn. The boss has to work harder than anybody. Got to greet people and shake hands. See that we got clean dishes and that people get waited on and get what they want when they want.
Well, you got plenty of help, so you just sit here and rest your legs. Why, money must be pouring in.
Tell you the truth, Fred, I keep so doggone busy, I don't have much of a chance to keep my eye on the cash drawer. When I do look at it, it ain't as full as it should be.
No, now don't come talking poor mouth to me, Jake Ritty. I bet that cash box is bulging with greenbacks.
No, Fred, it isn't. Business is real good. Oh, I know I got the customers and all that. But still, I ain't making as much as I know I should be. It's got me worried. Real worried.
Nonsense. You got nothing to worry about.
It's that cash drawer back there. I can't keep an eye on it all the time. Money's disappearing out of that cash drawer. It's got me worried, I tell you.
Oh, Jake, you're just working too hard. Tell you what, I got a ship leaving the end of the month. Now, why don't you take a vacation and come aboard? Be a nice cruise. Give you a chance to calm yourself down.
Really? Well, now, that isn't a bad idea, Fred.
Of course not.
Doc Archer told me I ought to take a rest. And a pleasure cruise sounds like fun.
Sure. Why don't you come along? You can get somebody here to tend to the place and look out for your business.
Oh, I'm afraid I got too many people looking out for my business already, Fred. And not enough looking out for Jake Ritty.
So, with a doleful glance at the cash drawer back of the counter, James Ritty left his Dayton cafe and at the end of the month found himself on an ocean cruise.
Fred, this is the life.
Didn't I tell you you'd find it pleasant, huh?
I sure do. I feel like my restaurant is 1,000,000 miles away. You know something? I've completely forgotten about receipts and cash on hand and cash drawers and expenses and overhead.
Now, what did I tell you?
Just sitting here on deck watching the waves and the gulls. Wonderful. Don't even have to turn a hand.
Well, now, I tell you, Jake, this is a mighty nice craft. I'd like to show you around a bit. Hey, come on down to the engine room and have a look. You never saw such an engine in all your born days.
Be glad to, Fred. Providing I don't have to stoke any coal.
Oh, none of that. Shucks, nowadays everything works by machines, so a man don't have to do much anything. Right through this door, Jake. There you be. Ain't that a beauty?
It sure is. What's that big round dial for over there, Fred?
Oh, that clocks the revolution of the ship's propeller shaft. Yeah, see?
By itself?
Yep, all automatic. Shows you how many revolutions the shaft is making. From that, you know you're nuts.
By jingo. That is something. You know, Fred, if they can clock and record the movements of a ship's propeller like that, why can't somebody build a device to record sails? Now, that'd cure the raiding of my cash drawer.
Now, Jake, you said you wasn't going to do a whit of thinking on this cruise, and by golly, there you go.
Now, don't bother me, Fred. I am thinking. And if what I'm thinking can be done, Fred, how long will it take you to get me back to shore?
From that instant on, one idea obsessed James Ritty. A machine that would register and record sales. He interested his brother John. Together they designed and redesigned, built and rebuilt, and finally came up with the first model, which was installed back at the counter in James Ritty's Dayton Cafe.
Hey, clear that space off, Barney. Let me put this down.
Land of Goshen, Mr. Ritty. What's that?
There. That, Barney, is a cash register, and I'm going to show you how to work it. From now on, my books are going to start balancing.
Gosh. How does it work, Mr. Ritty? Looks awful complicated to me.
Oh, no, nothing complicated about it. Simple as ABC. Now, you see these 2 rows of keys across here?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, they got figures on them. Now, when you make a sale, you push down the number that represents the size of the sale, like this. Now, those hands up there, you see them go around this dial?
Yeah, like a clock.
No, it isn't a clock. It's a dial. And it shows you how much money you rung up. One hand registers dollars and the other cents. You ring up the sale and then put the money over here in the cash drawer. Like that 25 cents I just rung up. See?
Land of Goshen. That's right, fancy. Only one thing, Mr. Ritty, I'm thinking.
Yeah?
Why don't you really put a clock up there? Then we'd know what time it was and wouldn't have to go out to the kitchen to look at the time.
It isn't a clock. It's a cash register. And from now on, Barney, you're going to use it.
Yes, sir, Mr. Ritty.
Oh, Barney, stop! What in tarnation are you doing?
Well, I was just trying it out, Mr. Ritty.
But you can't do that until some money comes in. Otherwise, we'll be as far off in our receipts as ever.
Gosh, I'm sorry, Mr. Ritty.
How much did you ring up, Barney?
I hit this key here. It says $5.
$5. So far, I haven't even used my machine, and already it set me back $5.
James Ritty's first cash register needed improvement, and he made them in his next efforts. He mounted a wide paper roll inside his second machine. Then, when the keys were depressed, holes were punched in the roll of the paper. And then at the end of each day, Ritty would check the roll. If there were 10 holes in the 5-cent column, he could see that he had done a 50-cent business in nickel sales. By counting each column, he could arrive at the grand total of sales for the day. Then, other improvements were added, including a new kind of indicator that showed the customer the sale price by means of pop-up numbers. But there was one more improvement still to be made.
Mr. Ritty, about this machine of yours, I've been thinking.
I just as soon you wouldn't, Barney. The last time you did that, it cost me $5. Then the other day, when you hit the wrong key, it took me an hour to unscramble things.
Well, Mr. Ritty, I just wanted to say, you know, if we could move this machine of yours over there, closer to the cash drawer, we wouldn't have to be doing so much walking. Being on my feet all day ain't doing them any good at all, Mr. Ritty, and I was thinking that maybe...
Now, wait a minute, man. Maybe you do have something, Barney.
I sure do. Bunions. I got a bunion here as big as...
I'm not interested in your bunions. You know, we could build the cash drawer right in the machine itself. I don't see why not.
Why, sure. That way, whoever wanted to use the cash drawer could just help themselves. Just in a manner of speaking, I mean.
So they could. Maybe I could put a bell on it, Barney, huh?
A bell?
Uh-huh. And then every time the cash drawer opens, the bell would ring. That way, anybody who wanted to get into the cash drawer would have to ring up a sale. You know, I think it's a good idea, Barney. A real good idea.
Whether James Ritty actually thought of incorporating the cash drawer and bell into his machine isn't clear. At least he never got around to doing it, never produced that now familiar sound. No, because James Ritty couldn't interest anyone in buying his machines. Merchants, to whom he tried to sell them, said,
Nothing but a newfangled expensive fad.
And the clerk said,
Hey, get one of them thief catchers in this store and I quit.
So Ritty sold his entire cash register business for $1,000, and it was sold and resold until it ended up as the property of a financier named Phillips, George Phillips. And the cash register was called
Phillips Folly.
But, Mr. Phillips, sir...
Phillips Folly, that's what it is. You know it and I know it. The stock of this company isn't worth the paper it's printed on. Every merchant in town laughs at that fool register. Yeah, but here's the point. I've got a customer coming in. He's interested in it.
In Phillips Folly?
Hang it, don't say that. Above all, don't say that when he gets here. This fellow Patterson thinks he might be able to market the thing.
Has he offered a price?
$6,500.
$6,500 for that?
Now, don't you dare say anything to mess up the deal. Don't raise an eyebrow even. Not one snicker, you hear?
Yes, sir. You can trust me. I won't even mention Phillips Folly. The cash register.
John H. Patterson bought the rights to the cash register. Angered by the jeers and jokes about his purchase, Patterson resolved to make a success of it. He opened what was probably the first modern business training school. He sent his salesmen to school, rehearsed them in their sales talk, and started the National Cash Register Company on its successful way. In 1905, he abolished the hand crank and converted the cash register to electricity. He made sales all over the world and designed registers to record everything from dollars and cents to kopecks and cruzeros. And as the cash register grew in popularity, beauty, and versatility, it also grew in complexity. Ritty's original machine had 546 parts, The modern cash register may boast some 17,000 and is almost a complete mechanical bookkeeper in itself. Today, this astonishing machine can even compute the amount of change due the customer after every sale. Yes, thanks to a pilfered cash drawer, a ship's propeller, and a $6,500 investment, the cash register is part of our daily lives, product of another important adventure in research. And that's today's Adventures in Research, produced in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. These programs are broadcast to Armed Forces personnel overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week for another transcribed story of science on Adventures in Research. Adventures in Research. Open, please, says your dentist. And so you do. For a brief instant, you feel a hypodermic needle. And then, nothing. Your dentist can drill. He can extract your tooth. You feel no pain. Why? Because in the wake of the discovery of general anesthesia, men of science discovered local anesthesia. This is Paul Shannon bringing you another transcribed story of science, produced as a public service in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories, and telling you today a story that begins in England in the year 1867. We're at a dance. Seated near a potted palm, not too far from the musicians, is a rather attractive couple. Let's listen to them.
I find this music ever so enchanting. Do not you, Dr. Richardson?
Oh, quite.
Of course, one never knows with doctors. Some of them don't even know a waltz from a gavotte.
Really, Miss Amy, we don't bury our noses in books all the time.
I fear, Doctor, that your reputation has preceded you.
Has it, really?
Yes, indeed. You see, I already know a great deal about you.
Oh.
I know that you spend countless dreary hours pursuing some branch of medicine with a long, dull Greek name. Do you think you shall ever find what you are looking for?
Anesthesia, Miss Amy, is the long, dull Greek name which claims so large a share of my interest.
Ah, yes. Anesthesia.
Pray do not sigh at the word.
But anesthesia, it sounds so dull. And a handsome doctor like you...
That is because you do not know the glamour of it. Had you been introduced to the subject as I was, I venture to say you'd be completely inspired.
I very much doubt it, Dr. Richardson.
It was in 1846 at the medical school of the University of Glasgow. Our professor was late to class. We were impatient. We stamped, whistled, and sang. Then suddenly the door opened, our professor entered and said, "Gentlemen, there will be no lecture today. News has arrived from America that a surgeon at the Massachusetts General Hospital has successfully operated on a patient who was under general anesthesia. I am going to attend the trial of this new method at the Royal Infirmary."
And did he?
He did, and so did I.
And lucky old anesthesia has claimed you ever since?
One might say so. I have prepared an alphabetical list of all substances with anesthetic properties, and I've investigated every one of them.
With what result, Doctor?
With the result that I am now convinced of one thing. We can now operate on patients while they are asleep, which is a blessing. But we also need to be able to operate on them while only part of them is asleep.
I'm afraid I do not quite grasp your meaning, Dr. Richardson.
Well, suppose I put it this way. When a dentist extracts a tooth, Miss Amy, he wants his patient to feel no pain, yet would prefer his patient to remain fully conscious, easier to work on. The same thing is true of many surgical operations. You see, what I seek is local anesthesia, and I mean to find it.
I'm sure you shall one day, Dr. Richardson.
And now that I've bored you sufficiently, may I have the honor of this dance?
I should be delighted, Doctor. But first, a touch of cologne.
I say, this is a bit strange. Some of your cologne sprayed on my wrist.
Did it really?
Yes. And the funny thing is, the skin feels cold.
It does?
Yes, because the cologne's evaporating.
Let me pinch some life back into it for you. There.
Mm-hmm. You did pinch quite hard, didn't you?
Why, yes, of course.
I hope you don't think I'm being bold, Miss Amy, but would you pinch my wrist again?
Do you really think I should?
I really think you should, in the interest of science.
Very well, then, in the interest of science. There. Now, don't tell me you didn't feel that.
Just faintly. You know, I think this cologne of yours has given me an idea.
How wonderful. And now, Doctor, didn't you mention something about dancing?
Dancing? Oh, yes. Yes, of course.
In his laboratory the next day, Dr. Richardson recalled the sensation produced by the blowing of the cologne on his skin. With this much of a clue, he experimented, and soon was able to produce local anesthesia by freezing an area of the body with an ether spray, which he devised. For the next 17 years, this was the only successful method of local anesthesia. For the next advance, we go to an Austrian naturalist named Scherzer, who, in the second half of the 19th century, brought back from South America some of the leaves of the strange cocoa plant, supposed by the Incas to have mysterious powers. These specimens reached the laboratory of Friedrich Wöhler in Germany, who turned them over to his assistant, Albert Niemann. It was Niemann who first isolated the cocoa leaf's active ingredient. He named it cocaine and stated,
Cocaine indeed has remarkable properties. It benumbs the nerves of the tongue, depriving it of feeling and taste.
It's an amazing thing that for 25 years after Niemann's discovery, cocaine remained only a formula. It wasn't until the year 1884 that the famous Sigmund Freud, who was one of the few who knew about cocaine's anesthetic powers, decided to study it and invited the collaboration of a recent medical graduate named Karl Kohler.
Sit down, Carl. Relax.
Well, thank you, Sigmund.
Cigar?
I think so, yes.
Here. Now then, I have been wanting to talk to you for some time, but I wanted to be sure of my ground before doing so. Well, now I am sure. Do you see what I have here? Cocaine.
Ah, yeah. Are you interested in cocaine?
Very much so.
To me, it is not familiar. But why are you so interested?
It has some unusual properties. For one thing, this drug, cocaine, has the power of producing local anesthesia. But that does not interest me particularly. What I'd like to know is...
Sigmund, excuse me, but did I understand you to say that cocaine produces local anesthesia?
Certainly, but that is of little importance.
Of little importance? I do not think so. Have you ever seen an operation on the eye?
No, but I...
Well, let me tell you, nothing is more painful. If cocaine is really what you say it is, think what a help it would be for such operations.
Of course, but I happen not to be interested in cocaine as an anesthetic. I am interested in its general nature.
All right, let me make a bargain. We shall conduct experiments on it. You will find out what you want to know, and I will find out what I want to know. Agreed?
Agreed.
For information regarding the general nature of cocaine, see Dr. Sigmund Freud.
And for information regarding cocaine as a local anesthetic, see Dr. Karl Kohler.
Correct. And now, let us get to work.
As things turned out, Dr. Freud was not as diligent in his pursuit of cocaine as was Dr. Kohler. Freud went on an extended visit, and when he returned, he found that his friend had already made decisive experiments using cocaine as a local anesthetic. In September of 1884, at the University of Heidelberg, a a Congress of eye specialists gathered to observe the latest techniques in eye surgery. And by far the most interesting demonstration was the one performed by a Dr. Joseph Brettauer of Trieste.
Observe, gentlemen, this vial of liquid sent to me by Dr. Karl Kohler of Vienna. It is cocaine, a new desensitizer for use in work on the eye.
Excuse me, Herr Doctor.
Yes, nurse.
Here is the patient.
Thank you. Allow me to introduce my patient. May we have your name?
My name is Hans Schmidt, Herr Doctor.
And your condition is glaucoma.
Yes.
Now, I need hardly ask whether your eye examinations are painful to you.
They are very painful, Doctor.
They were very painful, Herr Schmidt. Today, for the first time, your eye will be examined and you will feel nothing. Absolutely nothing. Do you understand that?
I would like to believe it, Doctor. Very much.
Very well. Have confidence. Gentlemen, we begin. In this medicine dropper, there is Dr. Kohler's cocaine. Cocaine, gentlemen. I will now apply a few drops to the patient's eye. Now, how does that feel, Herr Schmidt?
Cold.
Good. Nurse.
Yes, Herr Doctor.
Let me have a probe.
Here, Herr Doctor.
Gentlemen, I hold in my hand a probe. I shall press it into the cornea of the patient's eye in this fashion. Now the forceps, nurse.
Yes, Herr Doctor.
You will notice, gentlemen, how I seize the mucous membrane. I move the globe of the eye to the left, now to the right, again to the left, now back to the right. There. Well, Herr Schmidt, tell us what you felt.
I felt nothing, Doctor. Nothing at all.
You see, gentlemen, this is really a historic occasion. For the first time in medical history, an eye has been probed without pain. I think you will agree that finally, after much trial and error, we eye surgeons have an effective local anesthetic, cocaine.
Among the developments stemming from Kohler's discovery was Halstead's conduction anesthesia. Working at Johns Hopkins University, William Stewart Halstead proved that cocaine could be used to anesthetize almost any part of the body. He was the creator of what is known as neuro-regional anesthesia. However, the medical profession continued to look for a better drug than cocaine.
We have found that there are altogether too many unfavorable reactions to cocaine. Even when used in proper proportion, cocaine is too toxic. We must find a local anesthetic that is safe.
An answer came in 1904 when Alfred Einhorn synthesized procaine, more commonly known by the name of Novocaine. Weaker than cocaine, it still takes effect fairly promptly, and when used in proper amounts, produces practically no undesirable effects. Today, thanks to modern local anesthetics, your doctor can work swiftly and painlessly, desensitizing only that portion of the body on which he is working. And partly because of them, the words of Oliver Wendell Holmes, who coined the name anesthesia, seem even more true than when he originally wrote them.
By this priceless gift to humanity, the fierce extremity of suffering has been steeped in the waters of forgetfulness, and the deepest furrow in the knotted brow of agony has been smoothed forever.
Yes, the men who developed local anesthesia added another bright page to the story of science in the service of mankind. An achievement which certainly would have surprised the good Dr. Richardson, who helped pioneer a new science and found a touch of cologne, an important ingredient in his adventure in research. And that's today's Adventures in Research, produced in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. These programs are broadcast to Armed Forces personnel overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week for another transcribed story of science on Adventures in Research. Adventures in Research. Probably the most roundly abused and soundly despised invention that ever benefited mankind is his best friend and worst enemy, the alarm clock. It gets a good many dirty looks and nasty mutterings every day. But there is another invention that follows a close second in human ingratitude. This one saves countless lives a day, yet earns nothing but abuse and condemnation. This is Paul Shannon bringing you another transcribed story of science produced as a public service in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. And today telling you the story behind two colored lights that have saved many lives and have earned immortality in rhyme. You probably have heard about two little colors, green, then red. If you don't obey both, you're apt to be dead. Yes, this is the story of the green and the red, and man's second most maligned invention. Before the days of the automobile, traffic wasn't much of a problem. Oh, there might be a few tie-ups of wagons on the cobblestone streets. But once you left the streets and stretches of macadam behind and headed for the open road, then you found out why it was called the open road.
Come on, Sally. Easy there. Open road, my clavicle. If it's open, it's only open down the middle. If these ruts get any deeper...
Why don't somebody fix them, Pa?
Oh, beats me, Tad. Hang on now. I swear this road gets worse every spring. I reckon the freezing and thawing splits the ground apart more and more.
Look out for that hole there, Pa.
I see it. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whew. Steady. I don't know why folks can't keep their roads in better condition. But I'll be glad to get back to home and rest my frame. I feel like I'm jolted to jelly. Sure don't know why somebody don't fix this road.
But Pa...
Yeah, there ought to be a dad-blamed law about anybody letting a road get as bad as this.
But Pa, we're almost home. This is our road we're on.
I've got a good mind to... our road, eh, Tad? Oh, well, I guess it ain't really so bad. Come on, Sally. Come on.
Throughout the United States, the main traffic problem was roads, wretched, rough, and rutted, mud-deep after winter thaws, and dust-layered through the summer. And most people didn't give much thought to them.
Serves the blame fool right for using it. Nobody asked him to try to get into my place.
And because railroads had expanded and were hauling most of the distant traffic, regional roads fell into disuse. There were no more stagecoaches or pony express riders to insist that the roads be trafficable. In general, the upkeep of the roads was up to the rural property owners, who could pay their road tax in money or in work.
$37. Frank, I won't pay it, that's all.
Now, hold your horses, Jim. Just hold your horses.
But $37.
I didn't say in cash. You can work it out. Just give me some of your time to help get the road in shape.
That's all well and good, Frank. But I got chores aplenty right now. I don't know when I can ever get time.
No hurry, Jim. We'll get around to it sometime. That's all. Much obliged.
By 1904, the first highway census was taken. And although the rural roads totaled about 2 million miles, only some 150,000 miles were surface in any form, and only 150 miles in all the United States had any kind of paving. And so in 1904, there just wasn't much of a traffic problem. But 10 years later, there were automobiles, and there were traffic problems.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Mac, shut that window. Fella can't hear himself think with that racket.
Okay. Man, what a traffic jam down there.
Well, they'll get it straightened out. It's not your worry.
I know. But did you ever stop to think about the future? More people buying gas buggies every day. Or before long, they'll be tied up in knots so tight they'll never get untangled.
Well, when that happens, they'll pass a law against them.
Are you kidding? Pass a law against cars? Don't be ridiculous. There'll be more and more of them. That means traffic jams at every corner.
Oh, what are you getting worked up about? When that happens, they'll put a traffic policeman on the corner, just like they have down on Main and Spruce.
A policeman on every corner? Where could they get that many police? Why, that'd take thousands, millions of them.
Oh, for pity's sake, Mac, don't make such a big thing of it. They'll straighten it out somehow. It isn't your lookout. Those crazy loons want to buy a car and spend their day tooting their fool horns at the guy ahead of them. Why, what's it to you?
I guess you're right. Yeah, but what's going to happen to them?
How should I know? Forget it.
I guess so. After all, I don't even own a car. Well, I gotta be going. So long. Hey, excuse me, pal. Any chance of holding it so I can get across the street?
Go ahead if you can. They got this corner in such a mess, you can't complicate it any.
Yeah, I see. Well, I'll cut across right here, I guess. If I'm ever going to get home,
Home? I'm an hour late already. I'd be better off like you, walking, I guess. They got all these cars messed up at every corner.
Every corner?
Sure. This is the fourth jam I've been in just 6 blocks.
Oh.
You'd think they'd do something about it, huh?
Yeah. Say, that's a nice buggy you got there.
Oh, yeah, you like it?
Yeah.
Oh, thanks. I'd offer you a lift.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Well, thanks anyway.
Yeah. Well, you'll get there faster walking, I guess.
Even so, having a car would be mighty nice, I guess. Everybody seems to be buying one.
Well, there's nothing like it. Traffic jam or not. You can't beat them for sparking. You see, my girl and me, we go off for a drive in the evening, and I drive with one arm. Say, reminds me of a joke I heard the other day. Now, stop me if you've heard this. You know why there's more automobile accidents than train accidents? You know?
No, why?
Because the engineer isn't always kissing the fireman. You get it? In a car, you see, chances are a guy and his girl are... You get it?
Yeah. But, hey, how come, really, huh? I mean, how do they keep from having traffic jams along the railroad?
How should I know? I guess they got lights that change color when another train's coming or something. But that's not the joke. You see, the engineer isn't always...
Get moving, will you?
Oh, yeah. Traffic's moving. So long, pal.
But what I want to know is, why couldn't they?
Colored lights? Why, I never heard of nothing as silly.
That'd be worth a try, just like the railroads. On a corner like that and down there. You'd have a light in the middle of the street, flash red for stop one way, green for go the other. Then switch the colors around, stop the go street, and flash green on the other one.
Colored lights? Well, first of all, in the daytime, you couldn't see them. In the second place, you wouldn't get people to obey them. And in the third place,
And so in 1914, in Cleveland, Ohio, the traffic light was born. It stood about 3 feet high in the center of an intersection, a red light pointing one way and a green light the other. It wasn't much of a traffic light, but it was a beginning. And other cities with the same traffic headaches as Cleveland adopted the idea with variations of their own.
San Francisco adopted a semaphore signal that screamed every time it changed directions by blowing an automatic whistle.
Philadelphia dreamed up an idea for one mammoth light that would be visible for miles if the driver would only look in the right direction.
And in New York, notably on Fifth Avenue, traffic towers were erected and policemen operated hand signals from a safe height. But all this didn't solve the ever-increasing traffic problem. Major intersections in metropolitan cities handled as many as 8,000 cars and 30,000 pedestrians an hour. So even the green and red blinking traffic light couldn't do everything to alleviate the traffic jams. In the early days of the traffic light, a simple clockwork controlled the red and green at set intervals. Later, the control device was made to handle more than one light.
Come on, move along there, move along.
But, officer, this fella here has me blocked out because he stopped by that traffic light up there.
Well, you can't stop here.
I can't do anything. If they'd ever get those blasted lights working right, they wouldn't tie a guy up so you cops could come in
Now,
here
wait
and keep
a minute. You look here, Bob. You can't
But wait,
talk
I
to
gotta
him.
get
You
to
can't
work,
talk to him.
As more and more cars moved around the city thoroughfares, the battle of the intersections increased. Take Route 10 in Seattle, Washington. Every night during rush hour, traffic backed up for as much as half a mile. There were squealing brakes, tangled fenders, and frayed tempers.
Why, you either goodness in the brake. Why don't you watch where you're going?
The reason? No less than 15 conflicting traffic movements. No matter how the signals were set, the traffic snarled. Something had to be done. Traffic engineers and electrical experts got together to create a fabulous gadget, a traffic signal with a brain.
We call it the actuated signal because it sets itself to suit traffic conditions at any particular moment. The thing is almost human, but there's nothing mysterious about how it works. It's like any other traffic light with two items added. First, there is the electric detector which feels a car approach the intersection. Usually, this is a pressure plate which responds to the car's weight, or a contrivance which sends out electric impulses when its magnetic field is disturbed, somewhat like the electric eye. This message is received by a sort of electronic switchboard that weighs and measures traffic conditions as indicated by the number of impulses it receives from various streets. Suppose a number of cars are driving along First Street and only a few along Main. The signal then shoots the green light to the heavier traffic street. But then the actuated signal remembers the traffic piling up on Main, and when enough cars are waiting there, it zips another signal, and there's the green light for those cars.
Simple as that. But actuated signal traffic lights are smoothing out the wrinkles and the jams in the battle of the intersections. For example, they operate on the famed Triangle of Detroit, where 96,000 cars pour through in an average day. Thanks to these traffic lights with brains, a car can zip through a welter of traffic with an average of only one stop and start. Cars get through with 42% fewer delays than when the intersection was controlled by ordinary signals and traffic police. Yes, thanks to the modern traffic light, traffic flows more smoothly, with fewer delays, and with a minimum of frayed tempers. And most important, accidents drop as much as 90%. Just think of that. The next time you're held up by this much-abused, blinking boon to the motorist. Life-saving product of another adventure in research. And that's today's Adventures in Research, produced in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. These programs are broadcast to Armed Forces personnel overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week for another transcribed story of science on Adventures in Research. Adventures in Research. Many important things are discovered by accident, but none of them under stranger circumstances. Here was a substance no one wanted to discover in the first place, and whose customers have continued to think up most of its uses. This is the story of the Perpetual Discovery. This is Paul Shannon bringing you another transcribed story of science produced as a public service in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. And today telling you a story that begins one summer day in 1859 in Brooklyn, where a young man named Robert Cheesebro has his suitcase packed, his best suit on, and is leaving for...
Titusville? No, Buster, I don't believe I know where that is. I don't think I ever sold a train ticket to that place before. Here, just hold her a minute, and I'll find it here in the book.
Well, that's where I'm heading. Titusville, Pennsylvania.
Uh-huh.
Well, I can't tell you much about where it is. I never heard of it myself until the day before yesterday.
That's so, eh? Now, let me see. Titusville...
But it won't be long before everybody will be hearing about it. You can bet on that.
Yeah? I don't say. You mean gold?
Something just as good. A man named Colonel Drake has discovered oil there, petroleum.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I read about that. Don't know much about it, though.
Well, neither do I. That's why I'm going there. I want to see what it is that's going to put me out of business.
Put you out of business?
Well, I'm a chemist. Been refining cannel oil into kerosene. With this discovery of petroleum, I'm afraid I'm going to be out of work. So I thought, with what I know about refining, maybe I can latch on to something in Titusville.
Oh my, the world's changing every day, ain't it? Got so a fellow wouldn't recognize it. Petroleum. What next, as the fellow says, huh? oh, here she be. Titusville. There she be, all right. Well, here's your ticket, Buster. One way to Titusville, Pennsylvania. Well, that'll be, let me see, one way
Titusville! Titusville! Don't forget to collect your baggage. Make sure you got everything. Leave by the back of the car, please.
So this is Titusville, eh?
Now, what did you expect? The Taj Mahal? This is it.
Gosh, sure looks like a busy place. Must be a lot of people digging for oil.
Guess there is. But this train runs on coal, Sonny.
Oh.
Now, shake a leg now. We'll never keep on schedule. Board! Hold aboard!
Excuse me. Could you tell me...
One side, Bud. Out of the way.
Oh, excuse me. Oh, did you ever see so much going on in one spot in your life?
Looking for somebody, friend?
No, I'm a stranger here.
Looking for a job?
Not exactly. I'm just interested in... well, I don't know what I'm looking for. I'm just interested in petroleum.
Oh, yeah, huh? Well, take my advice and get interested in something else.
Huh?
Of all the blasted jobs I ever had, this one swipes the rag right off the bush. If it wasn't for the money, I'd quit tomorrow.
Well, I don't want to argue with you, but I find an oil well a pretty fascinating thing. Just think, for years we didn't know what petroleum was good for. Called it medicine oil. Here we had this wonderful fuel all the time and didn't know what we could do with it.
As far as I'm concerned, they could have left it rot in the ground. Excuse me, I gotta get my work done.
Don't mind if I watch, do you?
Not at all. Nothing worth watching. Okay, Sam, I'll set her down. Okay, Sam. Get onto the rope. Let me down easy now. Easy, Doctor. Ease off. Ease off. Blasted stuff all over the place. Blasted no good rod whack. Okay. That should do it for now. Lift me up. There. All right. I should hold her for a while.
Is something wrong with the pump?
Something wrong? Take a look.
What is it?
Who knows? Fellows around here call it rod wax. Biggest nuisance in the oil field.
It's sort of like grease, isn't it?
Collects in the pump rods every few minutes and clogs them up for fair. Then I have to go down and scrape and wipe the stuff off the shafts, or the blasted pumps won't work. Now I ask you, isn't that a fine job for a grown-up man like me? Being nursemaid to a lousy oil pump, wipe its little nose. I got a mind to quit right now. What happened? Oh, looks like an accident.
Well, I didn't see anything.
Oh, hey, Bill, that rope busted. Got a heck of a bump. Give me some of that rod wax, will you?
I say, you do have a bruise there. You better go and have someone take a look at it.
I'll lay off that stuff.
Here you are, Sam. I'll rub some of this rod wax on it. There you are. How's that?
Oh, okay. Out of the way, you. And next time, watch that rope, you guys, or I'll bust your heads in.
Looks to me like he's hurt. You should have had a doctor look at that bruise.
Takes more than a bump like that to hurt Sam. You know, it's a funny thing. All the fellas here, they curse this rod wax for fouling up the pumps. Let them get a cut or a burn or a bump, and they come a-yelling for some to rub on where it hurts. Don't that beat all?
You mean they use this rod wax for a salve?
Yeah, like I say, it's no pleasure being nursemaid to an oil pump. I cuss the rod wax myself. But maybe everything was put here on Earth for a purpose. Yep. Maybe even rod wax.
Before many days, young Robert Cheesebro, the chemist, was back in Brooklyn. But something new had been added, a box of the bothersome rod wax. Perhaps, he thought, something could be done with it. Hadn't oils been used through the ages as a skin remedy? Hadn't petroleum itself been used by some as a medicine oil? And though it hadn't much reputation, wasn't it possible that in this waste ingredient, rod wax, there might be some medicinal property? And one more question Robert Cheesebro asked himself. Could he duplicate this petroleum residue in the laboratory in a purified form? Then, in the months that followed, druggists and doctors became perplexed by strange stories they were told, all of them having the same general pattern.
For the fifth and last time, Doctor, I don't know what it was the lad rubbed on me. I tell you, I was digging over in a ditch on 11th Avenue when I bashed me foot on a rock. Well, I was grabbing it and hollering when all of a sudden this young feller appears out of nowhere and has me shoe off and putting something on me foot. I was just about to haul off and paste him a good one when me foot starts feeling better. So, like I say, my old lady burned herself, and I was wondering, could I be having some of the salve that the stranger put on me foot?
Robert Cheesebro didn't only experiment on others. He tried his petroleum jelly on himself. He inflicted scores of cuts, scratches, burns, and bruises on his own body, and then treated them with the white translucent jelly. And as it had done for the ditch digger, the salve appeared to soothe and heal. Now he was ready for his first sales. He set out with a mare and wagon through upstate New York, and not long afterward came the first repercussions.
Hey, good day, Jeb. What'll it be today?
Well, about a week ago, young critter came past the farm and passed off this sample for cuts and bruises. Well, we used it all up.
Yes, I know. Every farmer on your road got one of them, too. Yeah, I don't think that fella missed a single farmhouse.
Well, it does the trick fine. Best salve ever. Got any of it in stock?
Oh, sure. Not only did that fella hit every single farmhouse with the samples, but his last stop was right here. It told me there'd be a big demand in about a week after the samples was used up. Yep, here you be, Jeb.
Yep, that's the stuff. It says right there, Vaseline petroleum jelly.
Within a few years, Robert Cheesebro's rejuvenated rod wax became a standard household item, and no well-stocked medicine cabinet was without it. But it didn't stay there, for not only did it aid in the treatment of cuts and burns, its users began finding other uses for it, some of them highly unusual.
Mr. Cheesebro, I've finally found out why our sales in Russia are so much higher this year than last year in 1915. Seems that the Russian peasants are adding it to the oil in their holy lamps, and finding out it keeps the lamps from smoking up.
That's very interesting, Hawkins. It continually amazes me the number of uses that our customers find for our product.
And the sales in South Africa are booming, too.
Huh?
Johnson says the natives use it in their tribal rites. When a young man comes of age, he must go into the jungle alone, slay a wild animal, and come out coated with the fat of his victim. Now, guess what he's using nowadays instead of the old rancid, smelly fat?
Somebody seems to turn up some new use for it every day, Hawkins.
The one that really gets me, Mr. Cheesebro, is that report we got from India. The people in India actually eat it. Spread it on their bread like butter. Ugh, if that isn't
Young
something
man, our jelly is good enough to eat. I swallow a spoonful of it every day of my life, and I feel fine.
But these are only a few of the hundreds of unusual uses which customers have found for the once despised rod wax. Uses as varied as human ingenuity seems able to make them.
It's just about the best lubricant there is for fishing reels, guns, and power tools, especially drill presses, planers, jointers, and saws.
Try oiling wooden trays or plaques with it. Hides nicks and scratches and keeps the wood bright and shiny.
Motorists rub it on the chrome trim of their cars to prevent corrosion, especially in winter when there's salt on the streets. Also does the same job on the terminals of the car battery.
Before putting away that hoe or trowel, lubricate it with a little petroleum jelly to prevent rust. Manufacturers of razor blades have been doing it for years.
It occupies a prominent place on my lady's dressing table. She uses it as a hand and nail cream, an eyebrow and eyelash lubricant, as an elbow cream, and for protection from chapping.
Window stuck? Try lubricating the sash with a thin coating. Can't get the cap off the glue jar or tube of paint? Well, coat the inside of the cap with a little before putting it away.
Keeps leather soft and protects it. Everything from hunting shoes to baseball gloves.
If Junior shampoo causes trouble at your house, just make a ridge around his forehead with petroleum jelly. Keeps the soap and water from dripping down into his eyes.
Makes a dandy hairdressing and softens calluses like a dream. And in a pinch, it works fine in the place of shaving cream.
Yes, Robert Cheesebro's byproduct of the oil well was truly a remarkable discovery. And just as remarkable are the discoveries which its users have found to make petroleum jelly an essential in almost every home. Most products are perfected to fill a need, to meet an expected use. But Robert Cheesebro revised all that when he rediscovered something that he didn't know he was looking for and learned what it was good for from the people who bought it in a most unusual adventure in research. And that's today's Adventures in Research, produced in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. These programs are broadcast to Armed Forces personnel overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week for another transcribed story of science on Adventures in Research. Adventures in Research. How are you at tongue twisters? Pretty good? Well, see if you can say dichloro-diphenyl trichloroethane. Quite a mouthful, isn't it? No wonder it had to be discovered twice. And no wonder people prefer to call it DDT. This is the story of a chemical, two chemists, and the overlooked housefly. This is Paul Shannon bringing you another transcribed story of science, produced as a public service in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. Our story begins in the year 1872 at the University of Strasbourg. A young chemistry student is walking across the campus of the university. Suddenly, he practically bowls over a rather elderly man with glasses.
Be careful, young man. Look where you are going. You almost knocked me down.
1,000 pardons, sir. I was so deep in thought, I did not look what I was Why, it's Professor Jungling.
Oh, well. I might have known that if anyone would be walking along with his head in the clouds, it would be Ottmar Seidler.
Forgive me, Professor. I hope I did not hurt you.
Not at all, really. In spite of what some of the students say about me, I am as sturdy as an oak. How about you? Do you always walk around in a dream?
Well, I must have been preoccupied. You see, I have registered for my degree in chemistry, my doctor's degree.
I saw your name on the list. And naturally, as your first chemistry professor, I am somewhat proud of you.
Yeah, thank you, Professor. But frankly, I am somewhat worried about it.
Worried? Why?
Because I still have not chosen a subject for my dissertation. And I must make my decision by the end of this week.
Yeah, that is always a problem. But for you, it should be easy. I recall you did well in my organic chemistry classes. You should do your research in organic chemistry.
Perhaps you are right, Professor, but organic chemistry is a big field, and I must pick my subject soon.
No, for many years now, I have been interested in benzene. It is one of the most basic of all organic compounds. And
Excuse me, Professor.
What is the matter?
Oh, that fly, about to light on my hand. Oh, if I were a biologist, my subject would be easy. I would study flies.
Flies?
The extermination of flies. I detest them.
I must say you exterminated that one.
Oh, I detest them. You were saying, Professor?
I was saying that if I were you, I should ignore the common housefly and work on the chemistry of benzene. There is much we do not know about it.
Benzene? That sounds like a good possibility.
A most interesting chemical, Seidler. From it can be made an almost endless variety of compounds. Well, who knows? Perhaps you may synthesize a completely new one yourself.
You know, Professor Jungling, you have almost convinced me.
Good.
After all, who knows? Perhaps I might stumble on a new chemical.
In scientific research, Seidler, one does not stumble. One searches systematically. Oh, there is another of your friends, Seidler.
Oh, filthy pests. There ought to be some way to get rid of them.
No, this one is headed for me.
So he is. Get him, Professor. Good.
Oh, such enthusiasm. Already you have me swatting them. Perhaps you should do your thesis on the extermination of flies after all.
But Ottmar Seidler went to work on benzene, or more correctly, on a common chemical made from it called chlorobenzene. And 2 years later, in 1874, he was ready to demonstrate the experiment he hoped would win for him his doctor's degree. His very interested spectator was the man who first advised him on his research, Professor Jungling.
Now comes the final step, Professor.
Yeah.
In this beaker, I have chlorobenzene and sulfuric acid. I am about to add chloral hydrate. So. Then I stir them together.
I see.
And now, would you hand me that flask of water?
Here.
Thank you, Professor. And now I pour the mixture of chlorobenzene, sulfuric acid, and chloral hydrate into the flask of water.
Correct.
Now then, Now, observe what is forming in the flask.
Yeah, a white precipitate.
Yeah. Now I will pour off the water, which leaves the white crystals on the bottom of the flask.
Here, let me see.
Yeah, I will put some of the crystals out here on the table for you. There, Professor. A new organic compound, and it's all mine.
Splendid, Zeidler. Splendid. Have you worked out the formula?
Oh, I have indeed. According to my calculations, the product is dichloro-diphenyl trichloroethane.
Dichloro-diphenyl trichloroethane.
Yeah. You see, I have the reaction all worked out here on this paper.
Yeah, it looks logical enough. You must be sure to submit a complete account to the Journal of the German Chemical Society.
Oh, do you think they would publish it?
I am sure of it.
Oh, I want to thank you, Professor Jungling. I shall never forget how much I owe you.
Zeidler, this is a momentous occasion. You must take dinner with me tonight.
Delighted.
I know just the place. Come, let us be on our way.
One moment, Professor. Let me attend first to that detestable fly.
Oh, still annoyed by the creatures, I see.
I am, Professor.
An enterprising one, isn't he? Looks like he wants to dine on your new chemical.
Well, he will not get the chance to. Take that! After you, Professor.
We may well wonder what might have happened if, instead of swatting that fly, Zeidler had allowed it to light upon his dichloro-diphenyl trichloroethane. But he didn't. Instead, Ottmar Zeidler walked right away from destiny, and the man who hated flies never realized he had stumbled across the greatest fly killer ever discovered. And our story might end right there, were it not for a team of scientists who were looking for an insecticide in the year 1934. Working in Switzerland, one of these scientists, Dr. Paul Mueller by name, gave the following account to his superior.
Well, Mueller, what luck?
Well, I think I have finally produced an insecticide that the company can do something with.
Dr. Mueller, I really must ask you to use extreme caution. We have been disappointed so many times that the company has issued strict orders. It will not put its name on anything it isn't 100% sure of. Now, has this new compound been thoroughly tested?
I think so.
On what insects did you perform your test?
Well, mainly on houseflies.
And how were the results?
Most discouraging to the flies. You see, this compound of mine has a two-way action. It kills insects that walk on it as well as those that eat it.
Oh. Well, and what is this new concoction?
It's a white crystalline substance, fairly easy to make. You want to hear how it's done?
Yes, I'd like to.
Well, we take 225 parts of chlorobenzene and mix it with 147 parts of chloral hydrate. We then add 1,000 parts of concentrated sulfuric acid. This is stirred well until the mass contains solid parts. Then it is poured into water and the crystals separate. We then wash them with water and recrystallize them from ethyl alcohol. The crystals have a sort of fruit-like odor.
And what did you say you called the stuff?
Dichloro-diphenyl trichloroethane.
Dichloro... what?
Dichloro-diphenyl trichloroethane.
Well, that's the first thing that will have to be changed. Who on earth would buy that?
I would.
Maybe so. But for anybody to buy something, they first have to be able to say it. Dichloro-diphenyl. Heavens, Mueller. I think you could kill insects with just the name alone.
Mueller's compound didn't have to wait very long to prove its worth. In 1939, the potato crop of Switzerland was threatened with extermination by the Colorado potato beetle. Something had to be done in a hurry. Dr. Mueller's new insecticide was supplied in the form of a 1% dust. The results?
It is now possible to say that our potato crop has been saved thanks to this new insecticide. Its chemical name is dichloro-diphenyl trichloroethane. We call it DDT.
Soon DDT was to prove itself in its greatest test, a fight against disease. Disease that marched hand in hand with the god of war. The time was January 1944. The Allied armies were in action in Italy, fighting their way up the peninsula. And then suddenly the ominous possibility of disaster. A disaster threatened not by the enemy, but by that ever-present enemy of all armies, typhus, a disease spread by lice. At American headquarters in Naples, a U.S. general learned the grim facts. And in January 1944, more than 1,300,000 citizens of Naples were dusted with DDT powder. By the middle of February, the epidemic was completely under control. The first time in history that typhus, that scourge of war, had ever been defeated on the battlefield. And so the chemical of Ottmar Zeidler and Paul Mueller started on its successful way. A revolutionary discovery in man's search for control of his insect enemies. There remains just one more incident in the story of DDT. It concerns Dr. Mueller and a colleague of his, a colleague who made a rather unusual discovery.
I thought you ought to see this, Paul, so here it is. I was in the library the other afternoon, and I ran across this. Here, read it yourself.
Journal of the German Chemical Society, 1874.
Read what I've marked.
There has been announced the formula of a new organic compound, first synthesized by Dr. Ottmar Zeidler.
Go ahead.
It is prepared by the mixing of chlorobenzene with chloral hydrate in the presence of sulfuric acid. Why, this is my formula for DDT.
Exactly.
Do you mean to say this Zeidler discovered DDT in 1874?
At least he discovered the formula. Probably, as far as he was concerned, it was just another compound. Like thousands of other compounds discovered by students seeking degrees.
I suppose so. He probably never experimented to see what his compound would do.
Probably not.
Oh, poor fellow. Just think what might have happened if he'd had any interest at all in insects.
Yes, when properly prepared and applied, DDT will protect man against mosquitoes, his dog against fleas, his cattle against flies, and his crops and trees against a variety of damaging insects. It will do all these things, not one of which was known to Ottmar Zeidler, the man who first synthesized it. And it was left to a chemist who followed him by 60 years to write the ending to a most unusual adventure in research. And that's today's Adventures in Research, produced in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. These programs are broadcast to Armed Forces personnel overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week for another transcribed story of science on Adventures in Research. Adventures in Research. Several hundred years ago, Shakespeare wrote, "Some men are born great, some achieve greatness, and some have greatness thrust upon them." The principal character of today's story, Nicholas LeBlanc, belongs in the third category. He had greatness thrust upon him, and all because of a cook who supplied the missing ingredient. Paul Shannon bringing you another transcribed story of science, produced as a public service in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. Although Nicholas Leblanc was a Frenchman, the initial circumstances which led to his scientific contribution didn't happen in France at all, but in Spain. Our story begins shortly before the French Revolution. We're aboard a Spanish ship in a Spanish port, and the captain is noticeably upset.
Senor Colonel, I do not understand by what right you come aboard my ship and tell me what my cargo shall be. After all, you are an officer of a foreign power.
I am sorry, Captain, but those are my orders. Furthermore, I do not tell you what your cargo shall be. I merely tell you what it shall not be.
If our two countries were still at war, I could comprehend. But we Spaniards are now at peace with you.
Captain, believe me, this is none of my doing.
Oh, I suppose not. But why are you here? Why, pray tell me, are British troops still in Spain?
That, Captain, is a political question which I am not qualified to answer.
Well, perhaps you can tell me why, in my own country, aboard my own ship, I am treated as a prisoner of war.
A prisoner of war, Captain? Hardly.
And what do you call boarding my ship and telling me what my cargo will be?
There is a reason, a very good reason. You are carrying soda ash to France.
True, but by what right do you presume...
By command of His Britannic Majesty. Believe me, Captain, I have enough men to seize this entire port if necessary. I ask you to allow me to do my duty without bloodshed.
And what am I to do with my cargo? Throw it into the sea?
Put it aboard a ship bound for England. You will get a good price, I warrant you.
But I have already made an agreement with the French.
His Majesty's government does not recognize agreements with the French.
So, in the meantime, I must unload my entire ship, remove the soda ash, and then reload it on a ship bound for England, correct?
I am afraid that it is.
My men will complain.
They will complain louder if I force them at gunpoint.
¿Qué puedo hacer? You win, Senor Colonel. But only because I am unarmed. If I had even one cannon...
You would do what I should do in your place. You would fight.
Si, senor.
I respect your bravery and your good judgment. Now let us have that soda ash unloaded, and quickly.
When news of the British action reached France, it produced an immediate and violent reaction in commercial circles. Soda ash was a vital ingredient in the manufacture of soap, paper, glass, textiles, and other chemicals. The French government was forced to act. Action took the form of a cash prize for making soda ash artificially, a prize which sent many French scientists scurrying to their laboratories, all of which didn't in the least concern Nicholas Leblanc, personal physician to the Duke of Orleans. We meet him first in the Duke's bedchamber, where he's concentrating on the difficult job of taking the Duke's pulse.
Somewhat fast, Your Grace, but I am confident that with simple diet and sufficient sleep...
Really, Leblanc, as my personal physician, you should know me better. A simple diet and sufficient sleep indeed. Not for Philip, Duke of Orleans.
But, Your Grace, I was merely suggesting...
I know. And I suppose it is not your fault. You are a scientist. Well, what next?
I should like very much to listen to Your Grace's chest.
Is that all? Go ahead.
I thank Your Grace. If you will hold still, please. There.
Is it satisfactory?
I must have quiet, Your Grace.
Oh, excuse me. A pinch of snuff, Leblanc.
Your Grace, I beseech you, quiet.
Very well, then I will. Hey!
Indeed, Your Grace, I cannot...
Come, Leblanc. Forget your bedside mannerisms. I am not one of your village patients. I may someday be King of France.
King of France?
And why not? There is talk of revolution. Revolution against Louis.
Yes, but, Your Grace,
Leblanc, have you not noticed how the rabble cheer my coach in the streets?
I have.
I tell you, they love me. They think I am one of them. Now, what a more natural chain of events. They depose Louis, They enthrone me.
It is almost too much to comprehend.
Only for a man with a small mind. As for me, I can see it as clearly as I see the morning sun. Philip, King of France. And you, LeBlanc, will be my royal physician.
Oh, Your Grace.
How would you like that, eh? Much more money, LeBlanc. Much more than I give you now. Which means you must increase your reputation as a scientist. You must begin now.
But, Your Grace,
The Academy of Science is offering a prize of 100,000 francs for the discovery of a process for making soda ash artificially. If you should win, LeBlanc, your name would be made.
But, Your Grace, I am no chemist.
Right now, you are both a mediocre physician and a mediocre chemist. Remember, LeBlanc, if you follow me, you abandon mediocrity. I despise it wherever I find it.
I see.
Well, you are interested, eh, LeBlanc?
Very much so, Your Grace. Very much so.
LeBlanc knew, of course, that soda ash is sodium carbonate, and he soon learned that many chemists had struggled without success to prepare it artificially. The closest approach had been made by the French chemist de la Mettrie in 1789. He had heated salt in the presence of sulfuric acid. To the resulting sodium sulfate, he added charcoal and then heated again. The end product was chiefly sodium sulfide. But no one had been able to convert the sodium sulfide to sodium carbonate. Meanwhile, events in France moved rapidly. July 14th, 1789, the fall of the Bastille.
The court blames the taking of the Bastille on the Duke of Orleans.
August 4th, 1789, the National Assembly adopts the Declaration of the Rights of Man.
The king orders the Duke of Orleans out of the country, to England.
June 20th, 1791, the royal family, attempting to escape from France, is stopped at the border and forced to return to Paris as prisoners. Yes, with each passing day, political history was made. But in Nicholas Leblanc's laboratory, a different kind of history was being written, and the key that unlocked the secret came quite by accident. One day, in the palace of the Duke of Orleans, Leblanc was at work in a small laboratory the Duke had provided when he had a visitor, the Duke's cook.
Open up, Leblanc! Open the door!
I am coming. Oh, it is you, Francois. Come in. Sit down.
Thank you, Leblanc.
You seem slightly out of breath. In a hurry, Francois.
Not particularly, Leblanc. Why do you ask?
I thought someone might be trying to find you. The Duke, perhaps?
Him. Citizen Equality, he calls himself. If I had my say, I would give him equality, all right.
Indeed. But the people, they love him, Francois.
They may love him today, Leblanc. But they will hate him tomorrow.
But he is one of them, Francois. He sits in the National Assembly.
The people are not easily fooled. Soon they will know him for what he is. An opportunist, a pretender, and a fool.
Tell me, Francois, you are remarkably well informed for a cook. Does Citizen Mirabeau come every day to your kitchen to discuss politics?
Perhaps it would be better for you if you took a greater interest in politics, Leblanc. Instead of spending your time with beakers and chemicals and experiments. And for what?
For what do you think, Francois?
For the Duke. So he can wring the secret from you. So he can add to his own glory and the gold in his pockets. Leblanc, you are a fool.
You are very free with that word, my friend. I think it is you who are the fool.
Be careful what you say, Leblanc. I have connections.
In the Committee for Public Safety, perhaps?
You know?
That you are a member? Of course I know.
But you... The Duke, does he?
Does he suspect? I doubt it. Sometimes I think he is almost as big a fool as you.
He is an enemy of the people.
He is many things, my friend. And right now, he is suspicious.
Suspicious? Of what?
Of strange words that keep appearing throughout the castle, on the walls, the floors, the walks outside. Messages reading, "Down with the Duke. Death to Philip Equality." And all of these messages are written in chalk.
Written in chalk?
What did you do with it, my friend?
To do with what?
The chalk you had when you came in such a hurry.
But I did not...
Do not deny it. I may be a mediocre chemist, but even a mediocre chemist can recognize the difference between chalk dust and flour on a cook's hands.
I dropped it in that flask, LeBlanc. The one on the fire, there by the door.
How clever of you.
Someone was spying on me. I ran. I could...
No, of course. But you would select that flask. Oh, from the looks of it, you have ruined my experiment.
I am sorry, Leblanc.
Oh, did you ruin it? This is most interesting.
Leblanc, open the door.
The Duke.
One moment, Your Grace.
LeBlanc, there is more of the writing, more of it. Did you see? You, what are you doing here?
Well,
he is assisting me, Your Grace, in my experiments.
Yes, Your Grace.
Nonsense. I do not believe it. I
Think what you will, Your Grace, but here at last, in this flask, is the soda ash we seek, and I might never have found it except for your cook.
Wonderful. You mean he?
I mean Francois supplied the missing ingredient. Calcium carbonate.
Yes, the secret to preparing soda ash was the addition of calcium carbonate in the form of chalk or limestone. History records that LeBlanc won his prize in 1791, and, financed by the Duke, he built a factory for the commercial manufacture of sodium carbonate. But in 1793, the reign of terror swept everything before it, Duke, factory, and all. Only LeBlanc survived. In 1800, his factory was returned to him, but he could obtain no financial support for its operation. And so in 1806, worn out with disappointment, Nicholas LeBlanc died, a suicide. And while his method for making soda ash long since has been replaced by the better, cheaper Solvay process, to Nicholas LeBlanc does go credit for being the first to produce a basic chemical on a large scale from cheap raw materials, and by so doing, to speed the day of the modern chemical industry with his ill-fated adventure in research. And that's today's Adventures in Research, produced in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. These programs are broadcast to Armed Forces personnel overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week for another transcribed story of science on Adventures in Research. Adventures in Research. When your youngster scribbles down a list of the things he wants Santa Claus to bring, it's a pretty safe guess that high on the list is a sleek, slim device of steel and wood, a sled. This is the story of the man who invented the modern sled, added the word belly whopper to the dictionary, and turned out to be Kris Kringle's helper. This is Paul Shannon bringing you another transcribed story of science, produced as a public service in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. And today telling you the story of Samuel L. Allen. To look at him, you wouldn't think that he was the godfather of much of young America's fun and excitement. Mr. Allen looks rather grim. There's a stern set to his jaw before it sinks into his high collar. But perhaps there is a hint of a twinkle in the cold blue eyes hidden behind his old-fashioned spectacles. But back in 1885, his 4 youngsters didn't always notice it.
37 from 92. There must be an error in here someplace.
It's mine! It's mine!
Let's see, I'll tote them up once more. Oh, great flying mackerel! What's going on here? Quiet! Quiet down! Oh, can't you see I'm trying to do some figuring? Oh, that's better. Can't you play quietly? Do you have to run and scream at the top of your voice?
Well, it's my game, and he wants to
Enough! Cease! We shall have no more whining and arguing, and no more Indian, young man. Now, if you can't play quietly, you'll all be dealt with. In my day, when I was your age, believe me, I was not permitted to run all over the house.
Did they have houses in your day?
Certainly we had houses. You think I'm Methuselah? And we children knew when we were to be seen and not heard. We had respect for our elders. None of this wild Indian business either.
What did you do, Dad?
Why, we minded our manners. And if we wanted to yell and shout, we went outside to do it.
Outside? But it's snowing.
So it is, and all the better. Why, when I was a lad, I couldn't wait to get out into that snow and run and frolic and jump in it.
Gee, that sounds like fun, Daddy. Come out with me and jump in the snow.
Well, I'm afraid I'm a little, I'm busy. But you 4 could...
Could what, Dad?
Why, when there's snow on the ground, there's a million things to do. When I was your age, believe me, I wasn't coming around asking my father, what can I do? There'd be no such nonsense. He was a strict man who wouldn't put up with any shenanigans.
He sounds terrible mean.
He was not. He was a much better father than yours, I'll have you know. I didn't mean it the way it sounded.
Well, Dad, what did you do when you were a boy?
What did I do? Why, say, when I was a tad, about half the size of you, Junior, not much bigger than Thomas here, why, I'd get out in the snow, and I'd get my sled, and I'd pull it up to the top of the hill, and I'd go careening down, way down the hill.
Daddy!
Look at me go!
Daddy, when we yell like that, you get mad.
Well, why don't you get your sled and go out and play in the snow?
Dad, we can't slide down the hill.
Oh? Just tell me why you can't slide down the hill, young man.
We don't have a hill.
Well, I don't see there. No hill. Great flying mackerel, boy, that's right. Well, we'll see about that. Yes, we will. Every growing boy should have a hill, and if we can't find one, we'll build one.
So Samuel Allen built a hill on his New Jersey farm, and his 4 youngsters had their place to coast. The Allen house was a good deal quieter after that, and Mr. Allen was able to think about his work, a manufacturing plant for the building of farm implements.
The trouble, Mertz, is that our production is seasonal.
Nobody makes any better tools than we do, Mr. Allen. Why, next spring and summer, there'll be plenty of farmers interested in buying mowers and rakes and such.
I know, but maintaining the plant during the off-season is what worries me. We just can't find enough business to offset the overhead. All summer and fall, the men are doing next to nothing.
Well, no sense in worrying about that right now. This is our busy season, all right. Going to take some doing to get the men off for Christmas Day. But it'll be like you say, Mr. Allen. Nobody works on Christmas Day.
It's only a week away. And I've been so busy looking after the business, I haven't given a thought to anything for the children. And here it is, December 18th. Oh, well, I'll think of something. Anyhow, Mertz, you see...
Oh, somebody at the door, Mr. Allen. I'll let him in as I go out.
Thanks, Mertz.
Mr. Allen, what are you going to do about it, eh?
Why, Mrs. Terwilliger, you look like you've taken a fall in the snow.
I did not take any fall, Mr. Allen. I was hit, set upon by that gang of ruffians.
Oh, here, come over by the fire and brush some of that snow off.
Look at my hat, my coat. Terrible. Disgraceful. I just wanted you to see what those hoodlums did to me.
Hoodlums?
Those children of yours. They set upon me. I was on my way to the main road when all of a sudden they came charging down the hill on a sled and bowled me right over into a snowbank. Disgraceful. I just know it will bring back my rheumatism.
But Miss Terwilliger, I'm sure it was an accident.
Accident indeed. You'll hear from my lawyer about this, Mr. Allen. Good day.
But Miss Terwilliger... it would have to be that nosy old busybody that they ran down.
Hello, Dad.
Junior, I was just going to call you. Sit down. I want to have a talk with you.
Golly willikers, Dad. I can't. I've got to go out.
You just sit down for a moment. I've just had a visit from Mrs. Terwilliger.
Uh-oh.
She told me that someone came charging down the hill on a sled and popped her into a snowbank.
That's right, Dad. But it wasn't our fault.
Eh?
Honest. I tried to pull out of the way, but she jumped right into the path of the sled, and I couldn't help it.
Yes, I know. Fool sleds.
You're not going to take the sled away from us, are you, Dad? Honest, I apologized and everything, but she wouldn't listen.
We'll have to do something, Junior. Sleds can be dangerous. Funny that somebody wouldn't do something to make them safer. Fool things are just the same as they were when I was a boy. And I suppose when my father was a boy, too.
I tried to get out of her way. I dragged my foot and rolled to one side, but I couldn't steer it.
All right, Junior, but be careful.
I will, Dad. Honest, I will.
No, the sled of 1885 was no streamlined thing of beauty and no safety device either. It hadn't changed much in design for 1,000 years and consisted of a flat wooden board mounted on a pair of rigid wooden runners. Sometimes the runners were edged with iron or bone. The wooden board itself was almost square, giving the sled a squat, unwieldy appearance. The only way to steer it was to drag your foot over one side or the other, or shift your weight from side to side, and that rarely helped much. Once under motion, you were at the mercy of trees, buggies, ash cans, pedestrians, or anything else that got in your way. So that was why Samuel Allen pondered the question,
why couldn't you build a sled that could be steered? After all, it's still a week until Christmas, and I have the steel and wood at the shop.
Golly willikins, Dad. I never saw a sled like this ever before.
Well, son, the runners are of flexible steel, you see, instead of wood.
Uh-huh.
Now, this wooden crossbar up front here bends the runners. You see?
Golly.
Now, if you push with your foot on this side of the crossbar, it turns the sled to the right. Now, to turn left, you push on the other side.
Golly willikins.
And I think you're going to find that being narrower and longer, it'll go a bit faster, too.
Gee, thanks.
Now, you take the other children out on the hill and try it. And take turns, mind you.
We will, Dad. Golly willikins, what a sled. Thanks again, Dad, and gee, Merry Christmas.
The Allen children voted the new sled terrific. And then Samuel Allen realized something else. The sled was made of the very materials that he used at his farm implement factory. Why couldn't he put his company to work making sleds in the summer months when the factory had no production? So in 1889, he test-built a few of the sleds and tried to place them in stores.
I'm afraid not, Mr. Allen. Such a sled. Honestly, no, would never sell.
But why not?
Why, the cost, for one thing. Quite a bit more expensive than the regular sled.
Oh, I know, but look at its flexible runners. They're of steel. This is a modern sled.
My dear Mr. Allen, children have used wooden sleds with wooden runners for generations. Now, they wouldn't want anything else.
But the merchants reckoned without young America, for Sam Allen's sled was an instant success. First, it was beautiful. It had long, graceful steel runners with steel supports that held a slim hardwood riding platform. Second, it was serviceable. Its swiftness and maneuverability astonished even the most blasé youngster. He called it the Flexible Flyer and built them by the thousands. One hint of its unusual success came in its very first year, when Sam Allen had a visitor.
Miss Terwilliger, won't you come in? This is a surprise.
Mr. Allen, my reason for coming here is, well, I shall be as brief as possible.
There hasn't been another accident, has there? I mean, you don't look like you've been pushed into a snowbank.
No, I haven't. But I was just coming by, and I thought that
If it's the noise, Mrs. Terwilliger, I've warned the youngsters to be more quiet, but you know how they are.
I am not here about the noise.
Oh.
Mr. Allen, could you... That is, would you ask your youngsters to let me borrow their sled?
Borrow their sled?
I've been watching them on that new sled of yours, and well, when I was a girl, sleds were much too unwieldy for a young thing like me to use. Could I borrow it just once, one coast downhill? You know, Mr. Allen, you might not believe it, but I've always wanted to take a belly whopper.
And that is how Samuel Allen invented the modern sled and made coasting a national winter pastime. And over the years, the familiar steel sled has continued to see improvements. Grooved runners to give a better grip on slippery snow and ice. Continuous turned-up runners at the rear of the sled to do away with the sharp projecting ends. Larger, sleeker models, safer and more sturdy because of improved production line manufacturing methods. Yes, indeed, Mr. Allen started a trend in winter recreation. And he started another trend, too. For every year since 1885, jolly old Kris Kringle has had the tremendous task of hauling tons and tons of sleds down from the North Pole so he can put one right under that Christmas tree of yours. Thanks to Samuel L. Allen's unusual adventure in research. And that's today's Adventures in Research, produced in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. These programs are broadcast to Armed Forces personnel overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week for another transcribed story of science on Adventures in Research. Adventures in Research. What did it take for man to learn to fly? How many hopes and dreams and idle thoughts came down through the centuries before man conquered the skies at Kitty Hawk? Flying eggshells, soaring goose feathers, windmills with sails. Those are but a few attempts to learn a lesson from the birds and follow the way of an eagle. This is Paul Shannon bringing you another transcribed story of science, produced as a public service in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. And today telling you of man's first efforts to conquer the sky. Woven into that dream have been many great stories and legends. The winged men of Egypt, Sinbad the sailor and his great flying rock, the Arab's flying carpet, and Icarus, whose wings came unstuck when he flew too close to the sun. And even in man's earliest literature, the Sanskrit writings of Krishna, 2,000 years B.C.
And it is written that the enemies of Krishna sought the aid of devils, and they built an aerial chariot with sides of iron and clad with wings. And the chariot was driven through the sky till it stood over Dwarka, where his followers dwelt, and there it hurled down upon the city missiles that destroyed everything on which they fell.
Indeed, a strange prophecy of modern warfare, and written 2,000 years before Christ. For always, it seems, the sky has tempted man's imagination. Even in Proverbs it is written,
"There are 3 things which are too wonderful for me, yea, 4 which I know not."
And the first?
The way of an eagle in the air.
There are ancient myths and legends in all tongues, and all of them flowering into the dream that man had wings and could soar to the sky. But there came one man who did more than write legends. He drew odd designs, made strange notes in his journal. His name, Leonardo da Vinci. He sketched an aerial screw, a propeller. He devised a theory of a helicopter. He drew a design for a parachute, but his notebooks only gathered dust. Not until the 17th century did man begin to harness his dreams to his limited knowledge. Consider one Gaspar Schott.
You wish the eggshells saved, Master?
Yes. All the eggshells you can locate. Borrow from the neighbors. Search them out. But remember, no cracks in them. Nice, beautiful, unbroken eggshell halves.
Yes, Master, but how many?
Now, no questions. Do you think I'm going to give my secret away? Not yet. The time is not yet right. Just see to the eggshells. And who knows, my lackey, when my idea is successful, perhaps I shall let you fly through the air.
Fly through the air?
Yes, through the air, sailing like a bird. Now, the eggshells should be easy enough, but the dew...
Dew, Master?
Dew, morning dew from the grass. Your master is a most observant man. I put my mind to it, and now I have the knowledge. Eggshells and dew.
Master, I do not understand the words.
I would not expect you to comprehend. It takes a man of an observant nature. But have you ever noticed, my lackey, that an eggshell is extremely light? An empty eggshell is lighter than anything, eh?
Yes.
Of course, any fool can see that. Now, have you ever noticed the dew upon the grass in the morning? Have you ever noticed how it rises to meet the sun? The dew lifts itself from the grass into the sky. Now, I merely note these 2 isolated facts. But when I put them together...
Together?
Think of it. Enough eggshells filled with dew could lift a person into the sky.
Then, in 1662, the Royal Society of England was founded to pool man's knowledge. It was a pitifully small pool filled with eggshells and other dreams that these men of learning brought to the subject of flying.
Yes, the subject of flying. 'Tis possible, I vow. 'Tis more than possible. I would say from my close study of the subject that there are, 4 ways by which man could hope to fly. 4. With the spirits of angels, with the help of fowl, with wings fastened to the body, and with a flying chariot. So you see, the seemingly impossible is not impossible at all. All that holds us back is, a lack of knowledge.
Slowly, man began to improve that knowledge. If birds could help, he would investigate them and pry from them the secret of flight.
One point I have considered, my friend, is this. How can a 20-pound goose carry itself so easily? I plucked every feather from a wild goose. I weighed the entire mass of feathers. But scarcely a pound. So there you have it. 1 pound of goose feathers can pick up 19 pounds of goose and carry this 19 pounds and its own 1 pound of feathers through the space at a half mile a minute.
Startling deduction. Amazing.
And your theory?
My theory is this, and mark you, it applies to all birds. Notice any bird when he suddenly starts to fly. What do you see? A sudden quivering of his feathers, eh? Now, I believe that this quiver produces magnetism.
Eh?
Negative magnetism. Oh, just the opposite of a lodestone, you see. It pushes the bird from the earth. This magnetic force does the lifting, and all the wings do is steer the bird when he gets in the air.
Remarkable, most remarkable. But can you prove it?
Prove it? I just did. If I am not right, if these feathers do not have magnetic vibrations, why then the bird could fly without feathers. It cannot. So there is your proof. And, my friend, when I find out what this magnetic force is that pushes the bird off the earth, it will be my fortune, mark you.
Another great mind of the 18th century devoted considerable thought to the subject of a flying machine. And he came up with this.
I think one could invent a machine with wings, construct them hollow below in order to increase their force and velocity, make their resistance to air as great as may be required. They should be in the shape of birds' wings, or perhaps sails on a windmill, or something like that.
So our ancient friend had practically invented the flying machine. Or something like that. But at least men were thinking, drawing designs, and studying birds in flight. Others went still further. Others, like the Marquis de Bocqueville in 1742.
What is he up to?
Going to fly.
No.
That is what he says. Has those paddle-shaped wings on his arms and legs. Has that tower built to fling him out into the air. Once he gets in motion, he says he will wave the paddles and fly across the river Seine.
Oh, mon Dieu, what a day this will be.
He is climbing up the tower. And getting on the catapult that will shoot him out.
He is ready now.
There he goes.
Vive la France! Vive la France! What a day! He will fly clear over the river Seine. Well, perhaps we had better help fish him out.
The dripping, disappointed Marquis proved that man still had a long way to go before he would learn to fly. He lacked the engines and the structural metals and any knowledge of aerodynamics. He was earthbound, but he had visions, and he was beginning to experiment. And then another great lesson dawned. Among the first to realize it was Sir George Cayley.
I tell you, gentlemen, we have to share our knowledge. We can't be like little children who run off and hide with their little bits of sweets. Only by sharing what we know and what we have learned can we make any progress at all.
Oh, that's all very well and good, but how do I know that everyone will? I do not intend to be the only one.
Gentlemen, I can't guarantee anyone's good faith but my own, and of that I assure you. I shall write down everything I know or have discovered on the subject of aeronautics, and all of you will receive a copy. And if you wish, I would like each of you to contribute to it yourself.
George Cayley set down what he had learned of the problem of human flight. One sentence alone showed his keen perception.
It seems obvious to me that the key to the problem is to make a surface support a given weight by the application of power to the resistance of the air.
Cayley fitted the do's and don'ts into sensible order. 55 years before it appeared, he saw the need for an internal combustion engine, or what he termed an explosion machine, to drive an aircraft. George Cayley also theorized on initial velocity, wing loading, bending movements, and the necessity of combining lightness and strength in construction. He saw the need for streamlining, for a cambered wing instead of a flat surface, and he even went so far as to construct a two-wing glider.
There. That should do it.
Thank you for the loan of the materials, Parker.
Oh, quite all right, sir. I have plenty of tools in the shed here. Oh, watch yourself, sir. Almost stepped on the pansy bed there. Have you noticed the roses? If I do say so myself, they're doing quite well. And, Sir George, if you don't mind my mentioning it, that would make a lovely trellis for them.
Trellis? Oh, I'm building a glider, Parker. Nothing to do with flowers. I've been putting these diagonal braces between the two wings.
You actually think it will fly through the air, sir? Like a bird?
Oh, not like a bird, Parker, no. It operates quite differently from a bird in flight.
Yes, sir. No feathers.
Someday, Parker, a man will climb into something like this and fly right up to the clouds.
Yes, sir. May he rest in peace.
Oh, come now, Parker. You can't stand in the way of progress. This is 1809. I say, wouldn't you like to ride in it?
Begging your pardon, sir, if it's all the same to you, I just as soon not, and be here to see 1810.
Neither did George Cayley risk his life by attempting to ride his biplane glider, but he did sail it from the hilltops surrounding his estate. Yes, George Cayley was a pioneer, a man of vision, a man of ideas, who set down for posterity the first faint scientific gropings in man's reach for the skies. A century later, history was to be made at Kitty Hawk. The Wright brothers were to fly a controlled, heavier-than-air powered craft. They succeeded where all others had failed. But each of these failures, from dew-covered eggshells to goose feathers to Cayley's two-winged glider, helped foster one of mankind's oldest and loftiest ambitions, the way of an eagle in the air, helped write another chapter in an ever-growing adventure in research. And that's today's Adventures in Research, produced in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. These programs are broadcast to Armed Forces personnel overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week for another transcribed story of science on Adventures in Research. Adventures in Research.
Okay, down there. Hoist away.
Look at it, would you? I never saw the beach in all my born days.
Sure, now it makes my neck stiff just to look up at it.
Oh, now, Terry, it'll be scraping the sky before they're done. Scraping the sky.
Aye, that it be, my lad, that it be. Imagine now a building 6 stories high.
The First Skyscraper. This is Paul Shannon bringing you another transcribed story of science, produced as a public service in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. And today telling you the story of Peter Cooper and the First Skyscraper, that amazing structure that towered 6 whole stories into the air. But before this first skyscraper stretched up into space, it had to be born in the mind of a young man from New York. His name, Peter Cooper. His age, 22. The year, 1813. The War of 1812 is on. Peter Cooper sits at a long table snipping cloth for uniforms.
You know, Jamie, I've been thinking.
Thinking don't help. What we need is more people working in this shop. Mercy sakes, got enough orders here to keep half of New York stitching. Yes, sir, Mr. Cooper, when you told me you was going to open this shop, I said you was daft. Plumb kissed your senses goodbye. Why, I said, what right has he, a measly apprentice, got to talk about opening a tailor shop of his own? Well, sir, I got to hand it to you, Mr. Cooper. I bet there ain't a tailor shop in all New York that does more business. What's the matter, Mr. Cooper? You ain't sick or nothing, are you? Got sort of a funny look.
No, Jamie. I'm all right. I was just thinking, maybe we ought to get out of the tailoring business.
Yes, sir, Mr. Cooper. Let me see your tongue. You must be sick. Go out of the tailor business? Why, Mr. Cooper, you gone plumb, stark, raving, lunatical mad?
Isn't that what you said when I told you we should quit making wagons and start a tailor shop?
But look, Mr. Cooper, the orders is coming in like sand through a rat hole.
No, Jamie, no more orders. We'll finish up what we have on hand, and then...
Then what?
We'll convert into a furniture shop. Build furniture. Chairs, tables.
Furniture? But we don't know nothing about building no furniture.
We can learn, Jamie. When the soldiers and sailors get through fighting, they'll want to spread out and turn west. Homestead. And they'll need chairs and tables to put into those homes. Yes, sir, Jamie? We're going into the furniture business. What do you say to that?
I say you gone plumb, stark, raving, lunatical mad.
So the young lad who started out as an apprentice to a wagon maker taught himself the tailoring trade, converted his shop into a furniture factory. The orders poured in, and business was good.
Yes, sir, Mr. Cooper. If I say so myself, business is good. Why, we got orders enough.
Jamie, I've been thinking.
I figure that by this time next year...
How would you like to buy me out?
We could... Buy you out? Are you daft, Mr. Cooper? What on earth you got on your mind this time?
I've been thinking, Jamie, I'd like to open up a grocery.
Grocery? Grocery? You gone plumb, stark, raving, lunatical mad.
No, ma'am. Mr. Cooper don't have the grocery no more. Asked me if I wanted to run it for myself. Like to bowl me over. Oh, Mr. Cooper, I said, what you gonna do? Oh, ma'am, he said something about starting a glue and isinglass factory. So naturally,
Then in 1828, Peter Cooper built the Canton Iron Works in Baltimore, Maryland. He had at last found his place in the scheme of things. He was on his way to greater fortune and greater adventure.
What do you think of steam locomotives, Barnes?
Oh, pretty intriguing, Mr. Cooper. Been doing quite a bit of reading about this Stevenson in England. Looks like he just might have something.
Think we could build one?
Yeah. That's a good one, Mr. Cooper. You are joking, ain't you? I mean, well, shucks, Mr. Cooper. What do we know about steam locomotives? Nobody yet's really proved they're practical.
Well, I think we ought to try. I've been doing some reading, too. It seems feasible. We could build it right here at the works. Now, I've drawn up a few designs, and I'd like to...
Here she comes, Pete Cooper's Tom Thumb.
It was the first steam locomotive in America. Peter Cooper called it a Tom Thumb, and it was about the size of a modern handcar. As a locomotive, it was no speed demon. In a match race with a horse, the horse won. But it was the beginning of the iron horse in the United States. An iron horse bred by Peter Cooper, a man who couldn't stop starting things. By 1856, Peter Cooper had moved his iron works to Trenton, New Jersey. He was the first to introduce the Bessemer process in the United States. And he had another idea.
That's right, Barnes. Buy all of them.
But, Mr. Cooper, that's $75,000.
I know the price. Tell them in England we'll take them all.
But all them rolls of iron? What do you aim to do with them?
Build a house.
A house? Out of iron?
Why not? Why couldn't you use wrought iron beams to support the floors?
Mr. Cooper, you've gone plumb...
I know. Stark, raving, lunatical mad.
Yeah.
But why couldn't it be done?
Use wrought iron beams for building supports? Well, it's unheard of.
No, it isn't. You just heard it.
Oh.
Why do we have to use wood or stone? Iron is stronger, will last longer. Use beams like a railroad track, shaped like a letter I.
All right, Mr. Cooper, you're the boss. $75,000 for rolls. I suppose you're going to roll the iron right here at the factory, eh?
Right.
$75,000. Excuse me, Mr. Cooper. Did you say this was going to be for a house?
That's right.
A house for who?
For all humanity.
The first beams were rolled at a cost of $150,000. They were 20 feet long and 7 inches deep. Cooper rubbed his hands with eagerness. And then came an interruption.
Fire! Fire!
What building is that?
Harper's, the publishing house.
Well, looks like they ain't going to be able to save it.
But, Colonel Harper...
Now, listen, Peter Cooper. You know perfectly well that I know what you're about. You can't keep a secret in this town. Now, look, I've got to build a new building. Lost the warehouse, the printery, everything. Well, this time I want to see that it won't go up in smoke. Now, I hear you've got some wrought iron supports. A metal skeleton for a building means less danger of fire. And I wager it's a great deal cheaper than stone. Now, how much do you want for every wrought iron beam you got and can make?
So the first building to utilize both horizontal and vertical iron beams in its skeleton was the Harper Building in New York City. But it wasn't the last. Most architects understood that Peter Cooper's iron beams gave more support, more strength, more fire resistance at less cost. Orders poured in for beams for private buildings and for more than 100 state and federal projects, like the Philadelphia Mint and the Capitol Dome in Washington.
This has to stop, Barnes. Every time we get a few beams ahead, in comes another order.
What's so bad about that?
What about my building? We've delayed it, and I'm anxious to get started. Think of it, Barnes. A house for humanity, where young people of all races and creeds can receive a free education. A house devoted to the advancement of science and art, and applied to their useful purpose in life. I have all the plans ready.
This your drawing for it? You don't mean you're going to build it that high?
6 stories, Barnes.
6 stories? Mr. Cooper, I know I've had my doubts about you in the past. But this time I've no doubt of it at all. You have gone completely loco.
But Peter Cooper's building went into construction. Every last detail carefully supervised by Cooper himself. Wrought iron beams supported the floors, all 6 of them. More stories than any building had ever had before.
Oh, take a look at it. That's how high she's going to be. Got the skeleton of it up already.
Whoosh, you'd never get me that high in the air. No, sirree. If I ever go into that building at all, I'll keep to the ground floor, think you?
Oh, it ain't the height that bothers me, Terry. But nobody is going to be climbing 6 flights of stairs.
By 1858, the building was nearing completion. It was the tallest edifice in all New York.
One thing I don't understand, Mr. Cooper, this round space here. What's that for?
Oh, it's an elevator shaft.
Elevator? What elevator?
On account of the great height of the building, we'll have to install a passenger elevator. You don't think I want people walking up to the 6th floor?
Now, just a minute, Mr. Cooper. I think one of us has got off the track here a bit. Let me get my bearings. Now, if I understood it right, I asked you what this space here was for, and you said...
Yes, I said...
You said a passenger elevator. Now, you know, and I know, and we know, there ain't one that a body'd trust to pull them up and down 6 stories. You know that, and I know that. So what kind of malarkey is this about putting in a passenger elevator when there ain't one to put in? I ask you, Mr. Cooper. In the name of common sense, Mr. Cooper, are you listening to me?
Oh, I'm listening, Barnes. But I was just thinking, why couldn't we...
No, I ain't going to listen. If you say you're going to build the elevator yourself,
I'd say you'd gone plumb stark raving lunatic.
Yes, Peter Cooper designed his own elevator for his own skyscraper, Cooper Union. He even designed a ventilating fan for the building that still operates on its original bearings. Today, a century later, Cooper Union still stands. Long since dwarfed by the real skyscrapers Peter Cooper had helped pioneer. Dwarfed physically, perhaps, but not in the service it renders. For Peter Cooper's skyscraper remains dedicated to a lofty ideal.
Where young people of all races and creeds can receive a free education, a unique educational institution devoted to the advancement of science and art.
Yes, Peter Cooper, creator, designer, industrialist, and inventor, helped lay the foundation for the fabulous New York skyline when he designed Cooper Union, the first skyscraper, and a monument to a great man's adventure in research. And that's today's Adventures in Research, produced in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. These programs are broadcast to Armed Forces personnel overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week for another transcribed story of science on Adventures in Research. Adventures in Research. Once upon a time, there was a barrel of cabbages, which turned out to be worth several $1 million. Sound like a tall story? Not at all. It really happened. And all because that barrel of cabbages was frozen solid. This is Paul Shannon bringing you another transcribed story of science, produced as a public service in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. And today telling you about the Million-Dollar Cabbages. Rarely does a man's name become a household word in his lifetime. Occasionally it happens and a man finds his name uncapitalized and added to the dictionary as, well, for example, with words like gerrymander, boycott, and quisling. In such cases, the meaning is usually unpleasant. But here in the United States is one bright-eyed, inquisitive man who finds his name a pleasant household word at grocery stores and on refrigerator shelves. Yes, there is a man named Birdseye, a man who had $1 million barrel of cabbages. More than that, he has been granted some 200 patents, ranging from an improved reflector lamp for offices and shop windows to a kickless harpoon gun for hunting whales. It was this man's signature, Clarence Birdseye, on the letter that caused some consternation in a certain fur trading office in 1919.
Birdseye. William, you ever hear of Birdseye?
Birdseye? You mean bullseye. That's...
No. I mean Birdseye. Clarence Birdseye. He's a man, a trapper to be exact. He sent a letter here.
Another trapper that's been put out of business and wants some help from us, I suppose. Hang it, Sam. They know what the market is today, or rather what the market isn't. Prices on furs took a tumble after the war.
Well, now, this chap isn't crying the blues. He's optimistic. In fact, I'd say he's more than optimistic. He thinks that prices will go back up. Says it's just a temporary decline.
Temporary decline fiddlesticks. Sam, we've been in the fur business for over 20 years. We know more about it than some upstart in the North Woods who wonders how he's going to make ends meet and starts whistling past the graveyard. Now, just write this bullseye.
Bird's eye.
Well, whatever it is. And tell him that at present market values, we are not in the least bit interested in importing any furs.
Now, hold on a minute, William. This fella seems to have something. His letter just brims over with enthusiasm. He wants someone to gamble $8,000 cash on his idea.
$8,000? Here, give me that.
William, what are you doing tearing up that paper?
Exactly. Well, I think if you'd have read it once more, you might have sent him the $8,000. $8,000 down the drain. But I tell you, even if you are my brother, you're also my business partner, and I won't stand for it.
But that wasn't the last of the subject of Clarence Birdseye.
Miss Harrison, 1 minute of your time, please.
Yes, Mr. Watkins?
You notice anything odd about my brother recently? Anything suspicious?
No, Mr. Watkins.
Well, he's up to something. Mark my words. Whenever he gets that gleam in his eye, I always want to check the bank balance.
Anything else, Mr. Watkins?
No, that'll be all. Oh, yes, there is something else. Ever hear of a Mr. Bullseye? No, that's not it. Birdseye.
Birdseye, sir?
Yes, I have a sneaking suspicion he may be the answer. Dig me up what information you can on him, will you? He's a trapper. Clarence Birdseye. That's the fellow.
Yes, Mr. Watkins. That shouldn't be any trouble. Your brother made the same inquiry of me a week ago.
What they discovered about Clarence Birdseye was most illuminating indeed.
It says here he started out as a youngster, earned enough money for a shotgun by trapping muskrats on Long Island and selling them to a scientist at the Bronx Zoo. He earned his way through college by trapping black rats and frogs.
Uh-huh. I see he joined the Biological Survey in New Mexico and was a laboratory technician and field worker in Montana.
Yeah, studying Rocky Mountain spotted fever. And then in northern Michigan, he installed and covered on foot a 75-mile trap line for timber wolves.
Yes, I know. Seems he also was in Labrador with Sir Wilfrid Grenfell seeking silver fox breeders. Stayed up there as a fur trader. Well, it's quite an impressive record, I'd say.
Oh, William, there's no doubt about it. This fella's got it. And if he has faith in the future of furs, what have we got to lose?
Well, only $8,000, but after all, what's $8,000? I've said that all along. Oh, Miss Harrison, take a letter to Mr. Birdseye and tell him, that we've decided to go along with his proposition.
So Clarence Birdseye was in business, and the venture proved profitable. Within a year, he had cleared more than $6,000. He then moved into a log cabin in Labrador and began traveling through the isolated primitive land buying furs.
Well, Birdseye, you're a sight for sore eyes.
Howdy, Barrett. Say, really blowing out there. You're looking good.
No complaints. Might say the same for you. Guess this on-the-go life agrees with you. Now, me, I just set it out in the store here, just a stationary storekeeper.
Oh, you're more than that, Barrett. You're the eyes and ears of the whole area. Tell me, how's trapping? Have the boys gotten some good skins since I've been through?
Oh, shucks, Birdseye, I guess so, the way they tell it. Say, I reckon you want to stock up with some provisions. Man needs victuals to last him when he starts hightailing it out along here. Ain't no grocery store in every corner like back in the States, eh?
I got a list all made up for you, Barrett. I'll make the rounds, see what furs the boys have, and then stop by here again the end of the week and pick it all up.
Dandy. Fine and dandy.
I don't know, though, as I really ought to buy anything from you, Barrett. I've been doing some experimenting on food myself since I saw you last. Tried out some whale meat.
Eating whale meat? You're joshing me.
No, it's truth. If the whale's young enough, it's delicious. You know, with your prices, you old skinflint, it's a good thing to know what's edible and what isn't. Ever try starlings? Sparrows?
To eat? can't rightly say as I have.
Real good, if they're fixed right.
You don't have nothing like that on your order here, I hope. I ain't stocking no sparrows or no whales.
No, I haven't put them on the list.
Well, so long as the list don't... wait a minute. Just looking it over, though, I don't know about this item, Birdseye. 24 cabbages.
What's wrong with that?
Well, I can't sell a puny little bunch like that. If you want cabbages, I'll have to sell you a whole barrel.
Well...
that's the way they come packed, and I couldn't repack them so you could tote them any distance.
Well, then, I guess a barrel of cabbages it'll have to be. I don't know what I'm going to do with a whole barrel, though. That's a powerful lot of cabbage, Barrett. A powerful lot of cabbage.
So Clarence Birdseye bought his furs, shipped them to the States, picked up his provisions for the winter, and returned to his isolated cabin, soon to hit upon his great $1,000,000 idea.
Yes, sirree, hon. We got enough provisions to last us clear through the winter. And it looks like it's going to be a humdinger.
Temperature's 40 below outside, according to the window thermometer.
Well, if you get on it making supper, I'll sit here.
I'll tell you what you can do. There's enough food stacked around here to feed a regiment. You'll have to do something about all that cabbage.
Well...
A whole barrel. Honestly, Clarence, we can't keep a barrel of cabbage around the house.
Okay. I'll take it outside.
With the temperature 40 below, it'll freeze.
Well, sure it will. But I've been thinking. You know when we bought that caribou meat last year? It was frozen stone hard, remember?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I do.
Well, I recall saying to you that it tasted real good. Well, here it is, 40 below. Maybe I could freeze that cabbage so we could chop it out when we needed it. That way we'd have cabbage. There. Now that ought to be enough seawater in the bottom of the barrel. Now I'll pack a layer of cabbages into it and let that layer freeze. And some more water. And another layer of cabbages. Yeah, that ought to keep them all right. Then any time we want cabbage, we can just chop out a layer with an axe.
And that, although Clarence Birdseye didn't know it at the time, marked the real beginning of quick frozen foods. Birdseye ate his cabbages, found them delicious, and thought no more about it. He went into the business of wholesaling fish and bumped into another problem.
Here's the trouble, Mr. Birdseye. These containers for shipping the chilled fish just don't stand up under shipment. Now, when we get to shipping them, why, the fish arrive spoiled.
Yes, I know. Reminds me of a time up in Labrador where I... Say, that trick with the cabbages. Now, why wouldn't that work?
Packing the fish with cabbages, Mr. Birdseye?
Tell you what, see if we can borrow a corner of the ice cream plant and we'll give it a try.
Fish, cabbages, and now ice cream. Mr. Birdseye, would you give me the afternoon off? Things around here are getting too complicated for me.
Clarence Birdseye began experimenting, quick freezing and slow freezing identical samples of food, and observing the difference. In 1924, he put quick frozen fish on the market, rapidly exhausted his capital, and went broke. Not stopped, he sold his life insurance, organized a new company, developed an automatic freezer, and thus started the frozen food business, an industry that now packs about 4 billion pounds of frozen foods a year.
I won't take any credit for being the discoverer of quick frozen foods. The Eskimos knew the trick for centuries. And there were a good many European scientists who had some theories about quick freezing. All I did was take the Eskimos' experience, along with the scientists' theories, and put it into quantity production.
Today, over 1,400 companies package about 475 different kinds of quick frozen foods. In doing so, they've added dozens of new glamorous foods to your grocer stocks. laid the basis for the frozen food locker industry, brought on home freezers and freezer chest refrigerators, and put the lie to Grandma's time-honored phrase that expressed sheer impossibility.
Why, that's as impossible as having fresh strawberries in January.
Yes, there's been quite a revolution in the buying and preparing of the 3 meals a day for millions of modern families. And whether it's frozen orange juice or French fries, shrimp or good old lima beans, back of them all stands a barrel of frozen cabbages and another far-reaching adventure in research. And that's today's Adventures in Research, produced in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. These programs are broadcast to Armed Forces personnel overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week for another transcribed story of science on Adventures in Research. Adventures in Research. This is the story of an invention that few of us can afford to be without, which is one of the cheapest things we buy, and yet for its size and weight, may be one of the most valuable things in all the world. And if a man named Roland Hill had not stopped by an English inn some 100 years ago, perhaps we wouldn't have the postage stamp. This is Paul Shannon bringing you another transcribed story of science, produced as a public service in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. And today telling you the story behind the invention of one of man's most commonplace and helpful aids to his daily living, the postage stamp. Our story begins in the year 1836 in England. The coach from London winds along a dusty country road, and with the last jolting bounce, comes to a stop.
Whoa, whoa, here we are. Everybody out now. Here's a chance to stretch your legs.
I say, driver, what manner of place is this?
This, my lord, is the Rose and Eagle.
An inn?
Yes, my lord. Need a change of horses before we push on. It'll be a spell, so if it's tea or refreshments any of you want, just step inside.
Oh, driver, how long will we be here?
About an hour, I suspect, sir. Maybe 2. Not more than 4 at the most.
4 hours? But see here, my good man. Dashed impertinence didn't even stand here and listen to me. I've told him 100 times I had to be in Liverpool by Wednesday, but... Oh, beg pardon. My name is Powers, Aubrey Powers.
Oh, Hill, Roland Hill.
Pleased to meet you. Well, I imagine we'd better toddle into the inn. The Rose and Eagle, eh? Upon my word.
Oh, here, let me get the door for you.
Hi, gentlemen. Love a duck, boys. Sit down. And what'll it be?
Mercy, I do feel faint.
A cup of grog for you, then, Ducky. And how about you, sir?
Tea.
I know. I'll be back in a jiffy. I say now, did you 2 gentlemen come on the coach?
Yes, we did.
Mercy, what a trip. Such jolting and bouncing. I don't know whether I came by the coach or through it.
Begging your pardon, Governor, but you didn't happen to be passing the post boy now, did you?
The post boy?
Aye, the boy who rides the mail out from London.
I didn't open my eyes the whole trip. Didn't dare.
Blimey, he's getting later and later.
The post boy?
I say, How soon before we get some service in this benighted horse stall?
Pooh, now, no need to get on your high horse. I was just asking, I was. The likes of some people, I must say.
Roland Hill, your name, eh?
No, quite.
I don't believe I know any, You in business? Making a business trip?
Well,
I beg your pardon. Didn't mean to pry. I just wondered if we might have met before.
I'm traveling for my health.
Traveling for your health? On that coach? Well, I must say I don't think you're going to find it.
Here you be now, Governor. Didn't take me more than half a move. You can thank your stars you got Kitty Carter to wait on you. Here's your tea, Governor.
I think I'd better have some tea also. I don't feel too well.
Just as you say. You take this one here.
Oh, all over me of all those. Come back here. You, miss. Oh, look at this mess.
No, I say you'd better go over to the fire there, Powers, and see if you can't dry off a bit.
Yes, I suppose I'd better.
Is the other gentleman all right? Lubberduck, I didn't mean to spill the tea, but I got so excited when I saw the postboy.
Ah, he's arrived.
Just this minute came riding up, and he'll be here in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail.
Kitty Carter? Be there a Kitty Carter here?
And what might you want with her?
Are you Kitty Carter?
I ain't saying I is, and I ain't saying I ain't.
Well, I got a letter for her, mailed from London.
Let me have a look at it.
No, you don't. No, you don't. Not till you pay the 7p it cost. It costs 7p for me to hand this here letter to you, miss, and you ain't getting it till I get me money.
I ain't asking you to hand it over. Just let me have a look at the address. Maybe it ain't for me.
Well, no harm for you to look, I guess. But don't grab it out me hands. Not till I gets me 7p.
Puff! It's not for me. I never knew nobody what would mail me a letter from Shepherd's Lane.
Hey, look here, you are Kitty Carter, ain't you?
Kitty Carter? No, my name's Kitty Carver. It ain't for me at all. So get off with you now and let me tend to the gentleman here.
Now, just a minute. You look here. I've rode all the way from London, I has, and you take this letter and give me my 7p.
It ain't for me. Why should I give you 7p? And now, so what'll it be, eh?
Oh, of all the silly jades, I ride all the way from
London.
London.
Who does he think he is anyway? Now I ask you, Governor.
But, Miss Kitty, I thought you were expecting a letter. You asked if we'd passed the postboy riding out from London.
Sure, I was expecting a letter. From Alfie. I got it. And he says he's meeting me Sunday afternoon at the Cove.
But the postboy, I mean to say, well, you refused the letter.
So I did. Why should I pay 7p? You see, Governor, me and Alfie, we got a code, we has. He sends me a letter, and up in the corner he puts a couple of little marks, like. A white dot means yes, and a black dot means no, you see?
Oh, so all you do is look at the envelope and you get the message, eh?
And it saves me 7p. Lots of people doing that. Works real good. 'Cause the postboy has to get his money from them who gets the letters. Excuse me, Governor, and I'll get you your tea.
Well, perhaps this stop is doing me some good after all. So that's how it's done. That's why postal revenues are down. Well, I'll just make a note of this to add to my report. I knew the only way to find out what's wrong with the postal system in England was to get out and see for myself.
So Roland Hill traveled throughout the length and breadth of England, observing the postal system as it actually worked, which wasn't very well. Although there were some post carriages carrying mail and passengers, much of the mail was delivered by post boys or runners. As to the cost...
Ridiculous. The government intends to pay the entire expenses of the war by upping the cost of postal service. The cost now for dispatching one letter a distance of 15 miles is 4p. And to deliver it more than a mile, the cost is, well, it can reach as high as 17p for 700 miles. I ask you, gentlemen, why should our postal rates be so high?
And what does the learned gentleman from Marinock suggest?
I propose that we forget about basing the cost of the mail on the distance it's to be sent. I propose that we abolish the idea that one sheet of paper is a single letter, while one running onto 2 sheets is charged at double the rate. I propose that we charge a sensible, prepaid rate for mailing, and see to it that the sender of the letter be charged before his letter is accepted. And I further propose that this charge shall be in the form of small adhesive stamps, which must be affixed to the letter.
Roland Hill's suggestions were finally approved, and his first stamps were put into service May 6th, 1840. Not so long ago at that. And the public took to his idea of stamped prepaid mail with contrasting reactions.
Stuff and nonsense, Hill. Stuff and nonsense, I say. Look here, old boy. You mean if I intend to write a letter, check up on my holdings or some such, say I write my solicitor on some matter, before I can send him the letter, I have to fuss around hunting for some stamp, you say?
That is the idea in substance, Your Grace. Oh, I know there are complications. I've already recognized the possibility of someone forging stamps. That's why we've had them printed as we have, from engraved steel plates, using special dies, special paper, special markings. A portrait of Queen Victoria, you notice, in blue for the 2 and black for the 1 penny.
Dash it all. Just another example of what a man has to go through to exist these days. Have to dash around the city looking for a portrait of Queen Victoria before I can mail a letter. Why, a man would have to have stamps with him all the time. Well, think of the expense, Roland.
Your Grace, it is the only sound system for the Postal Service to maintain. The idea of the recipient paying for the letter makes no sense at all, any more than charging so much per page. This way, it's based purely and simply on the weight of the letter. 1 pence an ounce, as simple as that. Practical, too. And as for charging by distance, completely unsound. This way, Your Grace, you can send a letter anywhere in England for a single fee.
But, my good man, I do not want to send a letter anywhere in England. You think I'm willy-nilly going to start sending letters all over the country? Why should I do that? A lot of bother, that's what it is. Rustling around, trying to find one of your precious stamps. Bah!
But, Your Grace, it isn't as complicated as you make out. Here, take a look at this. This is a sheet of stamps. 240 of the 2 variety.
Yes, the blue ones.
2 per stamp, 2 shillings per row of 12, 2 pounds per sheet. Clever, eh? And here at the bottom of the sheet are all the necessary instructions. It says, place the labels above the address and toward the right-hand side of the letter.
Just a moment. See what else it says. In wetting the back, be careful not to remove the cement.
Well, I know the cement isn't all it should be. We've been having a little trouble with its adhesiveness, but I've been experimenting on the best way to make the stamp stick, and I think...
Stuff and nonsense, Roland. Stuff and nonsense. No good will ever come of it, mark you. But if it will help you any, I'll buy some of your stamps. Not that I ever intend to write a letter if I can help it. Too dashed complicated. How much for these?
That's a block of 48. 48 tuppenny blues. Let's see, Your Grace, that will be 8 shillings.
The Duke of Buccleuch bought his stamps, 48 of them for about $2, and stuffed them away in his desk drawer. 100 years later, someone came across that sheet of stamps unused. Their market price today, $2 worth of stamps, $25,000. Yes, for its size and weight, a rare stamp is about the most valuable single object in the world today. The 1-cent British Guiana stamp, issued in 1856, and the only one of its kind in existence today, is valued at over $100,000. But Roland Hill did more than set in motion an interesting hobby when he created the modern postage stamp. For few inventions have ever produced as much excitement, relief, drama, and happiness as the little labels that guarantee us our morning mail. No, Roland Hill didn't think up the idea of letters or postage fees or mail delivery. But he did put all of them on an orderly basis when he dreamed up that little gum stamp in the upper right-hand corner of the envelope with his unusual adventure in research. And that's today's Adventures in Research, produced in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. These programs are broadcast to Armed Forces personnel overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week for another transcribed story of science on Adventures in Research. Adventures in Research. A live volcano, a cooked fish, and the human breath are all part of the history of one of mankind's oldest and most useful materials. And then, when Michael saved his breath, the material grew by leaps and bounds, and a new industrial miracle happened. This is Paul Shannon bringing you another transcribed story of science, produced as a public service in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. And today telling you the story of one of the oldest products of man's ingenuity, glass. Its history goes back millions of years, back to when nature herself made her own kind of glass. In the flaming heat of a volcano, lime, potash, and silicates melted under the terrific heat, fused and hardened into rock, crystallized volcanic rock. That was nature's method of making a kind of glass known as obsidian. No one knows what man first discovered that the volcano's action could be reproduced artificially. It is even remarkable that such a complicated process dates back to antiquity, for man had learned the secret before the 1st century. Perhaps it happened as Pliny, the ancient Roman historian, wrote. The scene, a Mediterranean shore thousands of years ago, and a galleon from Phoenicia approaches the wild coastline. The lookout, amidst the gaudy red-striped sail, sees nothing but tall, waving grass and the sandy beach.
We shall put to shore here. It appears safe from our enemies. Thou, Hesperides, take a number of men. Take spears. See if thou canst catch some fish for our meal.
It shall be done at thy command by Rehoboth.
Carathides, take the galley men. Prepare the shore for cooking the fish. Find firewood.
It shall be done at thy command by Rehoboth. Come, ye galley slaves, ashore. Come, or I'll take the whip to thy backs.
Stay thy anger, Carathides. Forget thy whip. Accompany the men to shore.
It shall be done at thy command. What does he know of galley slaves? The whip is all they obey. Hey, move along there! Move! A likely place. Now thou, get wood that we might build a fire. Not a sign of life. We could be devoured here by who knows what wild beast. Make haste! Collect the wood, or we shall die of starvation on this desolate shore.
Master, we bring wood.
Watch where thou lay it, or I'll have thy tongue, thou infidel.
Enough wood, master?
Enough. But on what shall we cook the fish? Something the noble captain did not think of, by Rehoboth. Not a single stone on this forsaken shore. The soda blocks we have in our cargo. They should make a good fireplace. Follow me. We shall get the soda blocks from the hold.
A good repast, Corathides. Now let us repair to the ship and make for home.
Make haste, thou infidels. Lift the soda blocks and carry them back to the ship.
Did thou say soda blocks?
Indeed, those we used to build the fireplace. But the soda blocks are gone.
Thou fool! They were valuable, and they have melted from the heat.
Yes, so they have. They have indeed. But I never thought that...
Melted to nothing, thou fool. Look at them. Eh? What is this strange substance here? Where the soda blocks have melted into the sand. Here, thou. Pick up this melted rock. We shall return it to the ship and see what manner of substance it is.
What the Phoenician sailors had done was make a crude form of glass. The silica present in the sand, the alkali in the burned wood, and the blocks of soda had been fused together into a strange new substance, one that was destined to change the thoughts and habits of man. Yes, glass was born somewhere in the hidden folds of early history. And the art of working with glass is ancient, too. Decorative glass bottles, dating back more than 4,000 years, have been found in Egypt. How did they make these hollow glass vessels?
Watch, my child, as I wind the threads of molten glass around this core of sand. And when the glass has cooled and hardened, we will remove the sand core and have a glass vessel of real beauty.
These early glass vessels were not transparent. Man had not yet learned the secret of adding the other ingredients that would yield transparent glass. And then, perhaps as much as 3,000 years ago, someone got an idea for a new use for this odd material.
A piece of glass in the wall, Amades?
And why not? Surely the glass slab will let in more light than the stone wall.
But who ever heard of shaping glass thus into a sheet?
It will let the light in and keep the rain out. You will see, Rehoboth. Now please stand aside that I may shape it before it cools. It was a laborious task, fashioning glass into crude shapes with tongs and other implements, or making hollow vessels by winding glass threads tediously around a sand core. And then about 300 B.C., another anonymous inventor made a discovery that was a turning point in the history of glass. It happened in the Phoenician city of Sidon.
At last the glass is ready. Come, Mercedes. Now cease stirring with that silly hollow rod.
'Tis lighter than your solid rod of iron. Stand aside. Let me stir the cauldron one more time.
No. It needs no further stirring. Now let it be. Get the sand for the mold, and we will begin.
One more time, I shall stir it.
Oh, all right, then, stir it. But let us get on with it, or we shall have waited too long. Oh, look out now. Drip none of it here. 'Tis scalding hot.
Out of my way.
Oh, Mercedes, you are dripping glass from the end of that stupid rod.
Oh, so I am. I will blow through the rod and the drippings will fly off.
Fool, not this direction. Oh, cease, Mercedes. You will... Oh, look. Why, it grows. As you blow into the tube, it grows. Oh, look, you have formed a glass ball on the end of the rod.
Aye. So I have. 'Tis most wondrous indeed.
Oh, quickly, Mercedes. I shall get me a hollow rod, too.
Glass blowing had been discovered. A man could dip a hollow tube into the molten glass, blow through the tube, then break off the glass, and he had a hollow ball. This principle opened up vast possibilities for new uses of glass. Later, the Syrians found a new way to make sheet window glass. Instead of the endless manipulation, they blew a glass bubble, broke it in half, and then rapidly twirled the half that stuck on the tube until the hot glass flattened out. For 12 centuries, it was the only type of window glass known, and easily recognized by a telltale circle left by the blowpipe in the center of the glass. Then came another significant discovery as craftsmen studied the art of glass blowing.
But look, Carabas, suppose a man should place a mold of some kind on the end of the blowpipe. A mold of iron, say, shaped like a goblet. Then, when you blow the molten glass, it will take the shape of the goblet, or whatever else the mold dictates. Here, let me show you.
With the mold, every vessel blown in the mold was identical in size and shape. While very old, this technique is the basic principle behind the modern mass production of millions of glass jars and bottles. The dawn of the 18th century brought improved equipment and techniques. With the growth of the American colonies, glass became one of the first industries established. And so we come to the year 1899, and a man named Michael J. Owens, who worked at the Libby Glass Company in Toledo, Ohio.
Come in, Michael. Sit down. Well, what seems to be the trouble? Nothing wrong at the plant, is there?
Oh, no, sir. Production is going along very well.
Splendid. Well, now, what does my best foreman have on his mind?
Well, I hope you don't think I'm out of my head, Mr. Libby. But I've been doing a lot of thinking about glass ever since I first went to work as a mold boy at 13. Even back then, I had this idea. I used to hold the iron mold so the glass blower could blow the bubble into it, and I'd ask myself, how long has this been going on? Well, here it is, 1899, Mr. Libby. And for 2,000 years, we've been making glassware the same old way, blowing glass into a mold with human breath.
Well, Michael, I know it appears sometimes that we're making no progress, but we're producing more glassware than we did last year, and next year we'll produce...
How would you like to produce more in a month than you now make in a whole year?
What? Why, how?
That's my idea, Mr. Libby. And I'd like your okay to go to work on it. I'd like your okay and some money.
To do what, Michael?
To build a machine to make glass bottles.
A machine to make glass bottles?
Yes, sir. I think I can make it work. And just think of saving all that breath.
Libby gave Michael Owens all the help he needed. And 4 years later, his machine materialized.
There it is, Mr. Libby. The boys call it Michael's merry-go-round.
Well, it's fantastic.
You see, sir, these multiple heads revolve, suck up the molten glass, blow it into shape in these molds over here, and then shoot the bottle down this ramp.
Amazing. They look all right. Is the quality good enough, Michael?
Yes, sir. They're perfect. And something else. This machine makes more bottles in 15 minutes than a glass blower can make in a day.
Michael Owens' bottle machine was one of the most startling developments in 4,000 years of glass history. It made possible the mass production of glass containers in uniform size, shape, and capacity, and in the quantity needed for modern living. And the future of glass, well, its possibilities have hardly been tapped. Glass roofing shingles, glass building block, glass top stoves, glass blackboards, glass shelves and kitchen counters, glass fabrics of all descriptions, glass insulation, glass chairs, glass tables, and, yes, even glass bed springs. Yes, that's part of the story of one of man's oldest and most important man-made products. A story that began in ancient Phoenicia and still moves on in a never-ending adventure in research. And that's today's Adventures in Research, produced in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. These programs are broadcast to Armed Forces personnel overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week for another transcribed story of science on Adventures in Research. Adventures in Research. Suppose someone asked you about the circumference of the Earth. Easy, About 25,000 miles around. All well and good. But suppose no one had measured it first. How would you find out the circumference of the Earth? This is the story of the first man who did, some 2,200 years ago, and he never left town to do it. This is Paul Shannon bringing you another transcribed story of science, produced as a public service in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories, and today telling you the story of the first man to measure the Earth. Even the earliest civilized man wondered about this Earth he lived on. What was it like? How big was it? Where was it in space? The ancient Babylonians thought the Earth was a flat disk. Others claimed it was a curved saucer. And the Hindus of ancient India said,
Tell me about the Earth, Vishnu.
The Earth is a bowl, upside down, my son.
And tell me, Vishnu, what supports this bowl?
It rests on the heads of 4 giant elephants.
And the elephants, what supports them?
The elephants stand on the shell of an immense tortoise.
And the tortoise? On what does he stand?
The tortoise? My son, it is not written.
But the ancient Greeks had other notions of the Earth, rightly considered it a round ball of matter suspended in space. Pythagoras and Aristotle had argued for its spherical shape, and information about the Earth began to appear in writings in the great libraries of the day. And perhaps the greatest was at Alexandria, to which, in 247 B.C., a man named Eratosthenes was named librarian.
Remarkable. I had no idea I would be in charge of such a library.
It is unquestionably the finest. But the library is only a part of the Royal Museum, the center of learning in all the world. Come, let me show you the lecture rooms, halls, exhibition rooms, and reading rooms, and the quarters for resident and visiting lecturers. They are everything one could desire.
I am much impressed with the library alone. When the great Ptolemy Euergetes appointed me, he said there must be over 700,000 volumes.
Well, do not try to read them all, Eratosthenes.
No, but I am anxious to see what writings are available on the subject of geography.
Well, whatever your learnings, you will find ample food to feast on here at Alexandria.
And here it was that Eratosthenes presided, and 2,200 years ago drew a map of the world, a rather amusing map to us in the 20th century. The continent of Africa was squeezed into one corner, and India pushed into a square adjoining Persia. But in the upper left-hand corner were islands, Britannica and Hibernia. So, 2,200 years ago, scholars were aware of the British Isles, of India, and even Iceland, which stood like a dot in the center of the map. But even though it is all out of shape, though it bears no resemblance to maps as we know them, this map was a very important one, as Eratosthenes explained.
Well done. Yes, my friend, you have drawn with a seemly hand. But may I ask, what are these lines you have drawn through it?
Those 7 east-west lines I call parallels.
Huh?
I have named them, you see. Here is the parallel of Rhodes. Here the parallel of Alexandria. Now, any other town through which this line runs must lie exactly east or west of Alexandria.
Yes, most ingenious. But what about these lines that run the other direction, north and south?
Meridians, I call them. I have named them also. This one, the meridian of the Pillars of Hercules. You note it runs through the Straits of Gibraltar. This one, the meridian of the Ganges, and so on.
Interesting. Very. You have partitioned off the world into little squares.
With such a map, with the aid of parallels and meridians, one can easily locate one's position relative to some known point. And also one can find distances. If place A is so far from place B, then place C, an equal distance on the map, must be the same distance.
Most ingenious, Eratosthenes.
I was hoping you might join me next month in making a larger map, which could show more...
I regret, my friend. Much as I would like, I shall not be here. No, for tomorrow I begin my journey to Aswan for the summer solstice.
What is there in Aswan?
Oh, have you not heard of its fabulous well? Aswan lies near the first cataract of the Nile, and it has a certain freshwater well, which is a marvel to behold. For exactly on the summer solstice, the longest day of the year, the sun illuminates the bottom of the well. I want to observe this. Otherwise, Eratosthenes, I would be most happy to help you.
Then go. Look into your sunshine well. I have more important matters to concern myself.
As Eratosthenes worked with his parallels and meridians, he also pondered a greater question: the size of this earth on which we live. Now, this was a sizable task to tackle 2,200 years ago, and with no real knowledge of the world. But as Eratosthenes sat drawing his lines on the map, an idea struck him.
If the earth is a sphere, then these lines I am drawing must form circles, and a circle is 360 degrees. Now, if I could measure the length of a single degree, I could multiply by 360, and the answer would be the size of the earth.
But that was the crux of the problem. How could he measure the distance equivalent to any given number of degrees? Eratosthenes sought out an astronomer, and this sage of the heavens gave him an idea.
Now you see, the sun swings north and south from season to season. The sun reaches its lowest point at the winter solstice, the first day of winter, and then begins its journey north. It crosses the equator 3 months later, and on that day the days and nights are of equal length. Then on it travels farther and farther north until it reaches its peak at the summer solstice. It then starts its journey back to the south. That is what gives us our seasons.
I understand that, my wise friend, but here at Alexandria, the sun in its travels never gets straight overhead, does it?
No. We have calculated its position. On its northernmost move, the day of the summer solstice, it is 7 1/5 degrees south of straight overhead.
7 1/5 degrees south of straight overhead. On the day of the next summer solstice, would you help me make a few measurements of...
Oh, no, I cannot. The day of the summer solstice, I must be in Aswan, at the first cataract of the Nile. The most amazing well.
I have no time for wells.
Oh, but it is most interesting.
To you, perhaps. But a well in Aswan means nothing to me. I want to measure the earth. It is a tremendous circle, this globe on which we live.
Around it are my imaginary lines. These lines, too, are circles. Now, if a circle is 360 degrees...
Yes, so you have explained to me, Eratosthenes, 10,000 times. 10,000 times 10,000.
If my discussion bores you, I shall not subject you to it any longer.
Nay, rest a while. I merely meant...
No, I leave. If a well in Aswan holds more interest for you than the size of this sphere on which we live, I have no more to say. Farewell, Borasthenes.
Eratosthenes was irritated. He drew his maps, traced the lines upon them, but they no longer held his interest. All he could think of was measuring the earth, to find its size. And he could do it right here in Alexandria, if only he could find one point of measurement. He drew another line.
I pressed too hard. The stylus is broken. I'm not concentrating, that's all. If only I could get my mind to the task at hand. Now, let me see. I draw the line running north and south, starting here at Alexandria, through Throbus, then Aswan. Aswan. And its infernal well. I have heard enough of that. So it is on the same meridian as Alexandria, exactly south of here. But my mind wanders. What was it they said about that accursed well? Oh, what did they say?
Have you not heard of the fabulous well there? On the first day of summer, the longest day of the year, the sun illuminates the bottom of the well.
Illuminates the bottom of the well. Hold a bit. If the sun does this, then it has to be directly overhead. And if it is overhead at Aswan, and it is not overhead here in Alexandria... Borasthenes! 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 Borasthenes!
Yes, I am here. You seem quite exhausted with your shouting, and you have disturbed every scholar.
Let them be disturbed. I have it. I have it.
Please, it must wait. Even now I am waiting for the safari to Aswan.
Exactly, Aswan. Look, is it true that at high noon, the first day of summer, the sun shines directly into the well?
Of course it does. One of the greatest phenomena of all time.
Then at Aswan, the sun is directly overhead.
On the day of the solstice? Of course. How else would the sun shine down to mirror itself on the water? If you do not believe me, then pray come along.
Nay, hear me out. On the first day of summer at Aswan, the sun is shining directly overhead. But on that exact same day, the sun at Alexandria...
The sun at Alexandria has nothing to do with it. I swear, Eratosthenes, one moment you care to hear nothing about the well at Aswan, and the next minute...
Nay. Merely tell me what you did before. The sun at Alexandria, even at its northernmost swing, it does not get directly overhead.
No. As I have said...
But how far does it come? To what degree does the sun approach overhead at its noon zenith on the first day of summer?
I have told you before, Eratosthenes, 7 1/5 degrees.
7 1/5 degrees. Are you certain?
Certain? You doubt the word?
No, I doubt nothing. Borasthenes, I have measured the earth.
You speak in riddles. You're mad.
Nay. If the sun is directly overhead at Aswan and is 7 1/5 degrees south of its zenith at Alexandria, then Alexandria and Aswan are 7 1/5 degrees apart.
Eratosthenes, I have no more time nor patience. I am to journey to Aswan, and the trip is 500 miles, and
500 miles? Then it is simple mathematics. I know that Aswan and Alexandria are on the same meridian. I know their distance is 7 1/5 degrees. I know this is 1/50th of a circle of 360 degrees. Now, if Alexandria is 500 miles from Aswan, this is 1/50th of a circle.
I still do not comprehend how you can measure the earth.
The earth is 25,000 miles around.
And that was how Eratosthenes measured the earth 2,200 years ago, and did it without ever leaving Alexandria. And any schoolboy knows how close he came. He overlooked a few factors, made one or two slight errors that happily canceled each other out. History tells us that Eratosthenes died in the year 194 B.C., famous as a maker of maps. And although his maps did not stand the test of time, the fame of Eratosthenes did, thanks to a most unusual adventure in research. And that's today's Adventures in Research, produced in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. These programs are broadcast to Armed Forces personnel overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week for another transcribed story of science on Adventures in Research. Adventures in Research. If you're a fisherman, a boating enthusiast, or just a lover of clear blue water, chances are you're among the millions of Americans who use an outboard motor. And if so, you owe a special debt to a big blonde Norwegian who perfected the first successful one, and then admonished everyone to throw the oars away. This is Paul Shannon bringing you another transcribed story of science produced as a public service in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. And today telling you the story of Ole Evinrude and the outboard motor. Let us begin our story in Cambridge, Wisconsin in 1893. Ole is a 16-year-old boy, shy, growing too fast, but let's hear what others had to say of him.
Ole? Andrew Evinrude's boy? Why, smarter than a whip. Yes, sir. Give him a machine to fix, and the boy'll do it right off. Ain't a thing about machinery that boy don't know.
Ole? Well, the lad's all right. Works his head off on Andrew's farm, but I don't think he'll ever be a farmer. He's got that look in his eyes. Used to see it back home in Norway. A far-off look, like a man who's thinking of the sea and blue water and tall masts.
My son Ole, he's a good boy, not like the other children. You know what Ole's doing? Building himself a boat, a real sailboat, making it in secret out in the woodshed. Andrew says, Ole, stick to the farm. And me, I don't think that's for Ole, but I wouldn't say so to Andrew.
And then one day, Andrew Evinrude found the precious boat, looked at it with a sudden blinding rage, and picked up an axe.
So, boats you're building, yeah? For this, we travel all the way from Norway to Wisconsin so you can build boats, eh? Keeping a secret from your pa, eh? I'll show you what I think of boats. No boats. Farming, that's what you'll do. Wasting time and money on boats. No more boats, you hear? Forget them. And if I ever catch you building another, I'll smash it into kindling wood, just like this one.
That was Ole Evinrude, age 16. A lonely, bashful boy, slaving on a farm, designing and building a boat, with only a picture in a book to guide him, and holing up in his room, studying books about ships and machines, books and more books.
Trash! You need shoes, not books, to waste time on. No books, you hear, and no boats.
But secretly, Ole built another boat, a lovely, trim craft with snowy sails. And his father found that one, too.
Another boat, eh? I warned you if you built another boat. All right. I wanted to make a farmer of you, Ole. But I guess it's not for you. It's a right nice boat, Ole. Come, I'll help you haul it over to the lake.
And Ole Evinrude, who had never seen a real boat in his life before, sailed it like a master. That was the end of farming, and Ole left for Madison, Wisconsin, and finally to Milwaukee, where he worked in a pattern shop by day, and by night studied and dreamed and tinkered in the back room of a boarding house owned by one Mrs. Doyle.
Mr. Evinrude, got some clean towels for you. You in there, Mr. Evinrude?
Just a minute, Mrs. Doyle.
No reason on earth to lock your door. Nobody but honest folks lives in this house, Mr. Evinrude.
Thank you, Mrs. Doyle, for the towels.
Wouldn't have nobody but honest people rooming in my house. Something mighty suspicious about folks who lock their door, I say.
Thank you, Mrs. Doyle.
Like they got something to hide, maybe. Well, I never. Now listen here, Mr. Evinrude. Look out you don't set that room on fire again. You hear me? You'll burn the house down right over our heads. And not even know it if I didn't tell you. So I just told him, Mr. Evinrude, I said, I can't have this going on. I run a respectable house, I said, and you dozing off and letting that kerosene lamp smoke up the whole place that way.
He's a queer one, Mrs. Doyle. Where is he now?
Down in the basement fiddling with something. But I told him that he'd have to be out of there by 8 o'clock.
What's he doing down in the basement?
Oh, I don't know.
The lights! What happened to the lights?
I'll bet it's that old Evinrude down in the basement. Oh, I get my head.
It works. It really works.
Light a match, somebody.
Oh, it works. Come on down and look. I just got my engine going. Hooked it up to the gas jet and...
It blew out every light in the house.
Oh, I guess the engine went so fast it pulled all the gas from the pipes, Mrs. Doyle. But...
Mr. Evinrude, you pack your things and get.
You may be sure that Oldie Evinrude's experiments were the wonder of the neighborhood. And a young girl named Bess Carey, who lived next door, couldn't help wondering, too, when she heard Mrs. Doyle's latest story.
Imagine. Like to blow the place up. I won't have him making any more experiments in my house. He's got to get out of here before he does anything.
Yes, the young girl must have been a little curious about this shy, blonde Norwegian who cared more for an engine than he did for a house.
So I was thinking, Miss Carey, seeing as how you live next door to Mrs. Doyle's, and that shed in your backyard ain't being used for nothing, could I, that is, well, how much would you want for me to rent it?
So Oldie Evinrude moved his engine into the shed next door. He improved it. He built a horseless carriage to put it in. He founded a company to build similar engines to order and landed a contract for 50 one-horsepower models for the United States government. And all the while, he saw more and more of pretty young Bess Carey. There were walks and rides in Oldie's automobile and a picnic one hot Sunday afternoon at a nearby lake.
Ah, here, under this tree. Should be a nice breeze off the lake, Bess.
It'll blow my hair all over the place, but I don't care.
You look real pretty that way, Bess.
Why, thank you, Ole.
How's business school coming?
Oh, it's exciting. I love business.
Wish I could say that. I've tried it, but I just don't have a head for business. But give me a shop and a carpenter's rule and a drawing board.
And a basement to blow up.
Yeah. Guess I am sort of a fool, Bess. My engine company's losing money, and it shouldn't. I build good engines.
Of course you do. But you don't manage the business right, Ole.
Yeah, I suppose you're right.
You need someone to write your letters and keep the books. Someone to organize things.
I know I've no knack for such things, but...
Tell you what, I'll come in every day after school and manage the office, Ole.
Would you, Bess?
Sure.
Gosh, well, I don't see what a pretty girl like you sees in a big...
Now, Ole, don't talk that way. Oh, gee, it's nice out here. Know what would make it complete? Ice cream. Doesn't that sound good?
Ice cream? Is that what you want, Bess? Well, I'll get you some.
Oh, don't be silly. I didn't mean for you to... Ole, come back here. Honestly.
No trouble at all, Bess. I can roll over in no time.
It's 5 miles over there and back. Don't be silly.
I'll be right back, Bess. Don't go away.
Yes, it was a 5-mile round trip, and the sun was hot. At the end of a mile...
Oh, this is work. Oh, somebody sure ought to put an engine on these blasted boats.
Then 2 miles.
Maybe one of those portable engines like the government ordered, only more simple, lighter in weight. A real simple engine you could attach to a rowboat.
4 miles.
Yeah, somebody ought to invent one. And maybe... Oh, by golly, I will.
The ice cream had long since melted, and so, it seemed, had Ole Evinrude's idea. Maybe there were just too many other things to take up his mind. 2 more hand-built automobiles. The Motor Car Power Equipment Company to manufacture a standard engine and transmission for installation in any horseless carriage. The failure of his company, and starting all over again with a pattern shop. But most of all, marrying Bess Carey and working day and night to make ends meet. And then one day in 1908, out in his shop.
Come here, Bess, quick. I've got something to show you.
What is it, Ole?
Here, take a look.
Oh, what in the world is it? It looks like a coffee grinder.
It's an engine, Bess. An engine that'll run a rowboat.
Ole, you've been working around with this when we're so short of money.
I got the idea a couple of years ago when I rode back for that ice cream, remember? Well, this is it. You just fasten it to the back of a boat and away you go. Watch. I'll start her up. Well, what do you think of it, Bess? Isn't it a beaut?
Well, now that you've got it, what are you going to do with it, Ole?
Do with it? Well, gosh, I don't know.
Well, if it's as good as you say it is, it ought to sell. Is it that good, Ole?
Well, maybe not, but I can make it that good.
Then do it, Ole. Do it.
And Ole did. He perfected his motor and built 25 of them out in his shop, while Bess managed the front office and wrote their first advertisement.
We've money for only one ad, Ole, but we'll put it in the biggest motor magazine that's published. See, here's what it says. Don't row, throw the oars away.
That ad brought hundreds of others. With his own hands, Ole designed the machines for mass production of his motors, squeezed a $5,000 investment into a factory, and started America throwing the oars away. No, Ole Evinrude's motor wasn't the first ever built, and maybe not the fanciest, but it was different. It worked. Today, some 4 million outboard motors churn up the water in every corner of the world. They do far more than simply serve as the fisherman's best friend. They save countless lives in flood emergencies. They carry explorers on the waterways of trackless jungles. They are employed by commercial fishermen, the Coast Guard, and the Navy. They are used to mix large vats of liquids. They have been adapted to run lawnmowers, small electric light plants, and firefighting equipment. Yes, Ole Evinrude's first little engine has come a long way. Today's light, powerful, streamlined outboards are remotely controlled and fed with gasoline, are remarkably quiet and free of vibration. Tribute indeed to the man whose neighbors said of him,
"He's got that look in his eyes, a far-off look, like a man who's thinking of the sea and blue water and tall masts."
Yes, among all of those who love the water and find fun afloat, there's a special fondness for Ole and Bess Evinrude. And special thanks, too, for a hot Sunday afternoon and a quart of ice cream, which helped set in motion a pioneering adventure in research. And that's today's Adventures in Research, produced in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. These programs are broadcast to Armed Forces personnel overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week for another transcribed story of science on Adventures in Research. Adventures in Research. Overhead, a bird makes lazy circles in the sky, gliding in graceful arcs high above the buildings and the fields. Below, a boy lies gazing upward and wondering how the world would look from up there, wishing he too were free as a bird. This is Paul Shannon bringing you another transcribed story of science, produced as a public service in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. And today telling you a story about one of man's oldest dreams, to be free as a bird, and of two men who dreamed it. One of them was Jean-Marie Labrie, a French sea captain who lived 100 years ago.
Hey, Marty. Where's Captain Labrie?
Well, where else? He's upon the afterdeck. And you'd best leave him alone. He's in no mood for trouble.
He's in no mood for nothing. Should have known better than to sign on with a French captain. Mad as a hare he is. When we gets into port, I'm in to pull out them whiskers in his little black beard one by one.
Here. Now watch your talk. No matter what you think of Captain Bray, mutiny ain't
Who says anything about mutiny? I didn't do nothing. Don't shoot.
Oh, now he ain't shooting at you.
What is he shooting at then?
Birds. The captain likes to shoot 'em.
So you play the game. Will not outwit Jean-Marie Labrie. The next bullet will go through your heart, you winged baboon.
Sorry me from ever signing on again with a French captain. Crazy as a barge.
Oh, we missed him again. Oh, I hope he gets that bird. He won't be fit to sail with.
What kind of a bird is it anyhow? I've seen it fall in the boat for days now.
That one he's shooting at? Looks to me like a albatross.
Albatross?
Aye.
If you kill one of them, it's bad luck.
Now, look here. Don't butt in where
you're
Captain,
not... don't shoot. Captain, don't shoot.
So now, Mr. Bird, this time you're doomed. You outsmart me before, but
don't
now...
shoot!
Idiot! You spoiled my aim. Let go of the gun. Are you mad?
What is bad luck, Captain, to shoot an albatross?
Let go. I'll have you in irons for this.
No, don't give me the gun, Captain, before you shoot.
Voila! Now see what we have done. Shot him.
Oh, mercy. It's bad luck, Captain, to shoot an albatross.
Look at the size of him. His wings. How wide they stretch. Ah, look, it pulls me. The wing. It draws into the wind. It wants to rise. A dead bird, no, but the wing, it pulls into the wind.
But, Captain, it's bad luck.
Bad luck? Stupid. Look, I hold back the wing, but it wants to draw forward into the wind. I have discovered the secret of the bird. I have comprehended the mystery of flight. You know what this means?
Bad luck, Captain. Bad luck.
Captain Labrie thought that he had discovered something that would teach him the secret of the flight of birds. In 1854, he built an albatross of his own, of wood and cloth with a boat-like body. It had a wingspan of 23 feet, and eagerly he took it out to test.
Écoutez, I am going to fly this bird.
But why do you want my mule and wagon, Captain?
I must get the bird and myself into the air, no? So we shall attach the bird to the cart. We shall start the mule down the road in the face of the winds, and poof, the bird will rise in the air.
£50, you say?
My word upon it. And the word of Captain Labrie is good, no?
Oh, I don't doubt it none, Captain. But if you plan on flying up in the air, well, if it's all the same to you, could I have the £50 now before you start?
I told you £50. Now let us begin. I shall wave the handkerchief, like so, when I am ready. Then you start the cart, and as fast as you can, so I can fly the bird.
But the wind is coming straight at us. Seems to me
Please,
that...
I know what I am about. I am about to solve the mystery of the birds.
Captain, that's another thing. Just suppose, say, that this bird of yours does go sailing up in the sky. If you've got it attached to my cart...
As soon as I am in the air, I shall untie the rope and be free.
free.
Till you come down and pay me my £50. Let's not forget that.
No more talk. The wind rises. Remember, when I give the signal.
I got you, Captain. Come on, Nellie. We got work to do. Come on, Nellie. Come on.
Monsieur, I am waving the handkerchief.
Let's go, Nellie.
Faster! Faster!
Oh, come on, Nellie. Come on there.
It is going up. I am rising.
Golly, it's taking off right off like a bird. Don't forget the rope, Captain. Captain, untie the rope.
Wait, the rope, but this knot. I cannot untie it.
I'll untie this end down here, if I can grab it. Whoa, Nellie. There, I got it. Hey, let me down. Hey, help.
Sucker plan, let go now.
I can't. Let me down.
You are pulling me down. Let go, monsieur.
Help. Help.
We are falling. We are going to crash.
And that was the end of Captain Labree's experiments, for the flight in his albatross resulted in a broken leg. But he had advanced human knowledge one more step toward the sky. Not many years later, two boys in Germany considered the same problem that Labree's albatross had presented. The brothers were Otto and Gustav Lilienthal, who watched a stork on a peaceful meadow near their home.
Isn't it odd, Gustav? No matter how frightened he gets of us, he runs toward us when he starts to fly. You would think he would run away from us.
Yeah, he is a funny bird.
It must be that it is easier for him to get up in the air when he runs toward us. Something makes him run toward us. Ah, the wind. Of course. He only does it when the wind is at our backs.
So Otto Lilienthal learned, too, from the birds. From the middle 1800s until the turn of the century, Otto Lilienthal studied birds, trying to pry from them the secret of flight. And he wrote in his diary these words.
With each advent of spring, when the air is alive with innumerable happy creatures, when the storks on their arrival at their old resorts fold up their imposing flying apparatus which has carried them thousands of miles, and announce their arrival by joyously rattling their beaks, when the swallows have made their entry and hurry through our streets and past our windows in sailing flight, when the lark appears as a dot in the ether and manifests its joy of existence by its song, then a certain desire takes possession of man. He longs to fly upward and to glide, free as a bird, over smiling fields, leafy woods, and mirrored lakes, and enjoy the landscape as fully as only a bird can do.
That was the dream of Otto Lilienthal, who was to become the father of the glider. Otto and his brother constructed gliders with wings measuring as much as 9 by 3 feet. Then they began building an ornithopter, a glider with huge flapping wings that could sustain a man in flight. Lilienthal's goal, as he himself put it,
not to rest until we have attained to a perfect conception of the problem of flight.
This was 1880. Already man had roamed in many directions for the answer to flight, but still hadn't solved the riddle. So Otto Lilienthal started from scratch. He applied himself to calculating the principles of aerodynamics. He studied birds in flight. He recognized the lifting qualities of a curved wing with thickened leading edge.
We find that nature utilizes the advantage of curved wings even in the vegetable kingdom. It provides the seeds of certain plants with slightly curved wings so they might sail along in the wind.
By 1891, Lilienthal had finished his original research and had decided to compare the actual lifting power of larger curved surfaces with the values he had derived from his work with models.
Did it work all right, Otto?
Yes. A bit shaken up, perhaps. The ground is hard when you hit it. But no matter, I'm fine. What about the distance?
Over 1,000 feet, Otto. Think of it. Over 1,000 feet.
The rigid wing makes the difference, Gustav. And I'm learning the knack of steering it better. Help me out of this harness, eh?
Oh, yes. It was beautiful, Otto.
It is almost like second nature to me now, moving my weight from side to side or back or forward. Now I am getting so I do not have to think it. I feel it instinctively, like keeping your balance on a bicycle.
I have jotted down the distance and the time.
Good. Our records must be complete. Now, Gustav, we must begin thinking of putting a motor onto the glider. Then perhaps we shall be able to...
In 1896, Lilienthal was flying his glider with its fixed wings and a new rudder. Suddenly, he lost control.
Otto!
Lilienthal died as a result of his injuries, and his grief-stricken brother bundled up the well-kept notes of this pioneer in aviation.
Otto recognized that his machines were the means and not the end. He felt there was too much theorizing. He wanted to resolve the questions by actual flight. The air itself had the answers, he used to say. Now he is gone. There is no one to ask the questions. Just a name forgotten by history. Of what good are his notes, his memoranda, his theories?
But perhaps there was someone else to ask the questions. In the United States, 2 men pondered the loss of Otto Lilienthal.
It is a great loss.
The man, yes, but the idea lives on. He started something. And who knows, Orville, perhaps we can finish it.
Yes, perhaps this was Otto Lilienthal's greatest contribution to flight, the enthusiasm that he gave to the Wright brothers. But for his testing of theories, for reducing the art of gliding to actual practice, for his desire to be free as a bird, the world owes a great debt to the father of gliding, Otto Lilienthal, and his ill-fated adventure in research. And that's today's Adventures in Research, produced in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. These programs are broadcast to Armed Forces personnel overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week for another transcribed story of science on Adventures in Research. Adventures in Research. This is the story of a sprig of mint and a dead mouse. It's also the story of one of the most maligned men who ever lived. A man of science who set out to prove he was right. and proved himself so wrong that he set a new milestone in science. This is Paul Shannon bringing you another transcribed story of science, produced as a public service in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. And today telling you one of the most dramatic, tragic stories in the annals of science. The year is 1764, London, a crowded street. Perhaps we can catch a glimpse of the young man. Oh, yes, there he is, a tall, slender young man, rather delicate looking. He's a clergyman. He strides along briskly. And now he stops by a fashionable home and steps up to the door. This is a man of 30 with an unlucky fate at his elbow, a fate that bides its time. This genteel clergyman is
Joseph Priestley. My card.
You have an appointment. Step inside, please, and I will inquire.
If he is not too busy, I do not want you to disturb him, but I am so anxious to see him, the greatest man in the world.
One moment, please.
Yes, the greatest man in the world. I would gladly give half my life for this chance to meet...
Yes, sir. You wish to see me?
Benjamin Franklin. Oh, bless you, sir.
Well, now, thank you, and bless you, too, while we're about it.
Oh, my apologies. I am so overcome with actually seeing you in the flesh, Mr. Franklin.
All too solid fresh, I'm afraid. You English eat much more than we do in the colonies. I shall return home somewhat resembling a stuffed pig.
Allow me to introduce myself. I am Joseph Priestley, minister to the parish at Nantwich. Huh? When I heard you were visiting London, I determined I would not let the opportunity pass without seeing you, the greatest man in the world.
Well, my good lad, those are words of praise indeed. But I doubt that I am that. No, the glasses to aid my eyes give me away, and the gout that gives me lameness shows me for what I am. A servant of His Majesty. Not too happy a servant, I assure you. A servant that would like some of the bonds loosened a trifle, and an increase in wages and self-respect.
Oh, I know, sir. The American colonies are suffering. They have my profoundest sympathy. So you are Benjamin Franklin?
Yes, I think we've made that point abundantly clear. Now, let us sit down and see if we might find a subject more worthy of our mutual contemplation. It is rare, Reverend Priestley, for me to have a visitor from the Church of England.
Oh, I am not here in any official capacity. Indeed, as a minister, I think you will find me not lacking in a knowledge of more mundane matters. What a thrill to see you at last, Mr. Franklin. All England loves you, admires you. You, the man who captured a thunderbolt from the sky.
That is a bit thick, you know. I didn't capture any thunderbolt. Indeed, if one attempted it, you would find a thunderbolt capturing you.
Of course, I know nothing about science, Mr. Franklin. Nothing. Just what any educator might know, or a little less. But a man with your knowledge of this strange electricity, why, with you as a teacher, what might we not learn?
Me? A teacher?
A book, sir. A book on the history of electricity. Have you ever contemplated such a book?
Indeed, I have not. But you have, eh? Well, then, sir, why don't you write it?
But I am no scientist. Why, Mr. Franklin, I know nothing of...
You could learn, sir. You could learn.
A year later, Joseph Priestley published his book, The History and Present State of Electricity. Although lacking any scientific background, Priestley soon proved he had a flair for research. Priestley was launched on a career in science. He turned to chemistry, at the time a whole unknown continent of knowledge. Chemical beliefs of the day went something like this.
Now, class, we know, as Aristotle told us, the earth is composed into 4 elements. There are 4 ingredients and only 4. These are fire, earth, air, and water, correct? Now, each of these 4 elements is again divided. For example, earth is mercurial, vitreous, or combustible,
And let us not forget the soul of all matter. This we call phlogiston. Phlogiston it is which makes things burn. Phlogiston is the all-powerful soul of matter.
That was the state of chemistry, bound blindly to a soul of phlogiston, mysteriously present in things which burned in air. And it was air itself that Joseph Priestley, by chance, decided to study.
Phew. The air here in Leeds is very bad, eh, Marlowe?
Oh, yes, sir. It is the brewing house next door. The fermentation gives off a most disagreeable odor.
The air itself is bad, Marlowe. Now, why couldn't we examine this foul air, see what it is that smells so terrible, and remove it?
So Priestley set to work studying and experimenting on what was then called fixed air. Today we know it as carbon dioxide, but they didn't know that then.
So you see, Marlowe, there are different kinds of air. By mixing chalk and sulfuric acid, I have prepared a gas very similar to what we call fixed air. Then I run this fixed air through water, and the result is what you see here.
Oh, I say, look at the bubbles in the water. Oh, my word.
Take a sip of it. It's quite pleasant, I assure you.
Oh, it tickles, doesn't it? My goodness, sir, what have you done here?
I hope I have clarified fixed air.
What Joseph Priestley actually had done was invent soda water, carbonated water. The Royal Society honored Priestley with its highest award in chemistry. But the grim shadow of fate still stood in the wings, waiting to cross the path of Joseph Priestley. And he was unaware of it as he bent over his test tubes and beakers. Was not his soda water a success?
Makes a delicious julep, it does. A small glass of the water, followed by a draught of lemon juice or vinegar. It will cause the fixed air to be evolved inside the stomach. Excuse me.
So Joseph Priestley continued his experiments on gases, unmindful of fates or future. And soon he made his greatest discovery.
On Sunday, the 1st of August, I chanced to heat red oxide of mercury by using the sun's rays through a large burning lens. I presently noticed copious quantities of a peculiar air being expelled. I put a sample of this air into an enclosed jar where I had a lighted candle. The candle burned with amazing strength of flame. A bit of red-hot wood in the jar crackled and burned with a prodigious rapidity, like iron glowing with a white heat and throwing out sparks in all directions.
Priestley investigated this strange air further. He found that mice lived much longer in it than in ordinary air. And he found something else.
In a closed container, a burning candle or a live mouse injures the air, so that both candle and mouse soon expire. This new gas I have discovered restores the air, replaces its vitality, just as nature finds a way to keep it replenished.
What Priestley had done, although he didn't know it, was to produce and isolate oxygen, that all-important life-giving element. And then he found out how nature helps maintain this element in the air.
Quite by accident, I placed a sprig of mint into a closed vessel of air in which a candle had burned out. After 10 days, I placed another candle in the vessel, and it burned perfectly. It would seem that plants reverse the effect of animal breathing and tend to keep the atmosphere sweet and wholesome.
These were exciting times for Joseph Priestley as he uncovered truth after truth in his laboratory. But the shadow of a cruel fate grew longer and longer. Priestley continued in his fever of experiments. Although his own discoveries disproved it, he believed he had at last found the long-sought soul of matter, phlogiston. But this was not the belief which was to condemn him.
I mean, sir, Priestley may be a genius, but to have the cheek to say those blasted colonists deserve to be free, why, a man could be hanged for less.
Indeed, Priestley came right out and said it. Said we must have separation of church and state in England. Of course the man is an idiot, but even so, mouthing such stupid nonsense, why, it's treason.
I will not have it. Priestley shall not be allowed in my house. Any man who has publicly espoused the cause of those accursed French revolutionists is not fit company. Imagine Priestley saying he felt sympathetic to those barbarians who are overthrowing all of France.
I'll tell you here what they're going to do. They're going to celebrate Bastille Day. Oh, a nice quiet celebration for Priestley and his friends right here in Birmingham. He's a traitor, that's what he is.
Oh, come now. What's the harm in letting him think as he wants to?
And bring the revolution over here? He's more than a traitor. Look what he said about the church and the state.
I say hanging's too good for you.
Oh, if it's a revolution he likes, so I will give him one. Are you with me?
Come on out there, Priestley, or we'll set fire to your house.
Hey, someone's coming to the door. I've seen him. Ah, there he is!
Please, gentlemen. My family are inside this house. I have done no wrong. Certainly they have not. Leave us in peace. Do nothing that you will be sorry for, I beg of you.
Take that!
Who threw that stone?
Here's another, you traitor!
Here's a torch. Come on, men. Rush the house.
Priestley and his family barely escaped when the mob took over his house, scattered his valuable papers, looted his rooms, and set fire to the wreckage. In London, where he fled, the persecution continued. Associates renounced him. His sons could find no employment. So Joseph Priestley, who had reaped the harvest of his belief in political and religious liberty, turned his eyes away toward America. Here in this land of freedom, Priestley lived out his days, chatting with George Washington and Thomas Jefferson, preaching to a congregation that included President John Adams. He continued his experiments, helped pioneer American chemistry by instructing our early chemists. When Priestley died at 71, he still believed in phlogiston, unaware that his own discoveries were soon to overthrow the theory he championed. Yes, Joseph Priestley was proved wrong by the very theories he thought proved him right. But his tragic life brought great returns, for his bright flaming candle lit the path for Antoine Lavoisier, the first modern chemist, and for all who followed him through his inspiring adventure in research. And that's today's Adventures in Research, produced in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. These programs are broadcast to Armed Forces personnel overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week for another transcribed story of science on Adventures in Research.
Adventures in Research. This is Paul Shannon introducing another in the series of programs dealing with the thrilling adventures to be found in the field of scientific research, as told by the men of science themselves. Today's story by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories, is an anniversary tribute to a man who contributed much to the power and the glory of America, George Westinghouse.
It is 1866. Another war has come to an end.
A horrible conflict, not between nation and nation, but between brothers of the same nation. The Civil War is over, and on the ashes left by the dying fire of hate, America must build a new and better future. As the songs of battle fade into the past, a new song is born, a song of whirring wheels, of machines. A new era of industry is dawning, and a new way of travel to replace the covered wagon.
How far are we from California?
How far? Well, now, that all depends on how you look at it.
What do you mean?
Well, if you mean how far in hopes, I'd say we were practically there already. But if you mean in miles, it's pretty far off. Get up there!
Pa, do you think there ever will be any way to go to California outside of on a wagon?
I don't know. Those fool steam locomotives might be some good, but I'll take the wagon any time instead of riding one of them railroad trains.
Why, Pa?
Well, for one thing, they don't travel out this far. And besides, they ain't safe. It's easy to stop horses in a wagon, but a heavy train of 5, 6 cars is something else. Now, there's been too many wrecks on the railroads.
But I tell you, sir, this brake of mine will stop a train. I'll prove it to you if you let me.
Don't make me laugh, Mr. Westinghouse. No railroad will let you have equipment to prove something that is only a fanciful dream. Imagine stopping a train with wind.
But I tell you, this is what the railroads need. A brake that will give the engineer control of the train, instead of relying on the braking crew to stop it.
There is no doubt about it. If such a brake could be made and perfected, it would give the railroads what they need, a real chance to grow. Yes, there's no doubt about it.
Let's try.
And so the new brake gets its chance and proves itself. George Westinghouse's air brake is destined to shape a new era for America. But even as the first air brakes are being made and improvements added in the Westinghouse plant at Pittsburgh, a gold spike is being driven to join the rails of the Pacific Road, the first transcontinental railroad line at Promontory Point, Utah.
That's the last spike, boys!
Chicago, please.
What's the train fare from here to Kansas City?
By boat? Oh, heavens, no. I'm going to go by train.
Throughout America, the wheels are rolling. The trains are getting longer, carrying more passengers, helping America to grow, to build newer cities beyond the thriving young city of Chicago, out to the great far west. They're getting longer, they're rolling faster, and they'll stop where the engineer wants them to, when he has to stop.
She's really eyeballing now, Tom.
Yeah, with 23 cars rolling right along, too.
You know, when I first started engineer, I never thought I'd be carrying a load like this.
Or going as fast, either.
Or being sure I could stop. The man who invented this air brake was powerful smart. Powerful smart.
And while new cities grow to the west, dwellers in New York and Boston and Hartford and Columbus are finding new contributions of the iron monster of the rails with its newfound brakes of air.
Good morning, Mrs. Grant.
Oh, good morning. I was looking at this. What is it? A new kind of vegetable?
Oh, that's oranges from out in California. You ought to try some. They're delicious. Juicy as can be.
You mean they grow these out in California?
Yes, ma'am. And they ship them here in these new refrigerated railroad cars. Keep things wonderful, they do.
Yes, the rails are humming. America is growing. And industries, new industries, are growing with it.
Biggest year the meat factories have had yet. Those railroads sure can haul the freight. How can we do without them?
We'll have to expand our plant. Next year, the railroads figure to need more steel rails than ever in history. It'll mean a big thing to us if we can supply them.
The market's up in textiles and shoes. Higher in wheat and other grain, too.
I saw half a trainload of reapers going out to Kansas only this morning.
America is moving on rails, building on rails, thriving as she grows. And again, the mind that conceived the air brake, searching for new needs, sees in railroading the urgent demand for a system of safe signaling to control the ever-increasing traffic.
They have something like it in England. But here's the logical answer. An interlocking signal and switching mechanism powered by compressed air.
Another creation of Westinghouse genius to speed the trains on their way. Safely on the open road. Safely in the tangled terminal yards. Switches and signals that men need not set by hand. Perfect powered control of America's main arteries of transportation. Yes, it's a wonderful America now, with its trains and telephones, its bicycles with the big front wheels. It's a new age we're living in, a plush and gilded age, with new speed and lighter labors. Lighter nights, too, with electric lights. But there's considerable speculation about using electricity for power.
Steam. Steam is your only source of power.
Electricity ought to be put to use.
Well, it's fine for lighting a few of those lamps, but it isn't practical. That's right. You can generate enough for the lights, but you can't carry the power very far from the generator.
If I had more power, I could turn out twice as much steel.
Give me more power, and I'll make enough shoes for everyone in the New England states. Give me power. Power.
Power.
Power.
In Pittsburgh, George Westinghouse turns his agile mind to the solution of the problem of power. Sinks a gas well in his own backyard. Takes out 28 patents on gas control and distribution devices to furnish an inexpensive fuel for power to replace coal. But manufacturers all over the eastern states are crying for still more power. More lights are burning by electricity, more motors running. But electricity for power just won't travel over any distance.
Yes, it will. There's a way. Instead of generating current that goes in only one direction, make it go back and forth through the wire. You can carry it on for miles that way.
Who says so?
That's a laugh. That's alternating current. The voltage is too high. Kill you like that.
No one wants that stuff.
I need power. Try AC.
Another new melody in America's song of progress. The humming of an alternating current generator. George Westinghouse moves ahead in the face of all the disagreement. The first AC system is installed to light the main street of Great Barrington, Massachusetts.
Tarnation, Hetty, the town's going plumb wild over that display of electric lights last night.
I know, but isn't it wonderful?
Yeah, in a way it is. Old Doc Jackson was driving right down Main Street when they started the generator going out at the old mill. Scared his horse so, them lights coming on like that. He bolted, and old Doc couldn't get a stop for half a mile.
They say it's very dangerous, electricity.
Well, I heard the Westinghouse men say it ain't so. Some other fellow from up at Massachusetts Tech says different. A man don't know what to think to hear so much pro and con.
Pro and con. Yes, indeed. While the argument raged, George Westinghouse and the men who worked with him carried out their research in the field of alternating current. With Nikola Tesla, he developed the polyphase AC motor. And the newspapers shouted,
Paper, electric lineman killed at work. Read about the corpse and the wires. Paper, one more lineman roasted to death.
Obviously, we must return to the use of gas. Electricity is far too dangerous.
I insist. The only practical source of power for factories and for illumination is alternating current.
Your attention, ladies and gentlemen. Step up and buy your tickets now. See the most marvelous, the most wonderful dance and sensation of the age, Little Egypt. She says,
Here, ride the Ferris wheel, the only vertical ride in existence. See the entire World's Fair in a glance as you glide through the sky like a bird. How many?
It's 400 years since Columbus landed in America. And here is America commemorating the achievements of all those years in the magic splendor of the Columbian Exposition. Here is all the world on display, and the glory of it is crowned by another step to a greater future. The entire fair is bathed in the light of thousands of electric lamps installed by George Westinghouse and powered by the Westinghouse alternating current generators specially built and on display in the fair's marvelous machinery hall.
Mama, what are those big machines?
They're electricity machines, honey. Now stay back here with Mother and don't be climbing all over that iron railing.
What's electricity, Mama?
It's what lights all these electric lights at the fair.
Does electricity come out of the machines?
Yes, dear.
I don't see it.
Of course you don't. It runs along wires.
It does?
Yes, dear.
But you said you can't see the electricity.
Well, you can't see it.
Well, then how do you know it runs along the wire?
Oh, for goodness sake, must you ask so many questions? Come along, the people are looking at you and laughing.
But I want to see the electricity, Mommy. You said it runs, and if it runs, I want to see the...
For hundreds of years, Niagara, giant among waterfalls, has poured billions of tons of valuable water over its foaming crest, dashed it against the rocks below, where it rushed on down the river to the sea. Niagara, a wonderful place for a honeymoon, the favorite spot of couples newly married. Now, men of vision cast a far-seeing eye upon it and see in Niagara's rushing water a source of energy to manufacture electricity.
A wonderful source of power. If we could harness our source, make it generate electricity.
You have no use for all the electricity that you generate.
Oh, not at Niagara, perhaps, but, well, there's Buffalo, and there's all upstate New York.
Oh, yes. Try and get it from Niagara Falls to those places.
The use of alternating current, proven practical at the World's Fair, is certainly the answer to the problem of carrying power.
Can you make it work at Niagara?
Can you make it work?
Can you? The answer comes 3 seconds after midnight on November 16th, 1896, when, generators installed and tested, the circuits are closed, and Niagara lights the city of Buffalo 20 miles away. Niagara is at work, thanks to the genius of George Westinghouse.
There's power at Niagara Falls.
Power at Buffalo. Bring the plant to upstate New York.
Carborundum, aluminum, electrochemical plants, new industries for America, new jobs for Americans, new useful products for the markets of America and the world. The contributions to transportation and power continue. George Westinghouse takes out hundreds of patents and doesn't stop even then.
Subway trains.
Elevated trains. Electrified railroads.
The new steam turbine for steamships.
Elevator systems for the rising forest of skyscrapers.
Speed.
Safety. Power.
That is the power, and this the glory.
If someday they say of me that in my work I have contributed something to the welfare and happiness of my fellow men, I shall be satisfied.
And this is the glory, the only glory George Westinghouse ever asked.
And that's today's anniversary story by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. Join us again next week for another story by Dr. Thomas on Adventures in Research. Adventures in Research.
Feed those furnaces! Feed them! Take coal to make steam, you lug! Shovel it in!
Yeah, coal. Throw in the coal. Feed your rifle way into those furnaces so the captain can sail full speed ahead. That's steam.
What's the matter with you? Stoke them, you hear? All you lugs want to do is just smoke.
This is Paul Shannon introducing another in a series of programs dealing with the thrilling adventures to be found in the field of scientific research, as told by the men of science themselves. And here is Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories, who brings you our story today.
Thank you, Paul, and hello, everyone. This is a story of a scientist who wrestled with a principle, put it to work, and disappeared. You've heard his name many times in these recent years. Well, you should, for he harnessed a powerful force of nature. His name,
Rudolph Diesel. I was born in Paris in the middle of the century just past. My parents had come from Bavaria. My father, descended from a long line of artisans, taught me early those principles of mechanics which he knew so well. In 1870, a war broke out between Germany and France, and we were forced to flee from Paris to England. The family was very poor then, and so they sent me for my support to a cousin who lived in Germany. He was a professor of mathematics, very conscientious, very stern. I won't forget those days. They were filled with knowledge and inspiration for me. My favorite teacher was Dr. Carl von Linde. Of course, you've heard of him. He pioneered in artificial refrigeration and discovered the commercial method for making liquid air in large quantities. He taught my class in thermodynamics. How well I remember his lecture on the science of generating power.
And so, gentlemen, it's a very gloomy outlook. Extremely gloomy. Look at the inefficiency of steam. With all due regard to Mr. Wattington, first, there is the coal, nature's storehouse of energy. That must be shoveled into the furnace. It then must be burned to boil water, which raises the steam. Then you must conduct the steam through pipes to the cylinder of the engine itself, which pushes the rods that drive the wheels. Cumbersome, wasteful, costly. All factors being at their best, you get only 13% of all the stored-up energy in coal. That's the best, mind you. Ordinarily, the highest yield will be about 10%.
His words touched off some spark within me, released a kind of personal energy, made me want to be the one who could create an engine that would work with more efficiency than steam.
And yet we go on incapable of doing anything about it. Nature has a vast pumping engine that works with 100% perfection. The sun, a veritable power machine. No boilers, no pistons, no cylinders, no rods.
No boilers, von Linde said. I was filled with a new excitement. Hastily, I scribbled in my notebook the principle I had caught. Mechanical theory teaches us that only part of the heat in the fuel can now be utilized. Doesn't it follow from this that the utilization of steam or any kind of go-between is false in principle? The possibility suggests itself of putting the energy to work directly without a mediator. But how can this actually be done? That is the problem. Yes, that was the problem, and I was bound I'd find the answer, no matter how long it took. Well, I graduated from the school in Munich, but before I left, Professor von Linde called me into his study.
Rudolph, my boy, have you any plans for the future?
None, definitely.
My refrigeration company, which incidentally is doing quite well, is very much in need of a good agent in the Paris office. Do you think you'd like to go back there to fill that job?
Oh, it would be wonderful.
Then suppose we consider the contract made. We'll talk over the financial details later.
Working for Dr. von Linde was a pleasure. Within a year, I was appointed director of the company. But I did not forget the problem I had set for myself. And many a long night I spent over my drawing board, struggling to find the answer that would not come.
Rudolph, why don't you give it up?
Give up the engine? Don't be foolish, Oscar. There must be some way, and I'll find it, to utilize fuel with greater economy.
Well, other scientists have tried to find it. You've toyed with one idea after another, using ammonia gas as a fuel. Where did that get you? And if you do find a way, what then?
Oscar, there are two parts to an invention, the idea and the execution of it. Let me get the first part, and I'll not worry about the latter.
Very well. Could you spare a little time to join me in a pleasant afternoon? I've been invited to the home of a jewel merchant I knew rather well in Germany. They'd like to meet you, and you'll find them very pleasant.
Oscar was always a persistent fellow, so I agreed to go with him. I'm glad now I did, for there I met the girl I later married, Martha Flash, a tutor of French and English. Our first child, a son, was born in 1884, and within the next 5 years we had 2 more children, a daughter and my youngest son, Eugene. Then we moved to Berlin, where I took over the management of Dr. von Linde's office and continued in my search for the answer to my problem. And then, in 1890, 20 years after the lecture that inspired me, I found it.
Oh, Rudolph, you surprised me.
Martha, I think I've got it. I've calculated, I've figured, I've checked every one of my calculations, and I swear I have the answer.
To the engine? To conserve steam?
Not steam. No steam at all. Now, listen. Beside the steam engine, there is an engine that burns gasoline. That is a little more efficient, but not nearly so efficient as mine, according to my figures. My engine will burn oil.
Oh.
I'll tell you how I hit on the idea. It came to me all of a sudden. In school, there was a little machine like a pop gun, a device to light cigars. I believe they called it a Polynesian fire syringe. It comes from the Far East.
But what has a cigar lighter to do with it?
Well, I'm coming to that. The way it works is this. Into the little cylinder of the lighter goes air, plain everyday air like we breathe. A plunger forces the air together, compresses it. Now, when air is compressed, it gets hot. And the greater the compression, the higher the heat.
So the
air in it becomes so hot, it ignites a little bit of combustible material. Result, fire. Now, instead of starting an open flame to light a cigar, suppose we inject a drop of ordinary oil into the cylinder at just the right time, when the air is hottest. The oil should explode, forcing the compressing piston back. Oh, don't you see? That must be it. No coal, no fire, no water to boil, no steam. I was sure my calculations were correct, and I immediately set about preparing a paper on the subject, describing the engine and its principle completely. It had a staggering title, The Theory and Construction of the Rational Heat Motor. The first half of my invention was done. The paper went out, and I waited for results. They came soon enough.
It's only a paper invention. I'm a practical engine builder. That sort of thing doesn't convince me.
Yes, it looks fine in the patent drawings. But when it's built, he'll find out that the old steam engine is cheaper, simpler, and more economical.
They couldn't see it. Refused to accept a paper invention. But I felt sure I was right. And with the help of a few close friends, scientific teachers I knew, we managed to enlist the financial aid of one of the biggest machine makers in the country. And we set about building the engine, the paper invention.
Oh, poor Diesel. I feel sorry for him.
Yeah, so do I. For years he's waited for this moment. I don't see how it will work.
Let's stand a little closer.
Now, we'll turn this wheel, which builds up the initial compression.
The pump is hard to work. I'm glad Joseph is in charge of it.
Diesel has his hand on the oil injector valve. Look how excited he looks. His face is so red.
Ready now.
He's opening it.
It blew up. Mr. Diesel, are you hurt? Can you get up, Mr. Diesel?
Yes, I'm all right.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Sorry? What's there to be sorry about, man? That's what I wanted to know. That proves we're on the right track. After that, there were 4 years of experimentation, 4 years of building and testing. The second engine didn't blow up, but it ran for only a minute and a half. The third was a little better, and finally the last worked perfectly.
I can't understand it. It's amazing. Diesel's engine not only works, but he's right. That cheap fuel delivers 30% of its energy in it.
Well, even a practical engineer can be fooled, you know. Those scientists have to be right sometime.
We formed a company and commenced the manufacture of the engine. The diesel motor, Martha proudly called it. By 1913, it was furnishing power and light to many communities, powering vehicles and naval vessels. Danson took it with him on the Fram to the polar regions, and then an ominous rumble of coming war began clouding the horizon. I was called to England for a conference with the Admiralty relative to using the diesel engine in submarines. I had arranged to meet 2 of my colleagues, George Carrels, a fellow engineer from Belgium, and a Mr. Luckman at Ghent. On the 26th of September, I motored with my son Eugene to Frankfurt and then spent 2 wonderful days with my wife and daughter, excursioning through the hills, a real holiday. Eugene saw me to the station where I boarded the train for Ghent, and I was on my way. It was the last farewell to my fond family.
Fine dinner, gentlemen.
Yes, Luckman. They serve good meals aboard some of these channel steamers. Don't you agree, Diesel?
Oh, yes. The meals? Fine.
Shall we stroll around the deck a while before we retire?
Why not? Increase the appetite for sleep.
Oh, the channel's calm tonight. You'll have no trouble.
We walked for quite a while, several times around deck. I don't recall the conversation too well, the usual thing. And then, sufficiently tired, we said good night and retired to our individual staterooms, agreeing to meet on deck next morning when we should be in Harwich. Now, that night seems very long ago.
Passengers are requested to disembark immediately.
Where could Diesel be, Luckman? We've been here over 15 minutes.
I'm wondering myself, Carols. He certainly couldn't sleep through the confusion of docking.
Well, we can't wait here for him all day. Let's have a look in his stateroom and see if he's still there.
Good idea. Come on.
That's funny. He doesn't answer. Where could he be?
Try the door. See if it's unlocked.
I say there, Diesel.
He isn't here.
Look, his bed. It hasn't been slept in all night. This is serious. Something is definitely irregular. Come, we'll find the captain.
All over that channel steamer they searched. Luckman, Carroll, the captain, the crew. But no trace of Rudolph Diesel was found. Nor has any trace been found in these many years that followed. Somewhere between France and England, Rudolph Diesel completely disappeared.
Whether he was a victim of some enemy that struck at him during the night, or whether he brought his own life to an end, no one knows. According to the writings of his son, Eugene, Diesel had speculated unwisely to promote his engine, and rather than face impending bankruptcy, ended his life in the restless waters of the English Channel. It is unfortunate that Rudolph Diesel never lived to see the day when his engine would grow into a major role in supplying power and transportation for the world. For his engine is producing today as even he might never have dreamed it would.
And we are reaping the harvest of Rudolph Diesel's adventures in research. The story you have just heard, titled The Paper Invention That Worked, is another in a series of adventures in research told by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. Adventures in Research.
Hey, fellas, look! Name it and you can have it! Get a horse!
This is Paul Shannon introducing another in the series of programs dealing with the thrilling adventures to be found in the field of scientific research, as told by the men of science themselves. And here with another story to tell is Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories.
Thank you, Paul. Hello, everyone. To our youthful listeners, that cry, get a horse, may have little meaning today. The automobile entrenched as a necessity of daily living. But to those who were youngsters 50 years ago, it must bring back many humorous but historic memories. Just a little before midnight on March 6, 1896, in the city of Detroit, a 28-year-old mechanic, Charles Brady King, wheeled a strange-looking contraption, something like a four-wheeled buggy, out of a machine shop, looked up and down the street, set his jaw grimly, cranked the four-cylinder engine in a reluctant life, got in, and chugged down the street.
Hey, fellas, look! Name it, you can have it! Get a horse! Get a horse! Get a horse!
They think they can get my goat. They're badly mistaken.
The onlookers who saw this strange-looking contraption that night got a big kick out of the situation. But few, if any at all, realized that they were witnessing a moment of historic significance, the birth of an industrial revolution, for Charles Brady King was the first man to build and drive a gasoline automobile in the city that is today the motor capital of the world.
Hello, Charlie.
Oh, hello, Henry. Say, I took a trial run last night, and you know I...
Yes, I do know. I followed you on my bicycle. Performed remarkably well, I thought.
Yes, especially when the engine gave out. Well, all the loafers got a good laugh at my expense anyway.
Don't worry about them. They'll change their tune one of these days. Oh, by the way, that carriage I'm building in the coal shed will be ready pretty soon now. It's working out all right. I'd like you to try it out with me, if you will.
I'll be glad to, Henry. Call on me when you're ready.
There she is, all ready.
Henry, that's a fine job. A fine job. Only one thing's got me puzzled, though.
What's that?
Well, that's a fair-sized carriage you built, and this coal shed has just an ordinary-sized door.
Yes, so?
So how are you going to get the carriage out of the shed?
Huh? Well... A slight error. Well, we've got to knock out a wall.
Well, that little trip goes down in my diary. June 4th, 1896. Henry Ford and I took a trial spin in his horseless carriage. Drove 9 miles without a mishap. And nobody once shouted, "Get a horse." Well, where are we headed for now?
How about driving over to my dad's farm? That would be a real test. A distance of 30 miles.
I'm game. I can't wait to see the buttons pop off your dad's coat when he sees what you've accomplished here. And he built the whole thing himself, Mr. Ford. It's quite an achievement, don't you think?
I never thought I'd see the day when a son of mine would waste his time playing with expensive toys, and him a grown man.
Yes.
If I were you, Henry, I'd be ashamed of myself. That's all I've got to say.
Well, you see what Dad thinks about it, Charlie.
Sure. He thinks we're a couple of crackpots. And so do a lot of other folks. You'd be surprised how many.
Well, they'll just have to think it then. I remember how the newspaper quoted you after your trial run. I am convinced they will in time supersede the horse.
Sure, and they will, too.
I'm convinced of that myself. So it looks like we're two crackpots together, Charlie. Okay, so be it, crackpot.
Yes, sir. This is the very latest in horseless carriages. Care to take a ride in it? I've got a duster here for you to wear so you won't get dust on your clothes.
Not me. No, sirree. Won't catch me riding in no such contraption.
Me neither. Land sakes, it isn't safe. And besides, if the good Lord intended folks to travel along the ground at such a rate as I've seen these fool things going, he'd have given us wings.
You're right, Martha. Reckon old Betsy can take us wherever we want to go. She's a whole lot safer, too. Come on, Martha.
Good day to you, young man. Land sakes, he must be hard up to be trying to get people to ride in him.
Well, you know, Martha, some folks will do anything to keep from hard work. Don't know what things are coming to these days. Horseless carriages.
All right, gentlemen. It looks as though we all face the same problem. We've got to sell the idea of safety to the general public. Don't forget that the automobile is new, and people are suspicious of it.
Yes, but this is 1905, and time we did something drastic about the situation.
I agree with you, but what? We've staged races, hill climbs. What more does the public want to demonstrate that the automobile is practical and safe?
May I say a word here, gentlemen?
Mr. Charles Glidden from Boston has the floor.
Thank you. Gentlemen, I have just returned from a world tour by automobile, a tour covering a distance of over 46,000 miles through 39 countries. I have myself been sold completely on the future of the automobile for many years, since the beginning, in fact. And I should like to sponsor a reliability tour across the nation.
What kind of reliability tour, Mr. Glidden? And when?
My idea is to have cars of many makes make a cross-country tour from one section of the country to another, with a silver trophy I shall provide for the winner. As to when it should be, why not this year, 1905?
Fair enough, I'd say. Well, gentlemen, what is your pleasure? Shall we accept this magnificent offer? Our thanks to you, sir. All right, get your entries in, gentlemen, for the Glidden tour. Suppose we set the date 2 months from today. That would be July 11th.
Say, isn't it exciting?
Yeah, 33 of them, boy. It's a right pretty sight, I must say. No, I still think these fool carriages ain't safe for a body to ride in.
And how far did you say they had to go?
From New York City here to Bretton Woods. That's in New Hampshire. And back, of course. Figures about pretty close to 900 miles, I reckon.
Glory be, that's an awful long way to go from home.
Yeah.
How long will it take them, do you suppose?
Nigh on to 2 weeks, I reckon. Maybe not that long. Maybe. Leastways, that's what one of them told me.
Oh, look, that big fella's getting them all lined up.
Hey, he is.
My, I think they're awful brave, taking their lives in their hands this way.
Brave. Doggone fools, if you ask me. Well, there they go!
My, what a cloud of dust! Oh!
The Glidden tour, designed to demonstrate to the public the reliability of the automobile, proved its point. That cars could travel over long distances, sometimes over dangerously narrow mountain trails where tragedy lurked at every turn. But there were many comedy situations, too.
Here they come. Large as life, O'Brien.
Shall we stop them here, do you think, or...
Better let them pass. But keep out of sight so they don't see us. Oh, just look. Look at them scorch there, will you? All right, O'Brien. Now on your bicycle, quick. We'll catch the two of them red-handed.
Right. You take the peerless, and I'll take the packet.
Right, sure.
But, officer, we're part of the Glidden tour.
I don't care what you're a part of. You're both under arrest for exceeding the legal speed limit. And that's 10 miles an hour.
But we couldn't have been. You didn't have any trouble catching up with us. And you two were on bicycles.
That's no excuse. Now just turn those contraptions around and we'll see what the judge has to say. Come on, follow us.
For exceeding the legal speed limit, you were both fined $15. And don't do it again.
I never thought so many'd finish the tour. Did you, Mr. Glidden?
No, I didn't. 23 of them are in so far, and more coming.
Well, suppose we give them till noon to arrive. They should be all in by that time.
All right. That's fair enough.
Now, gentlemen, I'd like to say first that the tour was a magnificent success from all angles. Certainly it has proved that the horseless carriage is no longer a toy or a flash-in-the-pan fad for only the wealthy to enjoy, but a practical means of travel for everyone. The tour took 11 days to complete, and the mileage was 870 grueling miles. And that, gentlemen, is in itself a record to be proud of. And of the 33 starters, 28 finished the tour, and that is, in my opinion, and I'm sure yours, a most gratifying percentage. Now, for doing the best tour, according to your votes, this Glidden trophy goes to the driver of the Pierce Arrow, Percy Pierce. Congratulations.
But although that first tour was officially ended with the presentation of the award, coals of wrath continued to be heaped editorially upon the adventurous tourists.
Is no one safe these days? 18 miles in 40 minutes is much too fast for anyone.
These charging monsters caused a runaway horse to spill a wagon load of milk. Who will pay for that?
The whole thing is an outrage. We hope the law against speeding and scorching will be rigorously enforced.
But it didn't do much good, for the Gliddenites were at it again the following year. Gradually, public enthusiasm reached a high peak of interest, and the automobile came into its own, and the cry,
"Get a horse!"
lost its meaning. Today, as the whole world marvels at the present-day wonders of automotive accomplishment, and as the city of Detroit celebrates its golden jubilee, many a thought will go back to those adventurous pioneer days.
Say, whatever became of Charles Glidden, the man who thought up the Glidden tours and gave the prize?
Oh, didn't you know? He lost his fortune and died almost penniless.
That's too bad.
Yes, he'd sure have enjoyed seeing the results of his work if he were alive today.
And wouldn't he be surprised to see how the automobile has grown up?
Yes, Charles J. Glidden, who did so much to popularize the automobile, would be no doubt amazed at the tremendous progress made in 50 short years of automotive history. True, the Gliddenites will revive the adventurous romance of the Glidden pioneering era during the Golden Jubilee. So the old days will not be lost to history, nor will that venturesome era ever be buried beneath the present-day wonder of automotive accomplishment.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas. Today's story, The Automobile's Golden Jubilee, was told by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. Be with us again next week for another interesting story by Dr. Thomas on Adventures in Research. Adventures in Research.
All that time, experiment. Years we put in, and the darn stuff is useless.
This is Paul Shannon introducing another in the series of programs dealing with what we found in the field of scientific research, as told by the men of science themselves. And Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories, who brings you today's story.
Thank you, Paul. Hello, everyone. This is the story of Metal X, a story that until recently couldn't, for its plot was shrouded in secrecy, and its final chapter remained to be blasted with the greatest explosions ever known into the soil of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. But let's go back now, date in our history, November 11th, 1918. The war to end all wars was over, and Tom Gray, boy, put his cocky suit and campaign hat in mothballs and went back to Bloomfield, New Jersey, to his old job at the...
Come in.
Tom, goodness sake, come on in, Tom.
Howdy, Dr. Gordon. I'm back.
Oh, so I see. And welcome, Tom. Well, ready to go back to work? We can use you.
Sure thing.
Oh, excuse me. You know Dr. Hemingway, don't you, Tom? He's Assistant Director of Research now.
I'm glad to know you, Doctor.
How do you do?
Tom is one of the best mechanical assistants you'll ever want to have in Dr. Hemingway.
We can certainly use him, Dr. Gordon.
What are we working on now?
Uranium.
Who?
Him. Tell him about it, Dr. Hemingway.
Well, it's a metal. You know what we use for a filament in our electro?
That's tungsten.
That's right. Well, we're trying to see if we can't find a better filament by using uranium.
It's a relatively new metal, Tom. Radioactive, like radium.
That's way over my head, Doctor.
We don't know much about it ourselves, Tom. But we're in the process of finding out. It's very hard to obtain, and that's pretty much against it. You can't get it in pure form, you see, so what we're doing here now is reducing it from its oxide ores. And that's a very difficult job.
Difficult isn't the word for it.
We don't even know what its melting point is. But, as I say, our big job at the moment is to get the pure uranium.
Well, let's go. Where do I start?
Anxious, isn't
I
it?
should say.
Right over there, Tom. Roll up your sleeves and get those crucibles set up. With your enthusiasm, we'll succeed in refining this stuff in 5 years instead of 10.
It will only take 3 years, Hemingway. Only 3.
Tom went to work, eager and anxious to make himself useful in the experiments Dr. Gordon and his aide, Dr. Hemingway, were conducting. And the peaceful months went by.
Tom Gray, what are you doing with that automobile?
Come out and see it, Grace. It's mine. I bought it.
Oh, for goodness sakes, wait, I'll be right out.
Well, hurry up. We'll go for a ride.
All right, I'm coming. Oh, goodness, it's beautiful. Is it new?
Almost. A brand new, slightly used 1919 Model T.
Only a year old. Can you drive it?
Can I drive it? Get in and I'll show you. Grace, things are going pretty good now. I've got a car and a good job at the lab, and maybe pretty soon Dr. Gordon will find a way to refine that metal I was telling you about, and I'll have a better job even than now. And well...
Yes, Tom.
Couldn't you... I mean, wouldn't this be the time... Oh, gosh, Grace. Will you marry me?
Oh, Tom, even without the car and the job and the uranium or whatever it is, I'd marry you now.
Gee, you would? Oh, boy!
Tom, where are you going?
Crank this automobile and get it started. This calls for a celebration.
Well, Hemingway, that winds that up. We started with an oxide and we ended with an oxide.
Obviously, Dr. Gordon, we were wrong. All right, Tom, you can write out the report, if you will. And help me straighten up the lab, and we'll call it a day.
We're finished for the day, Tom.
Oh, fine. I'll do the report right away. February 4th, 1921.
Are you still using last year's date, Tom?
Oh, that's right. It's 22, isn't it? I always do that for about 3 months after the new year. Anyhow, I guess I'm a little upset today.
Something wrong? Some trouble?
No, not exactly. But, well, I guess I can tell you now as well as tomorrow. I'm having... That is, Grace is. She's in the hospital now.
Well, no wonder. Why didn't you tell me? You ought to be over there right now, pacing the floor the way all prospective daddies do.
As soon as I get this report done,
Report nothing. Dr. Hemingway will be glad to do it, won't you, Doctor?
Of course. You go over to the hospital with your wife.
Yes, and don't forget to call me and let me know if it's a boy or a girl. You hear?
Yes, sir.
Even if it's 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yes, sir.
It was a boy, and they called him Tom Gray, Jr., after his dad. When the baby was about a year old, Tom grew tired of his lab work, left his job, and went out to the West Coast. But back in Bloomfield, New Jersey, the search continued for the way to refine uranium.
Any mail today, Grace?
Yes, Tom.
Where is it? Oh, right here on the table. From Dr. Gordon. I'd know his handwriting anywhere.
Well, it must be good.
Yeah. What do you think? They found it last May.
I was betting 3 years, Tom, he says, but it took 4.
What?
Huh?
What's the for?
Oh, nothing. Only after all their trouble to refine the ore and make pure uranium, they discover the melting point is so far below tungsten that it won't make a lamp filament anyway. How do you like that? All that time, experiment after experiment, years we put in, and the darn stuff is useless.
But was it useless? As a lamp filament, yes. However, Dr. Gordon found other laboratories wanted small quantities of his pure uranium. So he refined and furnished small bits of it for strange and amazing experiments in a science called nuclear physics, which included small-scale smashing. And the world at peace moved along.
I'm going to Florida. Gonna sink my dough in real estate. Make $1 million, you'll see.
So across the Atlantic non-stop in a little monoplane, Spirit of St. Louis or something, and it takes Oh, I cried my eyes out. It was so sad. But, darling, those talking pictures are wonderful. They're simply wonderful.
I'm betting Hoover will win by a walk.
Well, my money's on Smith.
The market has dropped 15 points in the last hour, and the tickers are at least 5 hours behind.
Oh, you can't do this to me. I tell you, I can get the money.
I've got to have the margin in an hour, or you'll lose every cent you have in it.
We need a new deal, and we'll get a new deal. New jobs and money in circulation again.
Oh, listen to that maniac Hitler. What's he? Just a raving paper hanger? Don't be foolish. There won't be another war.
Of course not. Don't you think the world learned its lesson from the last war? It was fought to end all wars. And that's just what it did.
And now here's a news flash. Pearl Harbor has just been bombed.
Yes, Hemingway. I often think about Tom Gray. You remember him. He has a boy just old enough to get in now. And if he's like his dad, he's in already.
I wonder what's become of Tom. I can still see him the day he walked in here after the last war.
And Tom was burned up because he wasn't in the fighting.
I only wish there were something I could do to... Oh, I don't know. I wish I could devise something that would help to blow those Nazis and Nips clear off the map. That'd make me happy.
I'm sure it would. No, excuse me. Dr. Gordon speaking. What's that? Long distance? Put him on. Yes. The what? Uranium? Yes. 3 tons? Just a minute. We can put out a few thumb-sized buttons of the stuff at a time, a matter of ounces, but 3 tons? Yes? Yes. By all means. We'll get busy on it right away. Well, Hemingway, I think you may get your wish. All you have to do is produce 3 tons of pure uranium right away.
For atom smashing?
Yes. The government needs 3 tons of Metal X. Remember, from now on, it's Metal X, the biggest secret in the world.
While men and women of America girded themselves to meet the crushing claws of a vicious enemy, while production lines strained to get out the goods, while men mobilized to crush the foe, Dr. Gordon and Dr. Hemingway turned in earnest to the task of producing pure uranium, Metal X.
I don't care where you get them, but get them. We need 3 wooden wash tubs. 3.
And don't forget the sun lamps. That's important for the cloudy days, Doctor.
Hey, wait a minute, son. You can't go in there.
I'm supposed to deliver this auto jack to Dr. Gordon. He said he had to have it.
Okay, but this is as far as you go. I'll take it from here.
Yeah, but they told me I was...
Scram, buddy, scram. This is government business.
25 ounces a day is better, Hemingway, but it isn't enough. Let's get 3 more wooden tubs and try those new electrodes.
That'll help. We'll add them right away.
25 ounces, 50, 100, then 200 a day. And still they worked to boost it. Metal X was a must, but few knew why.
This is good, Hemingway. Fine. 500 pounds of pure, refined Metal X a day.
We've got it down from $1,000 a pound to just 22.
A race against time that tested the ingenuity of Dr. Gordon and his engineers to the highest degree. No time to build machinery, no time for fancy thrills, just deliver the goods. And then, while men struggled on rank tropical islands against a wily, fanatical foe, while men waited for anything in foxholes and pillboxes on ships, the final chapter was written. The atom bomb, created from experiments with Metal X, wrote a rumbling, roaring end to World War II, blasted the world into a new atomic age. Metal X, Dr. Gordon's uranium, it was no good for electric bulbs, and helped to stop a war. Wherever Tom Gray is today, he will know for the first time that his labors helped in the beginning to end a war he thought, like us, would never be. That the metal that couldn't light a lamp could launch a thunderbolt of freedom. For it is said by those who know that even though early in 1943 another method was found to make pure uranium on a large scale, the work of Dr. Gordon and his aides in furnishing the vital metal when none other could be obtained set ahead the final victorious blow by a whole year. And who is to say how many men and women live today thanks to this adventure in research?
You have heard another in the series of stories as told by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories, one of which at the Lamp Division in Bloomfield, New Jersey, was the scene of this story. Although all names and certain situations were fictitious, this is a true story of the beginning of the atomic age. Be sure to join us again next week when Dr. Thomas will be back with another interesting story on Adventures in Research. Adventures in Research. This is Paul Shannon transcribing another tale of science by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer at the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. A story of the perfect clock. The year is 1700, the age of exploration. Seafaring men are subduing the terrors of the unknown reaches of ocean, charting new maps where once were only expanses of unknown, and ever pushing back the unplumbed vistas, where once only the legendary sea monsters lurked. But there was danger, constant danger in the strange, unknown reaches of all the sea.
Rolling! Find out what the lookout is seeing. No can see anything in this storm is beyond me. 23 years sailing and never a storm as bad as this. Must be miles off our course. Blast this storm.
We've calculated our position as east of Barton's Point. But there's no sign of a lighthouse, Captain.
Calculate! Who can chart the skies with this watch? What good are the figures when we don't know the hour? What good is anything? Look! Rolling! See that? That flash of lightning? I thought...
can't be that far off our course. It's impossible. It couldn't have been the Great Reef. It couldn't have been. We can just ride out this storm until
And Lloyd's of London tolls the bell for another ship lost with all hands on board to the jagged fingers of the Great Reef. What good are lighthouses or charts or calculations when the storms can blind and blot the best of man-made navigation? Old seafaring men scanned the skies for favorable signs, muttered seamen's shanties to bolster their courage. But the King of England scanned more than skies. He scanned the minds, the finest scientific minds of the empire, for an answer.
Sir Isaac, the future of English exploration is at stake.
I've heard the news, Your Majesty. The Venture was lost this morning.
That's 5 ships in less than a fortnight. I've called on you because you're a scientist. What do these ships need?
What do they need? A clock.
A clock? These ships have timepieces, the best that can be made.
Not good enough, Your Majesty. To determine the ship's longitude, the navigator must time the moon's journey through space. Imagine the moon at the center of the circle, and the Earth on the edge of the circle. You see that a very slight error in the distance traveled by the moon would make a very large error here on the Earth. What these ships need is a clock better than...
Then why haven't we one?
Your Majesty, there are certain factors to be considered. The variables, motions of the ship, changes in temperature and climate, difference in gravity of the latitude. 101 variable factors that can't...
I am not interested in variables. I am interested in a timepiece. To the man who makes an accurate watch, I will give £20,000.
£20,000 for a perfect watch.
Ooh, even Christopher Wren had a try at it. He might have built St. Paul's, but he couldn't build a clock to suit him.
Year after year went by, and the Royal Board of Longitude inspected effort after effort. But no clock measured up to the standard. No clock passed the test. No clock could conquer the variable.
The blooming Board of Longitude will be hanging on to the money wire till the River Shannon flows backwards.
10 long years passed, marked by the tolling of the bell, counted off on reefs and strands, checked by the crack of a hull, the splintering of a prow, and the shroud-like fog that covered all.
Crikey, who can invent a perfect clock anyhow?
Who? A man named John Harrison, barely able to read, who could write little more than his own name. Son of an illiterate carpenter, he could invent a perfect clock. He was so convinced of it, he sold his carpenter shop, and by 1728 was ready to submit the results of his work to the Astronomer Royal.
You see, Sir Thomas, this is what I call the compensation pendulum. As you're aware, sir, all metals contract with cold and expand with heat. The ordinary pendulum now in use grows longer in hot weather, shorter in cold. That makes the clock undependable. But all metals do not contract and expand at the same rate. So I built this pendulum of 2 different metals, steel and brass. A bar of steel, a bar of brass, and a bar of steel. So, as you see, the metal that expands the faster is counteracted by the metal that expands the slower. I've kept such a pendulum in my house for years. The clock has not varied so much as a minute.
Sir Thomas Halley, Britain's Astronomer Royal, looked with favor on the doughty ex-carpenter's weird idea. And John Harrison went home to build a clock and apply to the Board of Longitude for the £20,000. 7 years of hammering, tinkering, taking odd jobs to get the money to live and buy materials, learn new skills, all for a perfect timepiece to frighten the fog, cheat the oceans, and win
£20,000.
And so it came to pass in 1735 that eager, unlearned John Harrison, son of an illiterate carpenter, went before the Board of Longitude to demonstrate his perfect clock, the chronometer. And the Royal Society said,
Extraordinary. And this spring here, Doctor, is another compensation. As you know, when you wind a watch, the mechanism stops during the process of winding. This extra spring I've added keeps the clock working while you wind it. It loses no time. I know, Doctor, the chronometer will work at sea. I've had it set in a special frame and tried it on a seagoing barge. It worked accurately.
The principles of this invention promise a great measure of accuracy, yes. I will give you a certificate to that effect, signed by myself.
A certificate? But what about the 20,000 pounds?
My good man, the Board of Longitude has seen hundreds of clocks and watches and timepieces and chronometers. Many of them had merit. We'll have to see if yours can pass the test. And then perhaps, yes, they're really quite
On board the HMS Oxford, one of His Majesty's warships, went the framed and begadgeted timepiece, ready to prove or disprove the years of work by the amateur inventor. The sea was calm, the skies were fair, and what if the captain seemed a little indifferent? He had seen many of these metallic gewgaws taking their single voyage. The lookout cried, "Land ahead!" And the captain smiled. It would be Star Point they were nearing. The figures of the navigator checked. Star Point it was, and...
I beg to differ with you, gentlemen, but my figures say it's not Star Point at all. It's Lizard Island we must be nearing.
The captain shrugged his shoulders. He could understand the little man's enthusiasm, but after all, he knew the ocean like
the palm of my hand. And, good heavens, Newbury Lighthouse. By all that's holy, the man's right. We're coming to Lizard Island. We are 90 miles off in our reckoning. Edison, when we reach port, I'll give you a letter outlining the success of this clock.
But the board had an objection.
Extraordinary, Mr. Harrison, but the chronometer's too unwieldy. Go home and build a smaller chronometer. This one is far too cumbersome. And by all means, consult us when you've completed it. Yes, do.
And 4 years later, Harrison had finished a smaller chronometer, but...
Not quite right, Harrison. Suppose you try again. The theory is practicable, but you realize...
And 10 years after that, the plucky little man had built another. This time he showed it to the Royal Society of Astronomers.
And as president of the Royal Society, I am pleased the machine invented by John Harrison works with a degree of exactitude that is astounding. I am proud to award the gentleman the highest prize we can bestow, the Royal Society Gold Medal.
Thank you. I hope the Board of Longitude will be as impressed as you have been.
But was it? In 1751...
the board is making arrangements to test the chronometer.
And in 1756...
the board is making final arrangements.
And in 1761 came the news.
Father, it's a message for you from the Board of Longitude.
Plague take 'em. I won't listen to
But
it.
it's good news, Father. They say your chronometer will be tested on the Dorsetshire, bound for Jamaica, and back to England on the Deptford. They want you to be ready to sail in a fortnight.
Now they want me to be ready. After my waiting for them for how many years, I should be ready in a fortnight.
So John Harrison sent his oldest boy, William, on the journey. He sat at the window waiting for news of the Deptford. He'd waited a long time. He could wait a little longer, a little while longer. And finally, William returned with the good news that...
Father, the chronometer worked to perfection. It was tested by all the big scientists in London and found to be correct within 5 seconds.
5 seconds. 5 seconds. I suppose they'll want me to rebuild it again to make up for that 5 seconds.
They were all very pleased, Father. And they recommended to the Board of Longitude you be given the prize money.
And the Board of Longitude finally replied.
The Board of Longitude will take the matter under advisement.
But though the Board of Longitude was a bit forgetful, others were more appreciative of John Harrison's perfect clock.
Father, it's a letter with the royal seal from the King of Sardinia.
Read it, William. My eyesight has failed along with everything else, I guess.
Father, you're not...
Yes. I'm an old man with no spirit left in me. I've been a failure.
Listen, Father. It's an order from the King of Sardinia for 4 chronometers. He'll pay you £1,000 apiece.
Huh? A foreign country does that. And the contemptible Board of Longitude... Here, give me a paper and quill. I'll write to that Board of Longitude a letter that will scorch their ears off. I'll tell them.
And this time the letter got results. The board sent Harrison half the prize and promised the rest if one more test was successful. This time the trial was made by the great explorer, Captain Cook, in his memorable voyage around the world. Cook reported to the Royal Society afterward.
Gentlemen, on this voyage, I have not only worked as navigator, but as mathematician and astronomer. I was invaluably aided in all this work by the wonderful instrument, the chronometer. Without it, I would have little of value to report to the scientific world.
And to patient John Harrison came one last bit of good news.
The Board of Longitude is sending the remainder of the £20,000 to John Harrison for his extraordinary invention. The Board of Longitude has worked diligently, unceasingly, and with all possible dispatch to discover the perfect clock. We trust we are not rash in deciding in favor of Mr. Harrison's chronometer.
The good doctor had no reason to fear the hasty decision. John Harrison's chronometer is still in working order today at Greenwich Observatory, while ships steer safely and surely because of John Harrison's achievement in science, his assurance of patience, his adventure in research. And that's today's story by Dr. Phillips Thomas, research engineer of the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. Join us again next week for another transcribed story of science on Adventures in Research.
Adventures in Research. At the dawn of the 20th century, the United States was attacked by one of its deadliest enemies. It launched its attack through the air, long before the airplane had been invented, and it recognized no law of war or humanity. From this vicious attack, the only escape was flight or acceptance of death. This deadly enemy was the mosquito. This is Paul Shannon bringing you another transcribed story of science, produced as a public service in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. And today telling you the story of a kind of mosquito, a diseased city that we fought for but didn't want, and a little country doctor that no one listened to. This is the story of the Mosquito Doctor. The year was 1900, shortly after Americans heard the happy news.
Extra, war over. War over, Spain sues for peace. Dewey wins victory of Manila. Read all about it. War over.
American Army
army occupies Cuba, Havana under U.S. flag. Read all about it.
One of the officers sent to occupy Havana was a quiet, serene gentleman named Major William Crawford Gorgas, surgeon in the United States Army. For 20 years, he had served his country in frontier posts from the Dakotas to Texas. Now, he was given a new assignment and a new order.
Major Gorgas, clean up Havana.
Clean up Havana. Havana, at the time, one of the dregs of civilization, disease-ridden, filth-wallowed Havana. But come, if you can stand it, on a walk through the ancient city as it appeared when Major Gorgas arrived.
The city has only 2 sewers, which drain but a part of the town. Garbage decays on the streets, along with the corpses of dead dogs and cats. There are no sidewalks. We must pick our way gingerly through pools of dirty, stagnant water. And on all sides of us are typhoid, malaria, dysentery, yellow fever. The accumulated refuse of the day is tossed into the street. That is Havana, dirty, unsanitary, disease-ridden.
Dirt and disease and dirt. And of all the diseases that racked the stricken city of Havana, none of them was more terrifying or less understood than yellow fever. What caused it? What carried it?
Bananas, that's what I've been told.
Decaying coffee.
Swamp miasma, the doctor says.
But said Major Gorgas,
filth. Yes, General, filth causes it, and cleaning up this city will prevent it. I regard this not only as a means of checking the disease, but as an act indispensable to the success of the military occupation of Cuba. It is from this island that the disease, yellow fever, strikes the United States. If we can stop the disease at its stronghold, we can free the United States from the menace.
Excellent, Major Gorgas, excellent. Take what men you need, what native advice you want, and any assistance you may require. But clean up Havana.
Within a few months, Gorgas had done the impossible. Havana blossomed forth as clean and wholesome a city as any in the world. In fact, cleaner than most. Gone were the offensive odors, the stagnant puddles, the piles of decaying vegetables, carcasses, the unsightly rubble. And what happened? During the first 7 months of that year, only 7 deaths occurred from yellow fever.
Major Gorgas, you are not busy, I trust?
Oh, come in, Dr. Finley. No, not too busy, just cleaning up some routine matters.
Cleaning up. It seems that you do that very well, my friend.
Well, not without the help of men like yourself, the native physicians who know the people in the city. Without your help, Dr. Finley, our job would not have been solved so easily.
With all due courtesy, Major, if it is solved.
Oh, come now, Doctor. You're not going to start on that again, are you? We've been over it and over it.
I know. And your patience is most kind. You have listened to me several times. Yet you do not seem to understand.
But I do understand, Doctor. You think that yellow fever is caused by the bite of some particular mosquito.
I do, sir. For 20 years, I have.
Now, Doctor, frankly, face the issue. There are some 800 species of mosquitoes. How can you fix on one variety as the culprit?
It is the stegomyia.
But why? Out of 800 breeds, why that one? The idea borders on the fantastic. I appreciate it.
I know, Major. I know. I am only an old Cuban doctor who doles out his pills and looks down throats and goes... But my theory...
Yes, Doctor, your theory. But look at the facts on our side. Since we have cleaned up Havana, the rate of yellow fever has dropped and will continue to drop. We have wiped out yellow fever.
Major, you are very good to listen to an old man. But listen once more, and then I go. I am sorry to say, you have not stopped yellow fever.
The gentle old doctor tried telling everyone, and he was treated politely, but with no belief. Proof was what they wanted. Had the doctor ever experimented with his special kind of mosquitoes?
Yes, I have. I have made some 100 attempts to inoculate volunteers with the bites from these mosquitoes. Not one of them has come down with yellow fever. But that must be the fault of my technique. I still say that because...
So, unheard by Dr. Finley, life in Havana went on. Havana, the new clean city, began attracting immigrants, newcomers to the lovely little island. And the newcomers brought dread news to Major Gorgas.
Yellow fever! Yellow fever! Yellow fever!
Soon, clean, beautiful Havana was writhing under a severe outbreak of yellow fever. Evidently, the newcomers to Havana were not immune to the disease, as most of the natives.
And we haven't destroyed the disease after all. It was sleeping, waiting for new material in which to feed. Last year, 7 cases. Already this year, 1,400.
Major, what do you make of this case? Report from Pinar del Rio, our army barracks there.
Quite an epidemic there, too, as I recall.
Yes, but here's something rather peculiar. One of the soldiers out there missed curfew and was confined to a cell in the guardhouse. 3 weeks later, he became ill, and 6 days later, he died.
Of yellow fever? But how?
Well, that's the strange part. He had no contact with anyone else, and none of his fellow prisoners were infected. He couldn't have caught it from them. His confinement isolated him from any type of infection. Now, what manner of infection could get through the bars to strike this man?
What indeed? The guardhouse was clean and sanitary, yet the man dies. What manner of disease is this that can strike a lone man behind bars with no contact? Unless... Find Dr. Finley. Carlos Finley. Get him, and get him fast.
The little Cuban doctor was going to be heard at last. For 20 years, he had maintained in the face of disagreement and even failure that yellow fever was transmitted by the Stegomayo mosquito. And then another little-known man appeared in Havana, and he, too, had an idea.
Dr. Henry R. Carter from Mississippi, sir. I've been around yellow fever for quite some time, Major, and I have some information that might help you.
About mosquitoes?
Mosquitoes? I don't know anything about that. No help there at all.
Then, Doctor, what?
Well, I've kept pretty close track of the disease as it struck in several epidemics I've been involved in. I noted a rather strange thing. Usually, a period of some 12 days to 3 weeks elapses between the appearance of the first case in a community and the epidemic itself. Seems to be a time cycle involved.
Of course. That's it. The mosquitoes.
Excuse me, Major. I'm not saying anything about mosquitoes at all.
No, I know. But that's why Dr. Finley's experiments failed. It must take several days for the germ to become virulent in the mosquito. That's why he failed. He didn't give the mosquito sufficient time to develop the germ.
And so the experiments began. American volunteers, Cuban natives who were paid $250 for their efforts. Experiment after experiment. Some men died, some lived, and gradually there came recognition.
It would appear that mosquitoes cannot become infected by biting a diseased patient except during the first 3 days of his illness. Further, the mosquito needs at least 12 days before the germ becomes virulent in the body of the mosquito so that he can transmit the disease by biting a second person.
The experiment proved that the gentle, kindly old Cuban doctor, Carlos Finley, was right. And Gorgas announced,
I am going to get rid of the mosquito.
Major Gorgas went to work. He knew that the Stegomyia mosquito laid its eggs in clean, sweet water, usually found in domestic utensils. Card indexes were prepared listing every conceivable type of utensil where the Stegomyia could hatch. Inspectors went from door to door.
Mosquito inspector, let me see every utensil you have in the house. Every pot, every pan, every pitcher. Anything that can hold water.
Water barrels, cesspools, cisterns were screened. A film of oil deposited on them. Workers labored day and night. As they had cleaned Havana, now they were ridding it of mosquitoes. And with what results? In the year 1901, for the first time in centuries, there was not a single case of yellow fever in Havana. And so into the records went another great victory over one of man's most dangerous enemies. To those who made it possible, to men like Major Gorgas, we all owe a debt of thanks. But we also owe a great deal to the little Cuban doctor, Carlos Finley, who so persistently pioneered his mosquito theory. Major Gorgas called this theory an outstanding case of scientific clairvoyance. Be that as it may, it was the little doctor who put the forces of science on the track of yellow fever. It was he who instituted a conquest that occupied an island, cleansed a city, and finally killed a mosquito with his adventure in research. And that's today's Adventures in Research, produced in cooperation with the Westinghouse Research Laboratories. These programs are broadcast to Armed Forces personnel overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week for another transcribed story of science on Adventures in Research.